brilliant double, a century to go with the fifer, and he underlines his status as England's Captain Marvel.
Wokes in, 4 on the slips, and edge to gone! First ball, Wokes is on a hat-trick. I think looking to leave the ball alone, and he's just guided it straight to slip. And India are 0 for 2.
Well, any thoughts of England running through India and winning in 4 days were put to bed by that resilient partnership between Captain Shubman Gill and KL Rahul, batting through 2 sessions to bring us to another gripping 5th and final day. Good morning, Alison Mitchell with you at Old Trafford. Can England win this 4th Rothsay Test and seal the series with a match to play? Or will India save the day and take it down to the Oval with a chance of levelling things up? Still, Alistair Cook is alongside me, former England captain. We've got former England spinner Phil Tufnell and Prakash Wakankar here as well. All part of our TMS team. Good morning to you all. Well, the first thing to say, it's not raining, which we worried about, Alistair, didn't we? Thinking the 5th day could be a washout, but India probably would have been hoping it was.
Yeah, I mean, they played so well yesterday, and when they were 0 for 2, and when Gill was walking out after doing 160 overs in the field as a captain, when the ball had been going around, they got chasing their lead for 670 runs. To bat as well as he did and showed the resilience was really, really incredible batting, actually. The unfortunate challenge is now, with no help from the weather, it seems, you're going to have to do it all over again. But they've given themselves a chance. I think if you'd have said to us, we watched India field that last hour, and then when you lose 2 wickets in the first over, you thought their resilience is gone. But these guys have made a sterner stuff.
Right, well, let's get the official word on the weather and find out what is in store across the course of this 5th day. Matt Taylor is at the BBC Weather Centre for us. What can you tell us, Matt?
Morning, Alison. Well, 10th day there, 10th day in the forecast bench as well. You know what, I'm quite optimistic. There'll be, if not a fool's day worth of play, at least almost that. A lot of cloud out there today, certainly not the sunny breaks we saw develop through yesterday. If you're going to see any sunshine, it won't be till late afternoon and into the evening. I've been looking at the satellite imagery. The cloud is thickening up and thinning out in various bits, and it could just thicken up to produce 1 or 2 light showers. They should be brief though, so if there are any interruptions, they won't be too lengthy. But even looking out there at the moment on the radar, there's no sight of anything directly coming in, so it's one of those, just a low chance of a few showers through the day. But I'm optimistic, if not a full day's worth of play, certainly the bulk of it should be fine.
OK, Matt, well, that's great news for spectators here. I think India would have probably liked those showers, potential showers, to extend a little longer, but yeah, all the word is, Prakash, that the weather will stay at bay, and India, if they're to save this match, they're going to have to do it with the bat.
Well, that's the way it should be, shouldn't it? I mean, to be honest with you, if India really want to be able to save this game and go into the final one with their spirits high, then the way it should be done is they find a way to bat through. Whether or not they'll be able to do that, I don't know. It's again going to be that new ball one just feels, and of course, whether Captain Marvel is going to be able to bowl or not, I think that's going to be the real big call. If he's in, he's going to find a way to get whatever it takes to get England over the line.
Well, we're standing just here next to the England circle of football. I don't know what a better name for it than that. Keepy-uppies. Thank you, Tuffers. They're playing keepy-uppies. Stokes isn't amongst them, but he was out in the middle having, I suppose, what we would call a gentle bowl earlier. Did you get much of a look of him going through his paces?
I mean, he looked all right. He was sort of going through his fitness, sort of, shuttles and sprints and what have you. Did do a little bit of bowling. I think it's going to be crucial for England. They just look a little bit predictable on a flat pitch. Listen, it's still a very, very good pitch. England got, over 600 on it. They just looked a little bit predictable. Listen, they look very energetic doing the keepy-uppies, so they're going to be feeling to themselves that, come on, right, we just get one. We had a tough day yesterday, didn't get a wicket for 4 hours or something. Let's get one early. New ball probably about 12:15ish or something, and look to finish it off. But if not, where do they go to get that wicket? They just looked a little bit toothless yesterday without the likes of Ben Stokes, because let's be fair, he is one of the best partnership breakers in world cricket at the moment, and that's what they needed yesterday. Yeah,
well, he was out in the middle with Tim Southee, Alistair, wasn't he? The shuttle runs, gentle bowling, seemed to grimace a little bit when he finished. He's disappeared now, presumably back up in the dressing room. He's certainly not out on the outfield.
Yeah, well, England got 3 kind of bites at the cherry. They got the first initial burst, where no matter how well a batsman plays the night before and however good the partnership is, you still got to get yourself in. Then after that initial burst and the energy's there, they've got the new ball, as I say, 17 overs away, and we saw actually how tough the new ball was, and India did incredibly well, only to actually lose 2 wickets there. That battle between Gill and Rahul, it was tough. The ball was nipping. I didn't see any ones which kept real low, but quite a lot of nip back in. They took a few body blows, and then when they got to that, they found there. So England, well, then lunch will come, and then they got another. They got the blow after that. So they get 1 wicket, as you always say. Then a left-hander comes in. That will help Jofra Archer, who's got a tremendous record to left-hander, and with then Liam Dawson be able to bowl into, not the posh stuff, into the footmarks. So he will get a lot more action on the ball, which then always will create a chance. 90 overs, a lot of cricket left for England to pick up these wickets.
Yeah, I should reiterate, the final day, 90 overs must be bowled. There'll be a point, won't there, when the final hour is signified, that if it's deemed that a result isn't possible, the captains can shake hands and call it a day at that point. Otherwise, we'll be pushing through to the very end of the day. And just to remind you of the position that India are in, they will resume their innings on 174 for 2. That second innings, 137 runs away from forcing England to bat again, whether that could be a scenario that we see today. We've got Shubman Gill, 78 not out, and KL Rahul went in last night on his admirable 87. We've got India out here, Prakash, on the outfield. They've been doing their warm-ups. Now, all day yesterday, we got vision of Ravindra Jadeja sitting, padded up, huddled up almost in his jacket on the dressing room balcony. But word then filtered out from the Indian camp last night that Rishabh Pant will bat in the second innings. Have you seen him this morning? I've been trying to keep an eye out for him, but haven't spotted him yet.
Haven't seen him out there with the rest of the team in terms of any warm-ups, but I suspect that should the situation be such that there is a fair chance of his batting playing a role, I think he will come out and try. But I suppose if England do run through the top very quickly now with the new ball coming, or with the new ball, whether he should really be risking it or not, I don't know. But if I was to take a guess, Rishabh will come out and bat, whether it's for 10 balls or 100 balls, I don't know, but he will come out and bat. He's just that kind of character. He wants to be there, he wants to be involved in things, and look, if it comes down to that, and some miracle happens, because that's what it's going to be. If India save this game, let's be honest, it's going to be a miracle. Yes, they will have to play well.
When you say a miracle, Prakash, I mean, the way this series has twisted and turned, and most matches, could have gone one way and then they've gone another, even back to Headingley. When you think of England's win, it sort of felt, was that run chase going to be too much for them? Well, they knocked that off with ease. At Edgbaston, India, without Jasprit Bumrah, you think, they're 1-0 down, the air's gone out, there'll be no chance, and they come back and they win by a huge margin. You just feel like today there could yet be some sort of twist.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think about the 192 at Lord's as well. Yes, it was a different pitch. The pitch was doing a little bit maybe, but, it looked like India should have got those runs, and they didn't. The reality, therefore, is, I think, how long can a good story last? What we saw yesterday was remarkable. Now, can they do it again? As Sir Alistair just said, you've got to come back, recalibrate, start again, new ball. Going to be one of those things that you can, if I was to put odds on it, I'd say it's 75-25 in England's favour.
How worried are you about Ben Stokes' tuffers, and is this just cramp? I mean, that's what we're being told at the moment, but you just rather fear for him, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, he was looking in a little bit of trouble at the end of the day, wasn't he? He was sort of like on his knees, hands on his knees, sort of bent over, and I know that feeling, that lower back, and it just all looked a little bit troubling. Listen, we've got some cricketer leading our country in cricket at the moment. You know what I mean? His all-round ability, his leadership skills and everything. You just want him to be fit. He's done so well to get this far in this series. I mean, there've been some gruelling test matches, on really, really flat pitches, and he really has been the difference between the sides for my money. So yeah, of course, you're going to want him fit and firing and getting some wickets this morning. Whether he's going to do that, if he doesn't, the other guys have got to come to the party.
The hover cover is just ramping up, which you can hear. It's been in its rest position adjacent to the pitch at the moment, with the light roller just in parked position on the edge of the pitch right now. Let's hope that hover cover is about to come our direction to be parked off the field. It doesn't feel like there's any rain in the air, certainly. The stumps are in the ground, and it feels like we're all set to start on time. As we heard from Matt Taylor in the weather centre, we are set for a good day's play. Maybe the odd passing shower, but shouldn't really do anything to disrupt But it does seem with Stokes, the importance of the century he made yesterday, Alistair, he's just sort of come back into that full form as the all-rounder that we know he is. He'd been shy of runs a couple of years since his last 100, so particularly cruel if in the course of this return to form, he has done himself a niggle.
Yeah, I don't think that whatever the injury is, it's a real bad injury. It's one of those niggles, which I think niggles can become a lot worse. So I think it's really precautionary at the moment, and they are looking at the bigger picture. I feel this is only what I'm looking at. If it was really bad or the potential to be bad, he wouldn't have been out in the field. He was still running around after the ball. Look, he's bowled this morning. If it was a tear or a grade 1 or grade 2 tear, he wouldn't be out there. So I think it is just as Phil said. This series has been such a gruelling series, and what he put his body through at Lords, was almost superhuman. So that's why you create these little niggles and his soreness. So I think he is actually being quite sensible. But back to his batting, that's the final kind of piece of the top seven's jigsaw in my eyes. That he's now scored 100. He's not going to be going to Australia going, cool. He hasn't scored 100 for 24 Test matches. I think it was 21 between his last Test matches. He just hadn't batted much leading into the series due to injuries and just due to circumstance and choosing not to play for Durham as a batter. So he just looked a little bit short of that rhythm. You can bat as many times as you want in the nets, but if you have such a long period out, the only time you start to get that feel of batting back is out in the middle.
But just on Ben Stokes again, he's virtually doing everything, isn't he? I mean, captaining the side through these gruelling Test matches so far, mentally exhausting, fielding, physically exhausting, bowling all these overs, you know what I mean? Now batting as well. I mean, he may as well be cutting the grass as well. I mean, he's doing everything for this England side to really haul them over the line here. So no wonder he's taken a breather. But yeah, I mean, is he going to bowl? If India don't lose a wicket up to this new ball, I think he's going to have to sort of see how that back is.
Well, given that it's a series on the line, England can wrap it up here. There's such importance on England starting out and getting these wickets, whereas for India, all about the resistance. I mean, when you think of the scenarios, Prakash, could be that England pick up wickets early or the new ball does it for them and India sort of fall away quickly, but it could be a day of immense resistance or nail-biting resistance.
Yes, I think that what you said is absolutely right. The question really is, if you look through that Indian batting order, who are the batters other than the two of them who are out there, with Pant definitely injured, we know, and therefore limited. Washington Sundar, I think, is the only guy, along with Jadeja, who could possibly offer the kind of resistance that's required here on this pitch. And yet, as Alistair pointed out so perfectly, with the rough outside the left-handers off stump, there's a lot of rough there that can be exploited by Dawson. And of course Jofra Archer, and he just has such a phenomenal record against left-handers that I think it'll really take a superhuman effort. Now, is it possible? Of course it's possible. Can these guys pull out some reserves that they themselves don't know? It'll have to be that kind of an effort by everybody who's had to come out to bat, because not everyone is going to be able to cope with the mental pressure. The only good thing I can say is that both Washington and Jadeja in particular, a little bit of Shardul really not used to playing this kind of an innings that might be required here. It's not going to be about scoring runs. That said, if India can get the deficit down a little bit early, they get a few runs away, then maybe there's a possibility that India will bat a little bit better. I can't see them really surviving, honestly, and I'm not being my super pessimistic self. I think I'm just being realistic.
Oh, Prakash, as Indian supporters in the stands here were saying, let's be optimistic, let's believe that India can push England deep today. And it would almost be fitting of the series if it was a nail-biting draw that goes down to the wire, maybe 9 wickets down, similar to Lords, but striving to see out the day. What a boost, Alistair, it would be for the England team if actually they did get the wickets without Ben Stokes bowling. But, it is Carse, it is Wokes, it is Archer, and even Liam Dawson in his first Test back in 8 years, who do it with the ball in the second innings.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, you're right. That strange stat about their averages. Bryden Carse hasn't taken a wicket after the ball's been 40 overs old in this series, and Chris Wokes averaging 90 after the ball's 40 overs old. they've got this chance, haven't they? They've got that new ball. It's such a positive thing to have around their dressing room. Yes, when the batsmen get in that rhythm, and they are world-class batsmen, when they get in the rhythm, sometimes on a flat wicket, you just have to doff your cap to the opposition. I know Dawson dropped that catch-up point, but apart from that, there was very few scares. They didn't look like they were batting under. They were under stress when they're batting. They looked like they both found their rhythm. Gill, in particular, was a bit more proactive, and I think that suits his batting when he's got that decisiveness about his footwork. I think he played a cover drive in the second over. It was real crisp, and I thought his feet are going. He's looking to score, not just surviving. Well, KL's a bit more. He's a laid back. He's quite happy just to soak up the dots and not worry about it. But for India to do this, you would think, and my predictions are normally pretty terrible, Ali, but you'd think that these two are going to have to do the majority of the work to the new ball, and then if one of them gets through the new ball as well, then that gives the other batsman hope at the other end. If India get both of these guys out, you feel as if there's the hope in the dressing room that what India are kind of holding on to now disappears a bit, and then that slight level of determination leaves you. But if these two get going and then they're back to the new ball, then that will give the dressing room say, actually, we've done 15 overs now, then we've only got 75 to do. Then if one of them gets out, the next person coming in, whoever it might be, whether it's Pant, at some stage I'm pretty sure he will bat with that injection they've been talking about. They will say, right, can I just do 40, 50? Can I do 50 balls? And then you get into after lunch, and then that's when it starts to build. That's how they're going to try and bat the whole day on.
What if it's Rishabh Pant at the end, Tuffers, kind of on one leg, blocking it out or to survive?
Well, he can do anything, doesn't he? I mean, every time he walks down the dressing room steps, there's a story to be told, isn't there? So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he comes waddling out and whacks a few, or, as you say, just tries to eat up a few balls. And there again, I mean, Sir Alistair was then talking about sort of the dressing room and everything. That's another thing that just gives you that spur on. Come on, if the vice captain can do that with a busted foot, come on, I'm going to throw myself behind the line and try and do it as well. So there's so many little stories that could happen today.
I know you've got to go upstairs because you're starting the TV commentary, aren't you? Highlights tonight at 7 p.m. Just before you go, Tuffers, though, what on Liam Dawson, the spinner in the second innings of a test on day 5?
Well, yes, that's when you come into your own a little bit. You've got to wheagle a few out as a spin bowler. You've got to go over around the wicket. You've got to change paces. You've got to change lines, change tactics. That's what being a spinner is. We know what he can do, and he's doing that very well. Looked perhaps a tad predictable yesterday, so he's just got to perhaps sort of start going through his variations a little bit. For my money, just bowl it a little bit slower, especially when the left-handers come out. Try and get that kick out of the rough. All spinners nowadays, they sort of drive it through a little bit, just bowl it a little bit slower and give the batsman sort of different things to try and sort of combat.
Right, we'll send you off to the commentary box. See you in a moment. The England team, that football keepy-uppy huddle, has broken up. They've disappeared back into the dressing room. India still out on the outfield in various huddles. Not massive amounts of activity at the moment, if I'm honest. There's been some fielding drills, and even those who are not playing in this match have been out here going through some warm-ups as well. Prakash, it strikes me there what Tuffers was saying about Rishabh Pant as vice-captain, if he can go out and show some resistance. But what would it do for Shubman Gill as captain? I mean, if his twin hundreds and the runs he scored already in this series were not enough, if him as the leader, the young leader, new leader of this side, can do, as Alistair was saying, and see through the new ball, bat deep, what if he could go unbeaten all day? Could dare to dream.
Absolutely. And look, if that does happen, I think what will happen in that dressing room, from what we've heard, and there's no confirmation, obviously, is that there have been a few, shall we say, minor disagreements between the senior management and Shubman Gill. If India come through, save this game, if Shubman is there at the end, I suspect there's going to be a lot stronger voice that he's going to be able to assert himself. He's going to start becoming his own man, which, as Sir Alistair will tell all of us, is the first real step, I suppose, that you take to becoming a well-respected and well-rounded leader. But just one in a lighter vein is this is the perfect occasion, I think, for several people in Bollywood to be writing the script for what could be a blockbuster film, irrespective of what happens here.
Well, a five-parter. We're only at part 4, remember, as well, yet to find out what the climax at this point is going to be. But do you recognise some of what Prakash is saying there about being a captain, or the new captain in a dressing room?
Well, he's definitely let his bat do the talking. I mean, 700 runs. I mean, I don't think anyone can question his form and actually the captaincy affecting his batting. There's been certain times in the field, yes, on flat wickets, where they haven't. Not both sides haven't managed to go bang 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 very often. So it has been flat wickets where you've looked at his captaincy and you've looked at the way of India being in the field, and it has looked a little bit uncertain. The same plan for a long time. In this game, I feel a little bit for him because actually the bowlers, haven't helped him. Let's be totally honest. Sometimes as a captain, you're only as good as your bowlers, and you can say the right things and set fields. And actually, that opening spell wasn't good enough from India when you get 350 and you've got to start like that. So no matter how good you are as a captain, but there has been times, and even towards the end, like KL Rahul seems to have been taking a lot more of those decisions. That could have been a tactical thing just to give Gill a bit of a break. I don't know that, but if he bats today and saves the game for India, absolutely it'll make a massive thing. But that'll still the effect on the field. I'd still like to see him as a captain be a little bit more decisive, a little bit more like I'm the guy in control. That will happen probably over time, and little things like this will help.
Well, just looking around the crowd here, tickets are on sale. They were £26 for adults and £6 for juniors. So they are on sale via the Lancashire County Cricket Club website. It's not a sellout like it was at Lord's 5th day, but 14,000 were sold yesterday. So let's hope there's a few more walk-ups today and a real atmosphere can be created. It's one of those days where you could be here for a tense 7 hours, or it could be a clatter of wickets. That would certainly be the way England fans are hoping that it goes. But people are still, coming in. It was very dramatic when Chris Stokes took those 2 wickets in 1 over, but India showed all their resilience after that. Alistair, you went out and had a little look at the pitch this morning. The light roller is trundling up and down at the moment. Just explain for people, the difference between the light and the heavy, and why India would have been looking at the light roller on day 5 when they've got to try and save this game and bat all day.
Well, it's a fairly obvious thing, the light and the heavy roller. One's a bit heavier and one's a bit lighter.
I was expecting actual numbers there, Alistair. Come on, wait.
That actually looks like quite a big light roller, a heavy light roller. In theory, the heavy roller, you normally will say to flatten the wicket out and it compresses it, but when the wicket's got a few cracks on it, you wonder whether that might the heavy roller, if you get on the edge of a crack as it goes past, might disturb the edge of the cracks a little bit more. We've seen a few balls, haven't we, just go up and go down more, the odd one nipping with the new ball. So I think India, the reason they're having a lighter roller is so they don't disturb the surface much. They were very happy with it yesterday. Why put anything on it to disturb it or change the characteristics of it?
Suffice to say, well, the light roller is light enough for a human to push and pull by hand. The heavy roller is mechanical and you see someone sitting on it, but neither of them would you want to roll over your big toe. Still no sign of Rishabh Pant. Wonder whether he is up there in the dressing room or whether he would come to the ground later. All reports were, and we saw footage of him leaving the ground the other night wearing the moon boot. But we know he's come through so much more than a toe injury, what with that horrific car crash, a near-death experience for Rishabh Pant. So he's already shown immense courage by the first innings knock, and it was quite the sight watching him hobble down the dressing rooms. And that is the sort of thing that the Bollywood movies are made of, Prakash, aren't they? The hero's effort. As Tim Southey has come out now with Liam Dawson here in his white, so England starting to warm themselves up and get ready to come out with ball in hand again. And Ben Stokes now emerging from the dressing room, so it'll be key to keep an eye on him here and see whether he is doing any bowling warm-ups in particular. He's getting a good cheer here from crowd who have come down to the edge in the bottom corner of the stands. It's adjacent to where the players come down the steps from the England balcony, leaning over the balcony edge with mini bats to be signed and phones to take photographs. And Ben Stokes has come down and he's now got a red ball in his hand. Is he going? He's doing a little gentle bowl here with Tim Southey. This is a good sign, Alistair.
Absolutely. Whether he could start England off and really set the tone, and that'll get the crowd behind England. Yeah, here does come Chris Stokes as well. So the fact that I think he's going to bowl today is a really good sign.
Let's hope so. So Ben Stokes is out here. Remember, 17 overs until a new ball is available for England, but can they do some damage before then? Yes, Chris Wokes and Jamie Smith now out here. Also, the atmosphere is building, and we can go up to the commentary box. And Jonathan Agnew is up there for us this morning. Hello, Aggers.
Yes, good morning, Ali. I'm watching Ben Stokes as well from up here, just directly below us. And he had a reasonable fitness test. It was one of those where he didn't look entirely conclusive, I thought. But anyway, he had one yesterday, batted okay, as we know, in fact, better than okay, but then couldn't bowl. So whether he did something while he was batting, I don't know. But yeah, he's putting a bit of effort into this now, a bit of energy. And it looks as if he will open the bowling. If they're going to warm him up now, that would make sense, wouldn't it? So we've got the crowd coming in. I think there are still some seats available if anyone wants to come along. Could be a fascinating day, this. £26 or £6 for juniors. And we'll see how this match progresses. That key point does seem to be the second new ball. 17 overs away, and if you're kind of watching the clock, I don't know, 12:15ish, if England can get a wicket or two before then and then strike, then that would be their best way of winning this. The eagle-eyed Phil Tufnell has seen Rishabh Pant arriving, and it didn't sound as if he was in particularly good shape, in that he had a big boot on and was on crutches. So whether that means he can bat or not, we'll have to wait and see. But I suspect he's probably had all that on when he was able to bat in India's first innings. But anyway, that's how he arrived a few moments ago. Not any loosening up or running around or anything like that. But I suppose certainly if India have a chance of saving this game, then he'll get out there and bat. But we'll wait and see what happens if they do lose a couple of quick wickets now. So we've got the stewards about to clear the field. Jerusalem's firing up. It's not nearly as full there on the temporary stand today as it has been, but then it is the fifth day, but still with lots of cricket in prospect. Deep Dasgupta's alongside me. A very, very bright jacket, Deep. Crikey, that's lit the room up.
I mean, that's the whole idea, isn't it? Good morning, Angus. Good morning.
Very, very smart. I should tell the listener it is. It's basically yellow with some blue squares on it. That is sharp.
Listen, I thought it's going to be a gloomy day and
yes,
overcast and all. Why not bring some brightness?
Well, there's only bad light around. You can hang out of the window and they'll get out and play. So that's brighter than Alex's floodlight over there, which I see actually is cloaked off, which is a bit of a shame. So the Alex Hartley floodlight, the dimmer one of all of them here, has got some cloth around it, and you can't actually see her name, which is a shame, over there to our left-hand side. So the umpire's taken the field. It's a lovely atmosphere, I must say. It's a Sunday crowd. It's always a bit different. It's a bit like sort of People's Day at Wimbledon. People coming along who perhaps haven't been to a Test match before. They're probably not the eager ones who've booked up one of the first couple of days months ago. That's coming along. Lots of kids. It's just a very nice atmosphere. So interesting. There's a huddle going on here with England, and it looks as if Jamie Smith's already wearing his helmet, or someone's wearing a helmet. So maybe that suggests that a spinner is going to open up. Ben Stokes talking quite firmly there to his charges. It is Smith with the helmet on. So maybe we'll have spin at one end and hopefully Stokes at the other. He's marching out, he's swinging his arms, he's loosening up, and now he's rotating that right arm. So, well, let's hope it works out and he doesn't do something that causes long-term damage. That's the real worry. But it looks as if he's going to bowl from the far end. He's just gone through his action again there, as India's not out batsmen walk out to a tremendous cheer. And didn't they do well yesterday? 0 for 2. And here they are, still there, having batted out 2 sessions completely.
Absolutely, they've been very resilient. They've been quite stubborn, but at the same time, they've also been positive, and that is very important. While you're trying to save the Test match, you also got to be positive mentally, because then your body reacts that way as well. You're in good positions to whatever you want to do, defend or play your shots. The other important thing that these two have to be mindful of is after this you've got 3 left-handers.
Yes.
Right, so these are the so-called, in terms of batters, to the last 2 right-handers. You've got Shardul Thakur, but he's a number 8.
He's down the list, yes. Still lots of to talk about Rishabh Pant. I mean, Tuffers saw him arriving just now on crutches with a big boot on. So, but I suppose he would have been on crutches with a big boot before he batted the other day.
I'm sure, yeah. He was carrying a crutch even the other day as well. So, yeah, if required, I'm sure he will come out to bat. No two ways about it. But for that to happen, these guys need to set it up.
Yeah.
Maybe he wouldn't need to bat at all.
Well, let's see how we go. It's going to be Dawson to start things off from this end. He bowled tidily yesterday, but only got a couple of balls to turn. There's a slip, a silly point, and he's going to bowl to Shubman Gill, India's captain. He played some beautiful strokes yesterday, and he's settling over his bat. It's a cloudy morning, but dry, and Dawson bowls the first ball, and Gill tucks that away into the leg side. It runs out to mid-wicket. Root throws the ball in, and we're underway. And it sounds, by that applause, as if every delivery that India survive is going to be met with a rapturous ovation like that. But we'll see. Could be some tired hands around if they bat for long. 174 for 2. And Dawson again round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's pushed away defensively. And again, the applause there, just for a forward defensive shot from Gill. The lone trumpeter strikes up Jerusalem, which we can hear more clearly today because there are fewer people in Old Trafford. Not so many singing either. As Dawson round the wicket, bowls shorter, and Gill gets the first run of the day. Just a single out to deep point. A lot of energy in this crowd, Deep.
Oh yes, I was down there, and especially the Indian fans are right next to the Indian dressing room, and they're quite vocal this morning. Would need all that energy, the Indian side. And also, interestingly, I saw first thing in the morning, the English batters like Joe Root and Ben Ducker were knocking, so they came in and they were hitting a few balls.
Yeah, I almost got a selfie out of Ollie Pope because he was queuing up. So I quickly got in the queue and said, "Come on, can I have a selfie?" He's just about to smile. I said, "Oh, go away, Agnes." Almost got him. Should have been nice. Anyway, he was heading off to the net, so he had a hit as well. 175 for 2. And we've got Rahul now on strike. Hair down the back of his neck, and he comes forward. There's that delivery from Dawson back to the bowler again. That's the end of Jerusalem, so you'll hear England's support now, of which there's plenty. And Dawson again moves in, bowls, defended successfully by Rahul, fielded by Ollie Pope there at Silly Point. I'll say hello to Mark, who's in the temporary stand over there to our left. Perhaps he was just finished singing Jerusalem, but he sent us an email as this Pope now goes round the corner, so it's a leg slip. Dawson again bowls, and the last ball of the first over is pushed out to cover. Nice tidy over, but nothing particularly untoward going on. Morning, Aggers, says Mark. I'm listening from the temporary stand. I can confirm Deep's jacket is clearly visible from here. So if bad light interferes with play, it could be very useful. Hoping for early wickets. Well done, Mark. Yeah, we'll just hang it out of the window, and that'll keep play on, I'm sure. Now, Ben Stokes has taken off his jumper. He's taken off his cap, and you'll hear a cheer in a minute. There you go. That's the announcement over the tannoy. He's going to bowl. And that applause is, I think it's sort of relief as much as anything else, because Stokes is so, precious to the team. I don't mean precious, it's not precious at all, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
he is so valuable. There's always that sort of bit of a cross fingers about all this. I don't want him to do anything, but however, he could play here, he could win the game here, and then he could have the oval off. True. You look at things that way, because he's had a hard series. I mean, not that he would want to do that, but it is possible. Anyway, he's got wickets to get, first of all, at least the England team have, and now he's lost his bowling marker. He was ready to bowl, and now he's got a huge white disc, and he's going to put it in position, and he's going to bowl to his opposite number, Shubman Gill. So Stokes, let's have a look. Well, he's running in okay, barrel-chested, gets there now and bowls, and Gill turns that away into the leg side. They take a single. In fact, they'll come back for 2. And I don't see Stokes holding anything or prodding anything as you do when you've got a bit of a niggle. He's just already turned round, is heading back to his mark, and Ollie Pope throws in the ball. So 177 for 2.
Yeah, he's definitely a big challenge for the Indian batters, and especially the end that he's bowling from, which is the James Anderson end. I've seen that ball keeping low, and he generally attacks the stump, makes it even more difficult for the batters.
It's bowled straight, wicket to wicket, and the sort of length that we've seen the ball keeping low from. Stokes again, past umpire Tucker bowls, and that did keep it a little bit low. And Gill played that from the crease, just playing the ball carefully into the leg side. That's the sort of area that we've seen some misbehaviour from the ball.
But Agus, the thing as a batter is, if it's one-dimensional, that misbehaviour, if it's only keeping low, it's easier to manage.
Yep.
But if it starts rearing up as well, along with keeping low, that's where the danger is. You can set yourself up for low bounce.
Landmark there for Gill. He now averages exactly 100.00 in this series so far. In comes Stokes and bowls outside his off stump. And he lets that go by. A nice tidy number. Morning, Andy.
Yes, well, it's a tidy number because that was those runs took him to 700 in the series, his 8th innings, and he's been out 7 times, so average runs divided by dismissals. He's the 13th player to reach 700 in a test series in England. 4 England players and 9 visiting players. He's the first Indian with 700 here. They haven't played many extended series here, but he's done it in only 4 matches. That record that we mentioned early in the series when he had those mountainous first couple of tests, 974 by Bradman in 1930.
Stokes again, stretches out, moves in, bowls to Gill, who's in on the pad. That did keep low. Appeal for leg before wicket, given not out. Going down the leg side. But that's what Stokes is after. That's what was missing yesterday, for honest. We hardly saw any of that. Crowd getting behind him, saying, well done, Ben. And so that's what we want to see.
The first half an hour obviously is for the batters to kind of get set. Yeah, that really kept low. There was more of an off-cutter. It just
kept horribly low.
Yes, it was like shin, even almost ankle, little higher than ankle.
That's unplayably low. From a batting perspective, you get a bit of bat on that, you're lucky. Stokes again moves in, bowls to Gill, who drives firmly up to mid-off. Wokes is there to hoover up as the ball goes over Stokes' head. And 77 for 2.
So first half an hour, one is obviously you need to get yourself in start of the day, but the other thing is the effect of the roller. And India, even yesterday before the innings started, took the light roller. This morning as well, they took the light roller. And first half an hour, there'll be some effect of the roller in terms of a little bounce here and there. But it will settle down is what I think. So if these two can manage to bat through the first half an hour, 45 minutes.
Stokes runs towards us. Oh, he fiddles outside the off stump. Through it goes. And already there, although Stokes having to convince himself that he's fit to bowl, was the most penetrative after Chris Wokes' opening over yesterday. We haven't seen another over from a seamer quite like that. Dangerous. 177 for 2. Do you like nice tidy stats? I mean, like decimal point 00. Is there something nice about that, do you think? Or do you like
I need like 1 decimal point. Well, 3 digits in a cricket stat's always enough. I never know. I go to 2 decimal points on averages.
Okay.
Kind of strange tradition.
But 100.00.
That's good. I mean, if Bradman had got 4 in his last innings,
I know.
Finished on exactly 100.
Yes.
99.94. You've got to use the second decimal point in Bradman.
They do with that one. So Dawson's going to continue. He's bowling to Rahul. So seam at one end, spin at the other. And Rahul settles over his bat. Dawson moves in. Bowls to him. Not much to report as far as spin there. Pope fields at silly point. 177 for 2. So India are 134 runs behind. That'll still take some chiselling away at before they make England bat again. Sort of mid-afternoon, I would suppose. Dawson bowls, tucked away out towards square leg by Rahul. There'll be a couple here. Crawley wins the chase to the ball. Out towards those brightly coloured seats we've been talking about, and the sofas, which look... actually, I think they've been tucked away, the sofas. Yeah, standing room only down there now.
You see those garden benches, though. I think they've got some benches there.
It looks like it, yes. A lot of Indian support there by the look of it. Rahul over his bat. Slip, silly point, crouching. Dawson strides in, bowls. Oh, there's one that keeps low. And Rahul there was almost reduced to playing French cricket. He was completely squared up. The ball scuttled through low. He was jabbed his bat down.
And also, I mean, for a batter who's set, it's so important to carry on. Not just context of the game, but also the pitch.
Yep.
If you're set, you'll handle it comparatively easier.
Dawson again bowls. He's forward. Now that turned a bit and bounced this time. Archer moves in a backward point to pick it up, but just a little bit of something there for Dawson, holding his head in his hands. It's the sort of situation you feel if he gets one, not just get more. You know, he'll set him off. He'll get more than that with confidence. But you can go searching as a bowler, trying to look for that magic ball all the time. So if you get a wicket, it just calms you down a bit. Dawson bowls, and that's nicely played by Rahul, right on that front foot. And Pope again fields, is very close there. He's got some shin pads on. We can see that actually go up over his knee. Helmeted. Now crouching again. Dawson pauses. Makes his way past umpire Raza, tosses that up, and well, Rahul plays that with the deadest of dead bats. That was going nowhere. 179 for 2, 66 overs gone. New ball available after 80. So on the countdown to that, India 132 behind, but they haven't lost a wicket.
That's true. And with Liam Dawson, he's steady, and that's really good. He's very consistent with his length, his line. He's very steady. The other thing he gets is a lot of drift into the right-hander. And with that, if he can manage to kind of straighten or get a little bit of turn, and for that to happen, and I think Tuffers and I, we were having this chat yesterday, if he can bowl a little slower at times, he's going at 56, 57 miles. If he can just every now and then bring it down to 52, 53.
Stokes on the way, moves in, bowls to Shubman Gill, who drives, not quite where he was aiming that. He was looking more for mid-off, but it ends up in Archer's hands at mid-on, and Shubman Gill rehearses the shot now, straight a bat. Would have sent the ball up towards mid-off. Just looking at the rain radar, there's nothing coming our way anyway for the foreseeable, which is good. It looks pretty clear over there in the west, in the northwest. Two clouds you can see, but a bit of blue sky over long off at the moment as Stokes on his way again. Bowls to Gill, forward again with a dead bat, absolutely dead bat, no follow through, nothing, just waited there for the ball, bang.
Yeah, there's something that he's worked so hard. In fact, he was practicing for this series while the IPL was on, and yeah, he was, because you can see that in his game. He's a lot straighter, back left, not as high as he would have usually in white ball cricket. And something that he's very, very conscious about is that bat coming down very straight and his hands really close to his body for that to happen.
Well, slips has come out now, so there's one slip and a gully. Stokes past the umpire is there, and he bowls quite full leg stump. Nice piece of fielding there at mid-wicket. Joe Root scrambling around there desperately, saving a run. 79 for 2, 132 runs behind.
Won't mind that, Ben Stokes, that shot, because he played it towards mid-wicket from the stump, so he kind of played across the line. Played it all right, but won't mind that at all, Ben Stokes.
No, one keeps low from there.
Yes.
He could be in trouble. 179 for 2. Stokes wheels round in the distance from us. On his way now, bowls, and Gill hits that firmly again. Root's there. He doesn't stop it cleanly, but deflects the ball to Archer. So again, no run, and it's important that England field like this make it really hard for India to get any sort of lead at all.
And this is the beauty of Test match cricket, isn't it? You see what's happening. Yeah, it's taken a field, a slip off, mid-wicket, bowling lot straighter.
Yep.
Timed it beautifully, the last one as well, but no runs.
It's a good field change, that, because it does make you bowl a bit straighter.
Yes.
Which is what Stokes has to try and do here. Here he comes, bowls. Oh, it's driven in the air, dropped! Not an easy one, but high and hard to Pope, who's lying on the ground there at extra cover. Bit of a strange one, that, given the circumstances, to have hit the ball in the air at cover. I'm not sure Gill would have been too chuffed if Pope had caught this, but it was hit high. I mean, it was absolutely full stretch. Crawley would have got it. But for Pope, that was just, just a leap too far, but he did get both hands on it.
It was hit hard, but I wonder if he was actually wanting to hit it in the air. Got into the shot a little early. I'm sure that wasn't the plan as far as Shubman is concerned. But yeah, that would have been a huge blow for India.
It would.
Yeah, and changed in the field again now. So 2 slips for KL Rahul.
They got a single there. Stokes moves in, bowls to Rahul, very full. He just dinks the ball away to Pope, who's cursing there. He gets a little low fiver from Stokes. I mean, that would have been a brilliant catch. It was hit high, and he was absolutely off the ground. He's at full stretch, his hands above his head. So if someone like Crawley, well, he might have got that, but yeah, it was a strange. I'd like to see the replay of it from.
The other thing I've noticed, even after the first over that he bowled, it's not his legs that he's worried about, it's his bowling shoulder
now. Oh dear, yes, he's digging his fingers into it. It's a bit like Laurent Hardy's car at the moment, isn't he, Ben Stokes? It's sort of bits falling off it. All collapse in a heap. Yes, he's definitely there, digging into his right shoulder. Sort of fleshy bit.
Yeah.
Well, here's Dawson. Tucked away for 1. That'll come back for 2. Crawley chases the ball out to deep square leg.
It could be a nerve impingement or something like that. Every now and then you have that, and you kind of try and release it by kind of, try and release that shoulder, that muscle there.
He's still holding it now. He's digging his fingers in. It's sort of an instinctive thing that you do when you have a bit of a muscle problem. You dig it in, you dig your fingers in. There's definitely something there, I'm afraid. Here goes Dawson, bowls, and it's short this time. And forced off the back foot. Well, I think he needs a good service after this. I mean, whatever happens, I think possibly he gives the oval a miss. He's got through all the other games so far, but only just really. Still stretching that shoulder. 183 for 2. He didn't have that yesterday. He's flexing his wrist now as well. Rahul forward. Duckett fields. And from cover, in go those fingers again. I think he's just done this. I think he's just done it now. Because he's not been doing that at all. He wasn't doing it during the first over, or after the first over. Dawson again. Rahul forward. Bowls out for Duckett to pick up again.
This is nice. The last delivery was a lot slower. Now he doesn't have a silly point. He's got a short leg after he's given a couple of runs. That square leg region.
Dawson again. A couple of strides. And he goes, bowls. A slow turn there, but doesn't beat Rahul's bat. So again, Duckett who fields there. He's got a sweater on it. Extra cover. It's that sort of day today. Bit of a breeze. Last ball of this over. Rahul on 89. No wickets yet for England in his first 20 minutes or so of play, and Rahul defends that one. Pushed out to cover, and let's see if Stokes is okay to continue. He's still stretching out that shoulder. 183 for 2, 128 behind. He's made a tidy start, but I say no wickets as yet, but there was that, well, very, very difficult opportunity, we'll call it, I think, rather than a chance to poke at extra cover that we're seeing again, the replay of there. I mean, he couldn't have got any higher than he did.
And then straight after that,
I was going to leave you, and Dan's coming.
yeah, and straight after playing that shot, he just went and looked at where the ball had pitched, because the idea was definitely not to play it in the air, but it went off the middle in the air, so it kind of stopped on him a little bit.
Here comes Stokes. Gill defends the ball straight on his pads, pushes to short mid-wicket, no run. It's very rare to see Shubman Gill drive the ball in the air.
I mean, not in red ball cricket for sure. You're right there. Yeah, you're right there, Dan. And so he was kind of surprised. The ball's kept low, but it hasn't stopped us yet. So that kind of surprised Shubman as well. Both KL Rahul and Shubman went and kind of inspected that area. But this morning I saw those, not just cracks kind of appearing and widening, but also the edges breaking as well.
Here is Stokes with one slip in, and that pops a little bit. He defends it well into the offside. There's no run.
Now the question I believe that Ben Stokes would have in his mind is, now he's warmed up, does he carry on bowling with that issue, shoulder, or give it a break, come off, get some treatment, and maybe try and get back and bowl again later in the day?
What treatment do you get?
It just seems like some nerve impingement or something, because he didn't have that issue yesterday, so he must have picked it up this morning.
No, we've been talking about his hamstrings and his calf. Now we're talking about his shoulder. Right. Here is Stokes, and Gill gets another one that jags back, and he defends it well into the offside, and he's feeling himself a lot here. Stokes just pressing hands against, well, now he's pressing his hand against his glute. It's almost like Sean Tate. Do you remember he was sort of held together by duct tape?
Yeah, it's so true. But then I just get a feeling it's more of a nerve and a muscle thing. You can get off, get the physio to work on the muscles and release that area around that shoulder. This is like the front of the shoulder it seems to have an issue with.
It doesn't look a happy bunny, let's say. There's a slip and a gully. In comes Stokes. And Gill, just nearly drags one back on there, just stabs down on the ball, bounces over the stumps deep. Your face was a picture.
Yeah, because the way he played, he was kind of lazy playing that shot. So you got to be a little careful. I mean, yes, you've done exceedingly well so far, but it's a lot of cricket left on day 5. Can't let it go. And importantly, I mean, it's a game, it's going to be a day of patience here, both for the Indian batters and for England as well, because just get a feeling, if they break through or they get one wicket, then the floodgates might open up. It won't be that easy for the new batters to come in and play on this.
Stokes in again. And Gill, guides this into the gully region. And it goes on bounce, and there's no run. It's all a bit weird so far today. Also, Liam Dawson, we're talking about slow turn. Well, according to CricViz, it doesn't look like this with the eyes. But there are encouraging signs for Dawson this morning. 2.5 degrees of drift and 3.1 degrees of turn, far more than he's found at any other period of the match.
But he's also comparatively bowled slower than yesterday. Just saw the last over was 54.
And he's sort of 57, 58 at times.
Usually, yeah, he's thereabouts, late 50s. So he's come down to that middle 50s now.
Here's Stokes again. Right arm over the wicket. It's clipped away, nice. And that will bring 4, by the sounds of it. Yes. Liam Dawson diving in vain. 4 more to the total, 187 for 2, end of the over. Stokes looks in pain, shaking his head.
Yeah.
And what's the 124 now? Is the difference between the two sides?
Yeah, a little too straightish, little too leg side-ish, that delivery. Fair little bounce, and Liam Dawson was good 10 yards inside the boundary.
Wasn't he? What was he doing there?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe for the pull shot or something, yeah, Andy? A top edge shot ball, something. You never know with Ben Stokes around, he's got this knack. And it can be, as a batter, quite irritating. You know, the field changing every couple of deliveries, and you're thinking, okay, what is he thinking now? Where is the bowler trying to get me out?
Dawson is going to continue. Bowled 3 overs this morning, and apparently has more drift and turn. We shall see. He's in again. There's a forward short leg in place, and that's swept. And oh, now it's big appeal. They've gone up for this. It's been caught by the keeper. He's convinced there's a noise. Was it bat on ground? They've only got 1 review remaining, and now they're chatting.
So Jamie Smith is not confident
for
at
it.
all. Oh, they've gone.
They've gone for it. This feels like, well, not desperation, but he was absolutely convinced, was Dawson. Smith less so.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery, front on.
Does Rahul look at all guilty? Hard to tell. He's got a bit of a poker face on. Here we go.
Nice
having a
and
look.
slow.
Oh, now is there a bit of glove, or is it that?
Glove and the bat.
It's close to everything.
Outrage.
Zoltz is giving it out.
The England players are all walking off, so they obviously don't think it's out.
Right.
I think it's bad.
I think it's pad, but it's very close to the glove. It might touch the glove and the pad. You think the noise is the bat on the ground? Well, actually,
Waiting for the outrage.
no, here we go.
Nice and slow.
No, he's nowhere near it.
Move forward.
He's
move
absolutely
forward.
nowhere near it. When you look
Okay,
at
I
the
can
front
see
on,
ball clearly touch the pad. There is no spike as the ball past the bat. Flat line. You can stay with your original decision, not out.
you look at front on, and that was really close to the glove. But now all 3 referrals have gone. They burned two unfairly, well, 2 badly, and 1 was a little contentious. Dawson in again, forward in defence comes Rahul, defensively offside, there's no run.
So all 3 reviews gone now. England doesn't have a review anymore. But Ahsan, that was a really good call from the umpire.
Yeah.
There was a noise. The gloves, bat, pad, everything. Could have been anything. But really good call.
Dawson waits at the top of his mark. And he's in now, Rahul. Oh, he's tempted by one that turns but then doesn't play. 54 indeed. 54 miles an hour, just that little bit slower, a little bit more purchase. Drift, wind.
Yeah.
It's quite a strong wind helping
wind,
the
yeah.
drift into the right-hander.
From left to right and then turning away. Slip, forward, short leg. And Dawson is in. That's turned into the onside. They're going to get a single as it goes to square leg. 187 for 2.
And he's also bowling a very straightish line, at least to KL Rahul. He's bowling wicket to wicket. Now, for Shubman Gill, he's got a silly point. That might just change a little bit in terms of the line. Might want to go a little more towards the off stump.
Right. Dawson in with that silly point. And he defends a ball that's straight into the onside, picked up by Smith. There's no run.
Yeah, I just wonder if he can go a little wider, the pitching I'm talking about. Right now is middle leg. It is difficult when you're getting that kind of a drift into the right hand. It's very difficult to actually go outside off stump then.
Here's Dawson once again, finished the over. And it's defended again around that front pad up to a short mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over. How many from that? Just the 1. 188 for 2. A burned review. 10 overs to go until a new ball becomes available.
These 2 obviously have to be there. There's no 2 ways about it. But then, Ben Stokes back again. But I also see Chris Woakes warming up. So this could well be the last over of the spell from Ben Stokes. But yeah, he's such a dangerous bowler, irrespective of what the condition of the ball is or the pitch. He generally does find a way to get batters into trouble.
When he's stretching his arms and he's feeling his shoulders.
Oh, it's the same feel for KL Rahul as well this over, with 1 slip and a fielder mid-wicket.
Stokes is in now, he's running in. Right arm over the wicket into Rahul. And he's struck on the pad, ball that jags back. He's looked more dangerous. than England's seamers did after the new ball yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, right through this series, he's been the pick of the bowlers. There's no two ways about it.
How many overs has he bowled now, Andy?
In the series?
Yes. It's his most, isn't it, in a series, I think?
It is his most overs bowled, his most wickets taken. 16 so far.
And of course the idea was to manage his workload. The first 2 test matches they managed that. And then
managing can mean doing lots of something, can't it?
Well, it can, yes, I suppose it can, yes.
It's so true.
Here is Stokes once again from the Anderson end. Into Rahul, who's stuck on the pad. That's really close, and it's given. That's the breakthrough. Stokes has got him. Pinned by one that keeps low. Rahul isn't even going to refer it, I don't think. He's just walking off. He knows he's gone. And Stokes has done it again. He's doing this on 1.5 legs, a bust shoulder. And he's a miraculous cricketer. He's made the breakthrough, and Rahul's got to go for 90. He's just walking off. They've got 3 reviews, but I think he knows that one's kept low. It's jagged back, and India have lost their 3rd wicket. It's the end of a brilliant partnership. But now England have got real hope, and that is, yes, absolutely stone dead. On the back foot, on the knee roll, in front of middle stump. No point referring that. Stokes knew it was out. And Rod Tucker, well, Andy Zaltzman, was he completely still before he gave that out?
Don't know.
Andy Zaltzman has a theory that Rod Tucker shuffles when it's not out. This time, we'll have a look at the replay, but he had very little hesitation in giving it. And a very fine innings from Rahul comes to an end, and England have got that opening they needed before the new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And KL Rahul, he's been the rock. I mean, the solidity that he provides, well, he knew it as well. The moment it hit his pad, he was on his way towards the pavilion. I don't think he was actually waiting for the umpire to give a decision.
But he didn't even talk to Shubman Gill, did he? He had a little look, and it was like, no.
He just turned around and started walking.
Oh.
That came in a lot. Picked up something.
I picked up who the number 5 is, and it looks like Washington Sundar.
Yeah, Washington. That's actually a good idea, because Washington was underage cricket an opener. So with the new ball approaching, it's not a bad idea to get someone like Washington Sundar in, who's technically more adept and can play the new ball as well. So that's a good call. Washington ahead of, say, Jadeja. I think initially the thoughts were Jadeja. In fact, yesterday it was Jadeja who spatted up to come at number 5. But then I guess looking at the situation and how close the second new ball is, it's Washington. But again, going back to that wicket, it did keep low. He actually didn't miss the line. It went under the bat. Yeah, under his bat. So he had covered the line, but obviously the bounce kind of got him. But that's Ben Stokes, isn't it? He'll just make things happen. He'll target the stumps. We're just talking about the change in the field. Usually would have 2 slips for KL Rahul, but before that delivery he had got 1 slip and 1 mid-wicket and trying to go straight round the wicket now.
2 slips and a gully. He's in. The left-handed Washington, who plays away from his body, guides it into the offside in front of square, picks up 1. They'll come back for 2. He's off the mark straight away. Well, Andy will be delighted at this, because he's convinced that Washington Sundar should be number 3. That's the solution to India's problems.
Yeah, I won't completely disagree. But yeah, I mean, can he do that? He can. At number 3, but he's technically sound. Under 19, he was picked as an opener, India under 19. And then Rahul Dravid was the under 19 India coach. He saw him bowl in the nets. He said, you know what? And started encouraging him to bowl more often.
Stokes with his tail up is in again, beats the bat. Goes low again. There's a grimace from Stokes. There's real theatre out there now. I mean, I say he's got his tail up. He's bowling through pain. Terrific pain. Now then, he's punched the air there with the shoulder that's a little bit sore when he took that wicket. But it was a slightly restrained punch.
It was a hesitant one, isn't it?
It was.
Yeah, KL Rahul did look back once. I guess more towards Rod Tucker to see whether his finger was up or not.
Yeah. Here is Stokes once again. And Washington lets it go by. Through to the keeper. There is no run. 1 ball left in the over. The breakthrough finally coming. How long was that partnership then? 70 overs?
It was 1 ball short of 70 overs, which is the 5th longest partnership India have ever had in England.
Ooh.
And their longest since 1996.
It's amazing. So what was that partnership?
That was Ganguly and Tendulkar at Trent Bridge, 83.3 overs. There was a couple, one in 1952, Vijay Manjrekar, father of Sanjay, and Vijay Hazare.
Here's Stokes in again to complete the over. Washington comes forward in defence, immaculate defence, into the onside. No run. End of the over, a successful one. The crowd are up for it. I was going to say Stokes is up for it. He is, but it's such a thing. Watching him, he's got his arm almost limply by his side, his right arm that is, and he's clutching his head with his hand. He is obviously in terrific discomfort. So we just see the replay of the wicket ball. It's unplayable, really. It shoots, it skids, and it pinned him on the back foot.
The other longer partnerships, Chetan Chauhan and Sunil Gavaskar at the
1979?
Yeah,
I sat through all of that.
India almost chased down 438, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Finished 9 runs short, 8 wickets.
They put on 220 something?
213 in 94.3 overs, and Vengsarkar and Viswanath, the same series, 97 overs to put on 210 at Lords. KL Rahul finished 90 from 230 balls with 8 fours in that partnership. In 69.5 overs was 188.
Michael Vaughan has joined us.
Morning.
Right, here's Dawson into Shubman Gill, who goes back into his crease and pushes past Archer, who doesn't dive, and it goes along the ground down to deep point for a single.
Yeah, morning, Dan, Andy, everyone. I think that was Jofra Archer's been spoken to by the players, but I think that was a bit of a tactical manoeuvre to get the left-hander down to Liam Dawson. Plenty of rough outside the left-handers off stump. There's not a great deal there for the left-arm spinner to the right-hander, kind of landing on the posh bit, as I call it. It's pretty flat, whereas for the left-hander, he's got, I think Phil calls them omelettes.
Omelettes, he does.
They're big omelettes to fire into wide of the off stump, so it should give him more of a chance.
Forward short leg and a leg slip.
Ben Stokes is just incredible, isn't he? I just keep watching him thinking he just makes things happen. He does things with the ball that no one else does.
It's amazing, isn't it? Especially in the pain he's in as well. Dawson's going to come in, left arm over the wicket to Washington. And he goes back into his crease, clips into the onside, finds mid-wicket, who is Stokes inevitably.
And he has to field it with his left hand, because his right arm is obviously a problem to him at the minute.
Can he bowl another over?
Sure he will.
Here's Dawson once again. Tossed up, and off the edge it goes to backward point, no run. Just a bit too full that time from Dawson. Searching for the footmarks. He waits, top of his short mark. Comes in now. And Washington defends on the front foot, no run. He does look solid, Washington. How many balls did he face in the first? Was it first innings? He batted quite a while.
He's had a few quite long innings in this series.
Yes, England have struggled to get rid of him, except of course on the day that he said India were going to win.
Yes, that was
on that day.
Strange comment, wasn't it?
Well, it was confident, I suppose. Dawson in, and he defends again, front foot. That's a better ball, nearer those omelettes.
I think he's just got to get it a bit wider. Just needs one to spit. It's just a little bit too straight so far. Usually you say, from over the wicket, you're aiming at the wicket keeper's it'd be his left leg. I think he's going to go wide of that. His left leg's quite wide. It's not a bad line if he can get it to Jamie Smith's left leg.
Last ball of the over, tossed up and driven back to him along the ground. That is the end of the over. 191 for 3, 8 overs to go until a new ball becomes available. Washington Sundar has 2, Gill has 90. more from you. Oh, well, actually, Andy Zaltzman's got something to tell us. Then it's going to be Allison.
Just quickly on Sundar's batting this series, 103 balls for 42 in the first innings at Edgbaston, 76 balls for 23 in the first innings at Lords, and 90 balls for 27 in the first innings here. But we've got that 4-ball duck in the second innings at Lords.
Good morning to you, Zaltz. Morning, Michael. Haven't seen you yet today.
Good morning, Ali.
Well, it took Ben Stokes all of 20 balls to make an impact, albeit clutching right hamstring and poking his right shoulder. Even now, as he's at the end of his mark, he still is tending to reach around his back with that right arm. In the meantime, Shubman Gill is on 90. One slip, a gap to gully. Stokes in again here. Oh, and Gill's in all sorts of trouble. He's almost overbalanced onto his stumps. He's been struck on the glove, a nasty blow. And immediately the glove has come off. He's trying to shake out the right hand. Well, he wore one yesterday as well, didn't he? And Stokes has come forward in his follow-through. He's looking forward towards Shubman Gill. I think that's sort of a degree of concern, checking he's all right. And Joe Root now wandering away. Ben Stokes is still close by him there. It's jagged up nastily, and it's gone from glove into the side of his helmet, and then ricocheted off his forearm, and that's what had him sort of tumbling away. That is a seriously nasty delivery.
Oh, this is a brute. I mean, the one that did for KL Rahul was, kind of the one you don't want because it kept low. This one, it flies off a length, and I guess he's in an awful lot of pain. But it hasn't got him out, which is crucial for India. I mean, Ben Stokes is making this ball talk. You said 20 balls, Ali, to get the wicket, but I thought inside the first 3 balls that he bowled, just things happened. The ball nipped back to Shubman Gill that kept low. We didn't see any of that from the other England seamers yesterday.
Well, I think it's the fact that it then struck him on the helmet is why there was, the concern from the England players. It's really smashed almost slightly between the grill and the visor, right on the side of the head. That's what caused him to sort of overbalance, almost topple over into the stumps, and he managed to walk away, move away, tumble away almost.
Yeah, that last ball took a piece out of the pitch. There was a big dust when the ball landed on the surface. The more you watch England and the more you watch Ben Stokes, and you're thinking about it, without him. Think back to Edgbaston.
Completely different attack, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Edgbaston, where England lost, he didn't bowl a great deal. And straight away on day 5, it's just a different attack when Ben Stokes is bowling.
Well, it was the delivery from Archie yesterday that caught him on his right index finger, but this was a different kind of blow again. And the helmet is off and the support staff are out there. Whether he will need to do a little concussion test here with the ricochet onto the helmet, and they'll be making sure he's okay to continue. Still got the glove off at the moment. Both batting gloves are off. But the impact from Stokes has been remarkable. Is how much longer can he continue? And is Shubman Gill going to continue? Is the first port of call here. I mean, he will not want to be stepping away from the crease if he can help it. Jadeja's padded up.
Yeah, it looks like he's all right. They're just checking his helmet, make sure that the helmet's not been damaged. That looks okay. But he's, when you break a finger, you notice Shubman straight away was shaking his hand.
You wouldn't do that.
If you've got a break, it's near on impossible to be able to do that. So that's quite a good sign that I don't think there's a break there. It's just pain. And now he's seen one that's gone low to KL Rahul. He's now seen one that's flown and hit him on the hand and on the helmet. Oh, it's not easy as a batter mentally to then face up, but he's strong.
Oh, he's played some immense innings for India during this series. 10 runs away from what would be a 4th 100 after the century in the first innings at Leeds, that one in a losing cause, but then twin hundreds for the victory at Edgbaston, and now he's looking for 100 in a bid to save a game with India in a potentially perilous situation if he isn't able to continue. KL Rahul was dismissed for 90 himself, LBW to Stokes. That one Michael's referring to, it kept low. It was Stokes' 4th over. He's opened the bowling today. Opened it alongside Liam Dawson. That was the big question at the start, wasn't it? We were all watching him in warm-ups. Well, is he going to bowl, and if so, how much? And England sort of do want this pitch to start playing some tricks in order to help them get these wickets. Well, this is good news for India, because the physio's leaving the field and Shubman Gill has his batting gloves back on. He's squeezing the right glove over the hand.
Yeah, I reckon on this occasion the helmet's actually saved Shubman Gill, because that ball was flying through to the keeper, because it just brushed the glove.
Yeah.
And it hit the helmet. It would have been caught behind, so the helmet's saved Shubman on two fronts, actually, from a nasty injury and potentially getting out.
Well, you can watch all these incidences on the clips on the BBC Sport website and app, including the wicket of KL Rahul and Stokes' celebration. It was a no-look appeal from Stokes. He just kept running through with his arms raised. And then you saw Rod Tucker raise the finger behind him. Today at the Test at 7 p.m. as well for all the highlights. Stokes continuing here, running in now to Gill, who's forward and he's defending, but then brings the bottom hand off the bat and shakes it out again immediately. It was a solid enough defence, full face of the bat. The Euros final, Michael. The Lionesses kick off at 5, so perhaps 7 p.m. for today at the Test highlights might actually time perfectly. Off the back of that, depending on extra time and penalties, but of course it's on the iPlayer for everybody to catch up on at your leisure. And a lot of people were catching up on fourth day's play this morning for the lead into day 5. It's always available there to watch from 7. Right, Gill on 90, facing up again to Stokes, who races in outside the off stump. Shouldering of arms left alone by Shubman Gill, able to leave one. Stokes, as he walks back again, that right hand just reaches around his right hamstring, buttock, lower back area, and now the left hand reaches up to the right shoulder. It's not comfortable, but we could be seeing one of Stokes' Herculean efforts in the face of discomfort. Captain to captain, both in discomfort at the moment. Gill, stock still, waits as Stokes approaches the crease, now bowls full and he's again forward defending. Back up the pitch, Stokes picks up with his left hand only, so that his right is free to again reach round to his lower back hamstring area.
Then he's a superhuman, but you're kind of looking at the pain he's in at. I think I know him well enough to suggest that he'll play on Thursday, even if it's just as a batter. Well, and then if he does, on August the 4th, I want him put in a fridge.
Well, he spent 4 days in bed.
3 months.
4 days in bed after the last test, when there was a big gap.
Let's put him in a fridge.
Maybe rolled in cotton wool first.
Yeah.
Sets off. Overcast skies. England in the hunt for wickets in pursuit of a victory, and that one's kept a little lower. Shubman Gill rather groping forward. Picked up by Joe Roots. Comes forward at mid-wicket. Stokes grimace in his follow-through. India 191 for 3. Still 120 away from England possibly having to bat again. Gill on 90, hanging in there.
Yeah, you look at his body throughout this Test series. He's had the problem at Lords, and then he came back the next day. He was fine. Looked like a calf problem when he batted. Looked like a hamstring problem yesterday. Now it's a shoulder problem.
It's moving all around the body.
Yeah, it's just it's incredible that he's getting through this.
Let's hope whatever treatment he needs, he can comfortably have ahead of a big Ashes series as well, but he's got to get through this first and help England to the win outside the off stump. Gill reaching forward, takes that defensive pose, but he's played that inside the line and let it go through to Smith. So warm applause here for Ben Stokes and the effort that he is putting in. India 191 for 3 in their second innings and 120 behind. And Chris Wokes is warming up. Looks like we're going to have another over from Liam Dawson first. Yeah, Dawson is coming forward, drying his hands.
Well, I think interesting actually, with only 7 overs to go to that second new ball, I thought they might leave Chris Wokes for that.
Oh, maybe he is just keeping himself warm for 7 overs time.
I thought Bryden Carse might be the kind of bowler to replace Ben Stokes, to kind of run wide of the crease and try and angle into those cracks. Similar pace to Ben Stokes.
Conversation here between Dawson and Duckett and Stokes, cooking up a plan. Wokes is going to field down here mid-off, mid-on. Lovely message has come in, Michael, from former British tennis #1 Sam Smith. Do you know Sam? Do you see her in Australia at all? She's always down under commentating during the Australian season, and of course commentates on Wimbledon for the BBC. Big TMS fan. She says it is the perfect way to decompress doing a long commentary stretch between Roland Garros and Wimbledon as the Barmy Army strike up, and England fans giving encouragement here to Dawson with 4 catches around the bat, slip, leg slip, silly point and short leg. Dawson, left arm spin over the wicket and flick of the wrist from Sundar. He's found the gap nicely, well in front of square, down towards long on. Wokes is in pursuit. Sundar quickly back for the second. India 193 for 3. Sam says TMS was my gateway into cricket. She says, I'd rather listen to you all on the radio than watch on television, and she's mulling over taking up the game at a local club, pointing out that in the 1980s, girls' cricket wasn't an option at school, even though the cricket master at her school, Bancroft's, was John Lever. Now, leg slip has moved out to backward point here. Dawson, left arm over, has got this rough outside the off stump for the left-hander, forward. And defence squeezed out to silly point and no run. She's actually sent a photograph of a tea towel with all the fielding positions on, which is how she says she learnt the fielding positions of the game.
So I think I've had that before at my house, that tea towel. It's not the same one.
Well. Forward, switch the wrist, there's a puff of dust inside edge. And work it up towards Stokes, who's there at mid-wicket. Not timed.
Well, it's important for India that they do think about runs as well as obviously survival. They're only 118 behind. Obviously, if they can get in front, and you get 2 overs obviously in the change between innings.
Dawson in here. Sundar presses forward. The pad getting on outside the line, pushing forward.
That was better. That was a better line from Liam Dawson. Just a bit wider.
Light breeze blowing across the ground. No rain. Always worried about rain on the 5th day, but so far it's dry. Doesn't feel like there's any rain in the air even. Slip. Silly point, short leg. Stoke a little bit at mid-wicket as Dawson is in over the wicket with his left arm spin going back. Plays it carefully past silly points out towards Duckett. He's there at backward point. About the fielding positions here. Silly points on this tea towel, Michael, is pulling a silly face. Just to illustrate. Deep third. He's dug a ditch in the ground and has sunk right into it. Dawson stands stock still for a couple of paces in now. Left arm, over he goes. Sundar goes back, kicks it away. Behind point. Ends the over. And India remain 193 for 3. So still bowling with that control.
It's still Ben Stokes as well.
He's carrying on.
I think Chris Wokes is probably just getting his body going. He'll be... it wouldn't surprise me at all if Ben Stokes bowls 3 more until that second new ball.
Just picking up on something you mentioned on air yesterday, Michael. Ben Stokes with the old balls. We're looking at overs 41 to 80 during the course of this series. That was his 6th wicket in that phase of the innings for 174 runs. He's bowled just under 60 overs from overs 41 to 80 across the 4 tests. England's other seamers in that same period of the innings, 2 for 410 and 109 overs. It shows how influential he's been in getting wickets when no one else is able to.
Yeah, I mean, you can't keep relying on just one person.
No, that's the worry, isn't it? That when he's not there.
Well, if he's not there, I don't think they've got a chance in Australia if he's not there.
They need him. One slip here. Shubman Gill on 90. Stokes in again. Gill pushing forward. Or a horrible blow to the right hand in the last Ben Stokes over. Ricocheted off the glove and into the side of his helmet. He's wandering away towards square leg, looking calm and stoical at the moment. Yesterday it was the right index finger that was jammed by a Jofra Archer delivery. India still 118 away from England having to come and knock off any runs today. England in pursuit of 7 more Indian wickets. As we believe it's 7, told that Rishabh Pant will bat today. Stokes moves in here. Gill awaits, angles the bat away to deflect the ball behind. Square on the offside, Duckett there at backward point and fields.
Just wonder if it's worth having a short leg as well. Just we've seen that ball bounce to Shubman Gill just to get him thinking. Shubman Gill, then he's kind of prodding forward with that nice forward defence that he had. One ball would nip back, might get an inside edge.
Got one fielder out at deep backward point. There's protection at deep square. And fine leg, Stokes into the Indian captain. Defence, ball coming back into him a touch. Stokes, this is habit at the moment, reaching around again to touch his right hamstring in his follow-through. A question here, talking about fielding positions, Michael, that has come in on X, the name it's come from. The question is, why do we talk about silly point on the offside, but when a fielder is on the leg side, it's short leg? Why not silly leg? Why is one side silly and the other side short?
Not sure.
Not sure either.
Oh, very good point.
But short leg makes sense because it's on the leg side, standing only a short way from the batter. Stokes in here to Gill, covering up from the crease. And Pope is there, fields it, cover. Picks up, will give the ball back to Ben Stokes. 1 wicket of KL Rahul to fall so far this morning. LBW to Stokes, very kept low.
The whole word silly is rather odd, isn't it?
Well, no, that's
kind of frivolous.
Although, isn't it very stupid to stand that close to the batter? You almost within striking distance of the bat.
Foolhardy mid-off, I think, would be better.
Very, very much so. Crazy point. Stokes turns at the end of his mark. Victorian Pavilion behind him, the bright pillar box red of the Point Hospitality building there looming. This one is a little bit back of a length, turned to mid-wicket by Gill.
Well, the good thing for India is that the captain looks to be fine. Looks like he's kind of overcome that blow to the hand. First couple of balls after, he's kind of shaking his hand, but he's not done it in the last few deliveries.
Still no view of Rishabh Pant at the ground.
No, he's here.
Oh, you have seen him?
Yes, he came in on crutches. Not like he had a big boot on. It was like a pop boot.
But will bat if required. Stokes, slight angle to his run here. Gill covering up again. Defence back up the pitch and into the hands of Stokes. So Stokes got that 1 wicket, but Gill staying firm, staying strong. That stays on 90. It's a maiden with India 193 for 3, and England inch closer to having a new ball to bowl with. Another 5 overs time before that's due.
Ben Stokes' all-round performance this series, he's passed 300 runs, now has 17 wickets. He's since Freddie Flintoff in 2005, only one other player has achieved the double of 300 runs and 15 or more wickets. That was Ashwin for India against England in the 2016-17 series in India, 28 wickets and 306 runs. For England, Stokes is the 10th to achieve that all-round, was the 10th instance of achieving that all-round double. Flintoff in 2005, both them 3 times, including the 1981 Ashes, Tony Greig twice. Bill Edrich, post-war, the player who spanned the Second World War, better known for his batting, but was a good seam bowler as well. Wally Hammond and Billy Barnes in 1884.
Well, can Stokes keep it up? Dawson, new over with 3 around the bat, turned past Pope, who's under the helmet.
Well, Liam Dawson, in between the overs, just walked down to have a look at the rough marks. So far, he's only hit them once. It's quite clear and obvious that he has to get it wider.
Sundar taps his bat against the ground. Dawson skips up to the crease. Salah comes forward and defends. Again, it's a little too tight on off stump. He's able to get forward and defend. Not landing it in that rough spot. Sundar, a left-hander, if he is still there when the new ball's taken, that's something that you could say is perhaps in England's favour with the way Jofra Archer's been bowling to left-handers.
Yeah.
But Deep making a very good point that Sundar used to be an opener in his younger days. That's slightly wider outside the off stump, but stretching forward, getting back to it to defend. Runs behind square into the ground, picked up by slip. Dawson with his whites rippling in the breeze. Takes that customary pause, standing completely square on, facing forward. He stands stock still with his ball at his chest and elbows out either side. Now walks forward into his bowling action. Defence off the outer edge of the bat into the ground and into the hands of Brook there at slip. Maybe getting closer. Now here's Shubman Gill walking down the pitch to have a little chat with Sundar. Impart a little bit of advice and encouragement. A touch of the gloves between the two of them. That one went on. So
I like the way he always bats with his woolly long sleeve sweater on, Washington
Sundar. You don't often see the long sleeve, do you, when batting? Often if it's a cable knit, it'd be the sleeveless. Dawson in again, forward on, dropping short of Pope, who is there at short leg. That's what he's looking for, and the ball to turn back in.
Well, this has been his most threatening over so far in this Test match. That's just clip the edge of the rough.
Can he find rough onto inside edge into the hands of Pope? That's what they're hoping for. Dawson in again, defence once more, aiming for that patch. Sundar almost pointing his bat to it as that over closed. So India, another maiden, 193 for 3, still 118 behind. Washington stays on 4. Shubman Gill on 90, as drinks are going to be brought out onto the field here, and out come the ground staff as well for any running repairs. And Shubman Gill is jogging off the field as well at this point, leaving his bat and gloves and helmet behind. An email here from Ben Wilson, who says, for many years, the main thing my father and I could share was a passion for cricket. As with many fathers and sons, our relationship was best described as challenging, he says. England versus India ODI at Headingley 1990 as a 12-year-old was my first international with him, and Robin Smith century, I recall. Hours spent listening to TMS, Arlott, Johners and now Aggers & Co have been the soundtrack of my life and would silence us both as we concentrated on every delivery. As he got older, every year I'd try and bring him to a day or two at either Edgbaston or Old Trafford, being handily based for both in Shropshire. Then, when my son Harry was 5, I brought him to day 5 of England v Pakistan. His first over of live Test cricket was Moeen Ali hitting it to all parts to set up a declaration. And for the last 5 years, it's been the three of us coming to a day or two every year. Sadly, Ben says, my father passed into the great pavilion that awaits us all almost a year ago to the day today. My son and I are in the family stand today. He's now 14, carrying on our tradition and taking advantage of the availability and great Day 5 setup. That's great to hear, Ben. Ben says, listening to the team's commentary with our earpieces is the perfect accompaniment as we enjoy this, our first Test match without my dad coming along, and we think about just how much he would have loved this. I'm sure he would have loved it, Ben, and hopefully he's watching on down and willing Ben Stokes on, as so many others are in the stands today. Thank you for that email, and I hope you do have a great day. And those Day 5 tickets as well, it's such a great opportunity, Alistair Cook, isn't it, to come along and experience a day of Test cricket when you might not otherwise think of it or have the opportunity, and certainly ticket prices are much more affordable as well. With drinks on the field, I'll leave you, and Prakash Vakankar is coming in.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Absolutely, some of the great days of Test cricket have been the Day 5s, some of the great dramas and the stories of a 5-day Test match. Cardiff 2009 rings a bell. Lords 2015. I'm trying to think. A couple in South Africa when Graham Onions was our batting hero too. And that's why Test cricket can throw out so many great stories. Prakash.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sir Alistair. Adding to that, I'm sure Andy will pull that out at some point. Napier, I remember. Gautam Gambhir and VVS Lakshman saving a game there. But that's what it is, isn't it? This whole series has been like this. Another 5th day looms. And so far, if we go by the sort of script that Tuffers mentioned in the morning, 1 wicket with the old ball, and then the new ball comes in. So far, it's going to script. And maybe Tuffers is seeing something that in his little crystal ball. But it's been terrific. And had that catch been taken by Ollie Pope off the bowling of who else but Ben Stokes, who knows what the situation might be. England still in a very strong position. And it's remarkable, isn't it, that bowling through all that pain, it's Stokes who's getting ball to do everything, in spite of, I'm sure, the best efforts from everyone else. He's just Superman.
It'll be really interesting to see when the other bowlers do bowl today, whether this pitch has just that crack which he hit, that ball which kept low to Gill, and the one which hit him in front of his face was pretty much pitched exactly the same area. So whether it has just opened up a couple of those cracks a little bit.
I think it's just Stokes.
Well, we will find out. We will
yes,
find
we will,
out.
certainly, won't we? Well, his 7th over on the trot. And he's ready. Rings are off the field. Gill is settled. Slip and a gully now. And Stokes runs in. Angular run-up, bowls, and Gill defends. Must be really hard as a batter, isn't it, Alistair, not knowing if a ball pitches in a certain area, whether it's going to rear up or shoot through.
You hear the skill of being able to forget what's happened previously.
Yeah.
And that's normally to do when you play a bad shot or you play a good shot. That's when most coaches or most people, when you're talking about it, but actually on the odd occasion it can be like this situation where it's the physical threat. Trying to put that out of your mind, because a little patch which is either rolling to hit your toe or rearing to hit in front of your grill.
Stokes in again there, we are talking about it. That one reared up. Gill does well in the end. And Stokes stands with his hands on his hips and checks if Gill's still feeling all right. I'm sure something to that effect, but another, gets his bottom hand off, does Shubman Gill. Ball balloons. But with this kind of a lead, would you think that you would have a close catcher somewhere in that area? Or not really?
I mean, you start thinking of it if a few go there, but that one didn't quite rear as much, and it hit the corner of the bat. Kind of, I'd say, tummy high, maybe a bit higher, rather than what's reared even more. You could possibly get a silly point in.
It's driven and well fielded. They're taking a run. Stokes has the ball in his hand. He doesn't have it in his hand. The moment he picked that one or went to pick it up, Sundar was running for his life at the striker's end, but they do get through that single. Tight one there, 194 for 3.
That looked a little bit like Gill, who has been stuck down Stokes' end for quite a while. Just anything to get a bit of a breather. Out Stokes' end now. Stokes has managed to pick that up cleanly. Might have a chance, because it definitely took Sundar by surprise.
Well, he's on strike in the firing line now. Stokes going to go round the wicket. He's strengthened the cordon as you'd expect. 2 slips and a gully now, catching sort of backward point. Slightly short and wide mid-off. That's the offside field, and a short leg. Stokes is in to Sundar, and Sundar lets this go outside the off stump. Well, this is where those early years... Sorry, Andy.
Well, just to highlight why Gill might have been keen to get off strike, that was the single came from the 39th ball of Ben Stokes' spell, and Gill's faced 32 of them, including, the previous 14 in a row, the first of which was of that sequence is the one that hit him on the glove. So you can understand he was quite keen to get a single.
Completely understandable. Well, this is where Sundar's got to bring his early years to bear as best as he can. In comes Stokes, wide of the crease, balls. Srivan rises, he rides the bounce, plays it down into the ground in front of Pope. Forward short leg. The crowd quite rightly getting behind the captain.
Well, I think Finchy, the trumpeters, just started playing a tune. The crowd going.
Oh, there we go. 6 wickets at 32 for Ben Stokes. The next best, Shoaib Bashir, 5 at 75, and Vokes 3 at 60, and Dawson 1 at 65, between overs 31 and 80. So what happens after the ball's sort of gone a little bit soft, if that's the right way to describe it? He comes in, bowls, does Stokes, and Sundar is forward in defence, and once again that right hand just reaches back to that lower back area that obviously he's been troubled by. Absolute superhuman effort. But that's what playing for the nation means.
It's almost as if holding it as he does behind his back might be a little stretch or something for it. It must feel comfortable doing it. And must relieve a little bit of the pain. It must be shoulder. It must be something to do with his shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah, he's reaching for his right shoulder as well, and then it's just around where the shoulder bone area. Dawson's going to continue. That last over that he bowled certainly got a little bit more purchase. Shot of the Indian dressing room balcony. Jadeja looks ready if and when required to come into bat. And Dawson starts a fresh over. Slip and a silly point and a catching short extra cover on the onside. Could have been a run. There should have been a run. For some reason, Gill decides he's going to stay there.
Well, I mean, that is a big play early on, this, isn't it? It is. There's 75 overs left and already India. Maybe they're just starting to say.
Dawson bowls and Gill defends on the offside out towards the short extra fielder Duckett. Very strange.
Well, to be a tactic. I think Gill's thinking, well, hang on a minute. Let me have a bit of Dawson and you can take Stokes where maybe from around the wicket there isn't that patch. Yeah, but that's a long way out. That's to start thinking tactically like that.
Dawson in, bowls to Gill. Gill lets this one go outside the off stump. Taken by the keeper.
Don't want to get out now, though, to the end. You shouldn't get out to, should you? If he makes a mistake to Dawson.
Yeah. Well, I think when you try and do something slightly different, other than take the runs that are on offer at all times. Here's Dawson in. Bowls to Gill. Gill defends again. Back to the bowler. Holds that forward defence pose for a bit.
Starts playing on your mind if it doesn't. Oh, I shouldn't be down this end. Silly point now has just gone to a short leg.
Ollie Pope under the helmet there. Brookett slip. Duckett at a catching shot extra. This one's short and wide. It's cut, but it'll only get him one run down towards Cars on the sweeper point region. 194 for 3. The deficit 116. Washington is 4. Gill is 92. Wicket to fall. KL Rahul trapped in front by Ben Stokes for a heroic 90, I would say. Really batted well.
Brilliantly. And he couldn't do anything about the ball he got.
No.
So there's not many times as a batsman you sit down and go, well, take your gloves off and you can't really, you can moan about it, but you can't really fault yourself.
Dawson bowls and Washington's launched this one. There was a little while there that Vokes was interested, but the ball just plugs, doesn't run to the boundary, and the effort just gets them one run. And that's what England would be happy. Dawson would be happy with that, to see Washington looking to play a big shot. Just watching that again. Yeah, didn't get all of it.
I think he was aiming for a bit square at mid-wicket boundary. I'm interested to see what Gill's reaction was. I'm not sure he was particularly impressed with the shot. When he got down to the non-striker's end, I think Sundar thought when he hit it, he was out. He was in trouble because he didn't move. He knew he wouldn't have hit it cleanly to go for 4 or 6.
Yeah, and Vokes sprinting back seemed for a bit there that he might have been interested. Just carrying far enough. Over number 8 for the England captain. He's continuing the 78th, so 2 more overs including this one for the new ball. 2 slips and a gully for Washington. Sundar facing Stokes. Stokes bowls and Washington drops his wrist, lets the ball go through into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Talk about Stokes and how he gets more out of the wicket. That's only 80 miles an hour on the speed arms, but actually live, that's carried through to Jamie Smith and gone through felt quite quickly. Seems that ability, well, I don't know what it is, to get more out of the wicket, whether the science behind his angle or of release. I know Chris Wokes is more of a kiss the surface bowler, where Stokes
is kiddier, I guess, but he also gets the ball to rise, doesn't he? Here he is into Sundar. Oh, this one was really short. A bit of a grimace as well in the face of the England captain. 196 for 3, it stays. Effort ball, that.
Yeah, that was back to 85 miles an hour. But I'm surprised it wasn't wided.
Washington on his haunches, trying to bring to bear all his powers of concentration and self-belief. Those are the 2 qualities that India will need in buckets if they are to make a fight of this game. Here's Stokes running into us from the Sir James Anderson end, bowls and defended by Washington. Sundar out towards Jofra Archer. 174 is where India began, isn't it, this morning?
Yes.
And so they've added 22 runs in About 14 overs?
15 and a half.
15 overs. That just tells you the mindset.
And that's fine, because they're all in it. There's, yes, someone said, if they score, then they knock a bit of time out of their batting, but the reality is they've got to bat pretty much all day, haven't they?
Stokes in bowls to Washington, lets it go outside the off stump. Another day he might have tried something a little bit fancier. That's the right thing.
Yeah, and sometimes setting, how often do you, in these situations, do you get to, you're as a side, and then you just play normally to start with, and then you get towards, halfway through the day when you've lost, say, 5-6 wickets, then you start really concentrating on blocking it, and then the guys are out, you think, oh, why don't we start that a bit early? Because you get quite close, you get a lot closer than you actually think. But it feels like the game, isn't it? It's just waiting. The next step is the new ball, isn't it?
Yeah, and
in 8 balls time.
That's the next stage. Ball nicely turned away by Washington. There'll be runs here, a couple, I think, as Prince Crawley, who's running around, gets the ball and throws it into the gloves of Jamie Smith on the bounce. 198 for 3.
Just on Washington, Sundar averages close to 40. Not only in his 12th test, had a few not outs, but his dismissal rate, 1 every 88 balls has got him out, and that's the highest figure of any player in this Indian squad. So he has proved obdurate in his relatively brief test career so far.
Well, that's an interesting stat, isn't it? Highest number of balls per dismissal in a relatively short test career for Washington. Sundar?
Is that high? What is like the highest? Do you know what I mean? What?
Stokes runs into bowl past umpire Tucker, and once again short and left alone by Washington. And that's the end of the 79th over, last over before the new ball to come up.
Yeah, because 80 balls, that seems quite a lot, doesn't it? I wouldn't know how many balls is the average.
What do you think yours was?
I couldn't tell you. I'm going to hope it's slightly... Well, I suppose if you worked out my strike rate and average, so if I averaged 45 and striked at 50, then you'd say it'd be 90 balls, wouldn't you? That's what I would say.
Waiting for confirmation.
I also want to know who has the highest.
Well, Andy's hard at work as Dawson gets ready.
Your dismissal rate, once every 96.6 deliveries, so once every 16 overs. Average 45. It's quite an interesting stat in certain situations, I think.
Dawson ready. And so is Gill. Slip and silly point in place. Dawson bowls. Gill comes forward, pushes it out on the onside. Who might have the highest in that?
Well, that ball-by-ball data is not complete for the whole of Test history. It's looking at the CricViz database out of all time in Tests. Come to after this ball.
Dawson. Square. Walks. Turns. Wheels. Bowls. Pushed away on the onside again.
The highest is a South African called Bruce Mitchell, who was another very obdurate opening bat for South Africa from 1929 to 1949. Dismissed once every 166 balls in the innings that we have the ball-by-ball data for his career.
And the first person I'd recognise?
Dawson bowls, tosses this one up on the full, defended by Gill.
Not been studying mid-20th century South African opening batters. Herbert Sutcliffe is second, Yorkshire and England legend. Then Don Bradman, who was out every 157 balls, but also averaged 99. Good strike rate as well as he was just very good at batting. I'll get sort of players in the last sort of 10 years.
Stokes moves up from long on to an orthodox mid-on position, and Dawson waits. Gill is now ready, and Dawson passes Raza. The umpire bowls slightly back of a length, defended, going in with the arm, back to the bowler by Shubman Gill.
Do you think, would you give Stokes one more with the new ball? And just, he was getting so much out with the 75th over ball that you think with a brand new one he would get a load out of it as well while he's bowling.
He's got to make the call, isn't it? And he's got just one ball after this one to decide. Pushed back to the bowler. Stokes giving lots of encouragement to Liam Dawson, who's done the job for his captain in this game, in this innings so far, one has to say.
He'd just like a wicket, wouldn't he? Get a couple of wickets and that'll suddenly change his figures. 2 for 50.
Well, it'll change more than just his figures.
But it will for him.
The effort that he's put in is what? In his 31st over, none for 48 so far. Just the perfect job of keeping it quiet. He brings in the field to try and keep Gill on strike at that end and bowl the new ball to Washington, and he's achieved that goal as it's pushed back for the bowler to field. So 198 for 3. 80 overs have now been bowled. The fourth official ready with the new ball. We can see him on our screen waiting for a signal, I guess, which he now gets. And to go along with the new ball, there shall be a change in commentary to keep Sir Alistair company. It's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, it's as if the producer knew that the new ball would be bowling here, and our only one with any new ball bowling experience, we're dragging the bar a little bit out, is Aggie. You're going to have to talk us through the new ball.
Well, yes, it's an exciting moment. I mean, this is important, isn't it? What an effort from Stokes, first of all. He's still there. He thought he might have gone off and had a bit of work done on his shoulder and everything else, but he's fielding at mid-off.
I might have bowled one more there. If he wasn't doing any more damage with the new ball, just to see.
Yeah.
He's getting so much out of the old ball. I think I would have given myself one more.
He's still clutching that shoulder. And they might need him to come back, but whether it stiffens up, well, who knows? But he's a bit like Horatio Nelson out there. He's waving with one arm and the other one's sort of tucked away. So Wokes it is, and he's going to try and hit the same areas that Stokes did. That one over, and the one that hit poor old Shubman on the grill. Two balls later,
he went on a shin.
Hit him on the ankle. It was an incredible difference. 3 slips a gully. The new ball. Wokes bowls the first ball with it, and Washington Sundar allows that to go through. And we can eavesdrop a bit, can't we, when we're doing television highlights next door? We can listen to the pitch microphones quite clearly. They've been ribbing dear old Washington, haven't they? Particularly about the rough and Dawson bowling his spin, but he's played pretty well so far.
And what shot they recommend he should play?
I know, they're just
like the big hack
getting into his ear a bit, but he's shrugged it off. Heard it all before. Short leg there as well as Wokes moves in now and bowls to Sundar too wide. Let that go. Just with a nice pace though. So Shubman, Gill, so much depends on him. He's such a beautiful player. Could literally.
His bat sounds different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
His bat in the stump mics just sounds like every time it hits it, it's a different noise.
His defensive shot is just so simple, isn't it? And so straightforward and so solid. The bat doesn't push through at all. It's just bang. It's like a barn door. 198 for 3. Sundar's on 7 and Wokes bowls. Jumps a better ball and he finds the edge. Doesn't carry the slip. Crowd were up there. Just bounced in front of third slip.
Yeah, better line. The first two, as he's just getting into his spell, we're in the channel and wider, and you just know with the new ball on a pitch which could keep low, you just got to bowl straight, haven't you?
Yeah.
Got to bowl, hit the pitch, make him play everything off the stumps, and you just never know what will happen. I don't think bowling channel is where England need to be.
Wokes on his way again, bowls under covers up. Plays that quite elegantly down the ground to Archer, who presumably will bowl from this end.
If India are a bit of a case of Gill didn't take a very easy single, did he? When he should Gill face Archer and Sundar face Wokes?
That'll be if they are looking to farm strike, I suppose so. I mean, they want Archer to come roaring in at Washington Sundar.
I mean, it's not fun for Gill, but
no. Wokes moves in, bowls, and Sundar allows that by outside the off stump. He's going round the wicket at him, so he is trying to bowl straight. He's got a mid-on, short leg, and then a fine leg down to our right here. That's a sort of protection. But you can set fields, can't you, to really encourage straight bowling.
Yeah. I mean, the runs aren't really much of an issue, are they? You wouldn't have thought today.
No.
With how little they've scored.
Works round the wicket again, moves in, bowls. That's just about the right spot, that perfect line length. Nicely played by Washington Sundar though, no problem with that. And that's the end of the first over with that new ball. And it looks as if Archer is going to come wandering up there, is he? Or is it, let's have a look. Yes, he is, taking his cap off, sunglasses, and he's got to peel off his sweater. And let's see if he means business. 198 for 3, 113 behind, so they really haven't scored. I don't think they've scored today. It's been a bit of a call, hasn't it?
25?
25 in 18 overs.
Yeah. So they really haven't made much of an impression on that deficit.
And that's fine.
Encouragement for Archer.
Well, it's fine, isn't it? I think they've gone right. Because someone said, oh, if we push on a little bit and try and get past them, then England will have a chase, as in like we might be able to get enough runs ahead. But on this wicket, I don't think you could.
Archer runs away from us now, and he bowls to Gill. It's short and pulled well for 4. Bit of a long hop loosener from Archer, and Gill was right on that.
Well, he didn't do much warming up, did he? I was watching him in Wokes as over. He just stood there, so it's not really surprising that his first ball. Well, the long hop was well described.
Yeah. Gill goes to 96. What a series he's having. Averaging over 100 in this series. Indian fans cheering. 3 slips, gully's quite deep. So too his short leg, actually, as Archer cruises in, bowls on off stump, better length. And Gill plays that into the offside. Archer goes to pick it up. Stokes fielding there. He's got his hobble back on now. He's really just needs to be sort of shunted into a siding for a while and have some maintenance done, doesn't he? He's just creaking all over. But what an effort today. Clearly in a fair amount of pain. 202 for 3 as Archer sets off again. Bowls to Gill. Oh, fiddles there outside the off stump. Looked rather late taking the bat away to me. Again, 82 miles an hour, so he's not cranked it up yet. 202 for 3. Gill on 96.
It's a good lead, that, because you kind of feel, as you're facing Archer the right-hander, that everything's going to come jagging back in at you.
Yeah.
It wasn't wide. That wasn't a wide, so good judgment.
Gill on 96. Archer past umpire Raza, moves in, bowls, trying to do some in swing, found a thick outside edge too. They're going to get a single for that. That wasn't where Gill was aiming at all, but it's a little bit of in movement from that fuller ball from Archer.
That puts that theory to bed about India saying, right, Sundar at one end, Gill at another. And this is what Archer will want. The left-hander averaging 14 in this series against left-handers.
Yeah. So they're lining up the slip cord, and short leg has come out. There's 2 balls left in this over. He'll look to go round the wicket and just hold it outside the off stump and give a catch to that cord in there. They're all waiting. Archer round the wicket, runs in, bowls to Sundar. There it is. Oh. Lovely length, did everything right. And a very tentative prod from Washington Sundar. Almost took the edge.
A nice carry. This is flown through from Archer. Smith's taking it head high in front of his eyes. Not quick though, is it? It's not the 87, 88, 90 miles an hour he's bowling at Lords.
Yeah. Lovely ball though. Sundar just kept his bat inside, didn't he? And he goes again, bowls to him. Oh, he lets that go, and that goes the other way. Coming back towards the off stump. Archer looks at him. End of an encouraging over, 203 for 3. But just that 1 wicket down today, Rahul.
Another record for Shubman Gill. That the runs in that over took him past Yashasvi Jaiswal's 712 run aggregate for India against England in the series early last year. So it's the most runs by any Indian in a Test series against India. Third on India's all-time list, behind 2 series that Sunil Gavaskar had against West Indies, one in the West Indies in 1971 and the other in India in 1978-9. Gavaskar got 774 in the one in the West Indies, 732 in the home series against West Indies in the late 70s, and Gill is now 716 for this series.
It's a lot of runs.
It's a huge amount of runs. He's 3 away from another 100. Wokes on his way to him. Gill allows that to pass by outside the off stump. He keeps low, but isn't straight. 203 for 3. So his scores in this series, just remind me.
So he began at Headingley with 147 and 8, 269 and 161 at Edgbaston, the second most total runs by a player in a single Test match. 16 and 6 at Lord's, 12 in the first innings here, now 97 not out.
Brilliant record, isn't it? In comes Wokes, moves in, bowls to him outside the off stump, and quite extravagantly lets that go, raises the bat high, and it's taken by Smith. Phil Tufnell looking on.
Afternoon, everyone.
Intriguing, isn't it?
Yes, very good. New ball.
Yep.
England's real chance here, getting a couple of quick ones. Lovely to see, though. Bit of world class, isn't it? Once in a while. Shubman Gill, head and shoulders, isn't he?
Really is. So still. Wokes bowls to him. Oh, he takes a pace down the pitch, prods at that, and that very nearly took the edge of the bat.
Nice ball.
Yeah.
Don't leave there, Mr. Wokes. Perfect line and length. Drew Gill forward, and it just bounced on him.
Gardening going on there with Shubman Gill. Did just leave him a bit.
Yeah, a bit of seam. Proud seam, isn't it? You just feel better with the new ball in your hand.
Yeah.
You feel that something's going to happen when you bowl it. Sometimes when the ball gets soft, you know, even at the start you run up, you're going, crikey, nothing's going to happen with this thing.
He's batting well outside his crease. Wokes comes in, bowls, nudged away off the pads, down towards deep backward square leg, taken 1, they'll come back for 2. And Gill moves on to 99. Indian fans loving this. That's what they've come to see. 205 for 3.
Well, you get the feeling that it's going to have to be a special delivery to get him out, don't you? Or something's going to have to react or keep low. You know, he seems to have everything pretty much covered.
1 away from his 4th century of the series.
Runs. There's been a lot of runs, hasn't there, John, in this series? Hundreds flying about everywhere.
Field stays the same. They're not going to try and put any pressure on him here, really, to try and cut out that 1 run that he needs. Wokes on his way, Gill's on 99. Wokes comes in, bowls him, takes a step down the pitch, pushes into the offside. Sundar sets off, and he's sent back again by Gill. As Stokes sees the ball, they know how accurate he can be with his throwing. Sundar there trying to help his captain out, and he was out of the blocks very quickly.
Don't get run out, though.
No.
Saw what happened to Rishabh at Lord's.
Yes.
All day to get your 100.
Last ball of the over. Gill's on 99. There's Wokes running towards us. He's there now. Bowls, and it's pushed away to the offside. There is his 100. What a series he's having. Now that is a brave innings too. India were 0 for 2. And just looking down the barrel of defeat, but they've still got a long way to go. But he took a horrible blow on the hand and on the head, the same ball. And the next ball after that, he was bang, right in line, forward defence. A courageous innings from India's young captain, and he's showing his bat there to the Indian supporters all around the ground.
kissed the middle of it as well.
Yeah.
Not the edge, kissed the middle, right slap bang in the middle. And you're right, I was listening earlier, it's looked like a barn door, isn't it?
Yep.
Coming forward in that beautifully balanced, poised, still forward defensive. He really has batted beautifully.
It's the way he moves as well.
Yes.
I mean, the bat is sort of part of him.
Silky.
It's all just so languid and easy.
Yeah. Like a cat.
Yeah, he just looks like he's born to bat. 206 for 3. Archer now then. From this end. Gill on strike. There's a leg slip and he bowls, and that's fended away. He took that injured right hand off the handle there.
Nice little strap line, that. Born to bat.
Yes, well, isn't he? It's like it's just part of it. It's like an extra appendage. So attached to him. It's all part of his body.
Yeah, it's a bit like, instead of Bond, James Bond, you know, Gill, Shubman Gill, born to bat.
Oh, yeah.
Quite like that. Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just is.
Under pressure as well. You know, let's not forget that. He was doing all sorts, wasn't it? 2 down early.
Certainly was.
Mentally as well as technique.
Archer bowls. Sundar prodded at that one. It's moved away.
The details of Shubman Gill's 4th 100 of the series, 228 balls and 12 fours. He was 45 off 50 balls and then 55 off 178 in this Sterling rearguard action. His 9th Test 100. His 4th of this series. Only 4 other players have had 4 Test 100s in a series in England. I'll take you through the list. 3 other players, but one of them... Sorry, no, 4 other players. Come to it after this ball.
4 slips waiting down the gully. Archer cruises in, bowls a Sundar. He gets plenty of bat on that. Is running down towards the 3rd man boundary. It was Cast there who flung himself to his right at point. They'll come back for 3. Duckett chasing all the way down to the deep. There are Indian flags waving behind him. 210 for 3, so 101 behind.
The first do it, Herbert Sutcliffe in 1929 against South Africa for England, the Yorkshire legend, mentioned a few minutes ago. Don Bradman, 974 runs in 7 innings, 4 centuries, including a triple and 2 doubles in 1930. Dennis Compton, 400s against South Africa in 1947. And Joe Root, in the last series in England between these 2 teams, 400s. That series was split across 2 summers. He made 3 in the 4 tests of 2021, and then a match-winning 100 alongside Johnny Bairstow at Edgbaston in the delayed 5th test in 2022. So Gill just the 5th to have 400s in a series in England. The 4th instance of an Indian player having 4 Test 100s in a series. Sunil Gavaskar in the 2 series against the West Indies in the 70s. I mentioned Virat Kohli, his first series as captain in Australia, 4 centuries in the 2014-15 season.
Thanks, Andy. In goes Archer. Bowls to Gill on the off stump. Gets right behind it. Plays the ball into the offside, and Archer follows through and picks it up. Bradman, a triple and 2 doubles in the
Sounds like a dart player.
I mean, you'd be pretty fed up of him by then, wouldn't you?
Triple? What was it? A triple and
2 doubles.
2 doubles. Wow. Yeah, that's a different gravy.
What number was he batting? Number 3?
Yeah, he batted 3 throughout the series.
You'd be starting to just keep them in, wouldn't you? You'd want to keep the openers in.
Oh. Soul destroyer.
209 for 3. Archer moves in. Bowls, swings in, but easily played there on the creeping walk by Gill.
And that's an interesting shot. We were talking about that forward defensive, how beautifully and solid it is. That swung in. And what he doesn't do is some people, you know, they have that immaculate forward defensive, but then one swings back in and they play around that front pad. He seems to very quickly be able to adjust that, and it still hits the middle of the bat.
Yep. He's played so straight, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very still.
Yeah.
Absolutely motionless. Everything is still.
Eyes level.
Archer on his way in. Bowls to him. Oh, that's a good delivery. But it's managed to squeeze that one out. Again, there's some in-swing there for Archer. He's got his hands on his hips. But, well, when you've got 100 to your name, you've got a better chance than most of surviving deliveries like that. And he's having another change of gloves there, waving towards the dressing room.
Yeah, I'll just take you through Bradman's series in 1930.
Yes.
8 and 131 in the first test at Trent Bridge.
It failed.
254 and 1 at Lord's. 334 at Leeds, including, I think, 309 on the first day. Failed at Old Trafford, just 14 here in the 4th test, and then made 232 at the Oval.
Can I just say something? The 300 in a day.
Yeah.
Who was doing the bowling? Who was?
1930.
Was it Vos?
Larwood, was it?
Yeah.
Before Vos, Harold Larwood, one for 139. Maurice Tate, great medium pacer. He took 5 for 124. George Geary was another seamer. Dick Tilsley.
Leicestershire man.
Dick Tilsley was leg spinner. Wally Hammond bowled medium pace.
It's a lot of runs in a day, that.
It is. Wokes around the wicket, moves in, bowls to Sundar, creeps forward and plays out towards short leg. So what? I mean, did have balls faced in those for that stuff? I mean, what sort of rate is he scoring? I mean, what sort of rate did he score his 300 at?
334 off 448 balls, according to the Cricket Info scorecard, so 75 per 100. 383 minutes, though, so more than a ball a minute. Generally now you see about, probably 40 balls faced per hour, roughly. So they bowled their overs a lot quicker.
Probably batting with a toothpick as well.
Yes. Wokes round the wicket, moves in, bowls. Sundar allows that by.
He's played quite nicely, Sundar.
Well, eavesdropped on Deep, who said that he used to open the batting in his youth.
That's right.
So he's actually quite a good man to have facing a new ball like this.
Yeah, play for your off stump.
Good crowd in now.
Well, it's cheap, wasn't it?
Yep, £26 for a good day of cricket.
What else would you do on a Sunday? Well, quite a lot actually, but no, why not?
Sunday lunch.
Well, absolutely.
Wokes is going to go over the wicket now for a change of attack. Sundar changes his guard. He's got 3 slips of gully. It's a short leg. And Wokes on his way. Sights green behind him. Runs towards us and bowls. Oh, beats the bat. Genuinely beating the bat there. And the bearded Wokes follows through. Doesn't really glare. Wokes doesn't do that sort of thing. He sort of looked knowingly, I would say, at Washington Sundar there.
So close. That one, just again, that little bit of movement with the new ball. Yeah, just seemed on at the last moment. Wobble seam.
Yep, nice delivery.
If only you would have known about wobble seam, John.
I know. It's transformed bowling, isn't it?
Yeah. Gives you a plan B.
Yeah. Here's Wokes again. Bowls, that's tucked away by Sundar. And Archer, well, he rather mistimed his dive there, I think. And he's now got to go running all the way down towards the boundary. Flags are flying there as they take 3. But he dived early and the ball went past him by some distance. 98 behind then now, India. They've not scored at much of a rate today, but it'll for them
start
getting ahead.
Yeah, it will start creeping into the equation, won't it? Probably tea time? Just before tea, they'll be sort of aroundish.
Wokes spins round again. And the next one, there's a low one. That's a grubber. Just missed the off stump. And Wokes has got his hands on his hips. Did he get the bottom of the bat? Might have done. Could have cannoned into his stumps from there. It's one of those ones. And Stokes grins, chewing his gum at the same time. Let's have a look. That was very low. I don't think it hit the bottom of the bat, did it?
No, it just sort of did him for length a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it bounced a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't as low as some of them have been.
When is a new ball not a new ball?
It's a very good question.
What do you think?
20 overs?
20?
You think?
Yeah.
Wokes again, bowls. Oh, my word, he's let that go. And that's almost hit the off stump. And it came rocketing back from outside the off stump. Gill let it go. And, Smith had to shoot off down the leg side to take that. And that very nearly hit the off stump. Bit going on now. 213 for 3. India 98 behind. They have only lost 1 wicket today, though. We've got our press panel coming up during lunch in 20 minutes' time. And Tuffers will head you in that direction with Dan Norcross.
Yeah, I mean, we keep banging on about this new ball. Oh, that's missed it by a coat of varnish. As you say, Agger's said it's absolutely darted back at Gill. Missed his off dolly by, as you say, a coat of paint. But there you go, he's still there. Big grin on his face, he's got his 100. Yeah, so new balls, we've been going on about them with this series because of the pitches and how flat they've been. probably 20. I'm going to give it 25. What do you think, Dan? Afternoon.
Hello. Well, I'm going to come to something else in a minute. Well, I'm going to answer your question slightly differently. Archer in, round the wicket, and Sundar is beaten on the outside edge. Poking at one on the channel, goes through. I'm going to suggest that a new ball isn't a new ball until it's about 6 overs old. I know that's perverse because obviously it's actually at its most new when it's new. But when it's new, it doesn't do what you really want a new ball to do. And then it does stuff from the ages of 6. I've told you this before. Basically, a ball is a human being.
Are you talking lacquer?
It's a human being. The first 3 overs of its life, like a child, it's broadly speaking useless. As Archer is in, and this is defended on the front foot to short extra, there's no run. Then it begins to learn to talk.
Yes.
At 3, 4, 5, start reading and things like that. Then it becomes genuinely playful and quite fun.
Teenager.
To have around. Well, when it's a teenager, it starts to get a little awkward. And then it has a midlife crisis. That's when it reverses in the 30s, early 40s. And then I'm afraid it is, once again, broadly speaking, useless after it's 60.
And a bit grumpy.
Which I'm getting quite close to. Very grumpy. Archer in again. Beats the outside edge again. Yes. Well, now the ball is talking a bit. It is 5.5 years old, if you like.
Like it. Not bad, that.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, no, I've got that.
I think I'd say, to answer the other part of your question, I would go 35 overs.
Okay.
I think it keeps on being quite fun to 35, even these balls, because hasn't that been our cut-off mark? We've looked at striking up to 35 overs and then beyond. Here's Archer again, right arm round the wicket, and Washington digs out a full ball. Straight to short extra, no run.
Yep.
Yeah?
I'm with you.
It feels sort of about right.
Yeah.
So this is a very key passage of play now.
Absolutely. England will be, if they get to lunch, India just losing the 1, that's just another little bit
buoy
of...
them.
Yes. And it will just... in the England dressing room, it'll be, come on, we had that new ball, because the bowlers think like that as well. You're always looking up at the scoreboard going, how long till a newie?
4 slips and a gully. Archer in, and that's clipped away.
Shot.
Really nicely through mid-wicket. Wokes is after it. And will he get to it? Yes, he will. But they'll come back for 3. Just straight onto the pads and easily worked away.
Washington's last 3 scoring shots have all been 3s.
Oh, hang on. You know what I'm going to ask? That's got to be rare.
Yes, it does, Dan. It does have to be rare.
And impossible for you to find out.
Not unique.
No.
I think that's one we can let lie.
It was 2s you really got into one year, wasn't it? You became insensibly excited by 2s. You did. Not Roger 2s. As Archer is in. This is full defended.
Played against Roger.
Shubman Gill back to the bowler, no run. End of the over. The deficit still 95, 216 for 3.
Yeah.
You played against Roger 2s.
Yes, I did. Any other...
Did you get a lot of 2s?
Yeah, I did.
That's nominative determinism for you.
Any other cricketers with numerical surnames?
Brendan 3s. I don't know.
Not many.
We've had an email from Peter Streeting. He says, 8 years ago, I met my wife, Carly.
Lovely.
Lovely. Since then, I've tried everything short of bribery to get her into cricket. Gentle explanations of the intricacies of the game, offering to take her to watch a game with the joy of a day in the sun, a cold drink in hand.
Oh.
No luck.
No. Presents.
Yesterday, something magical happened.
Oh.
I know. I'm coming back to it, but Wokes is at the top of his mark. 3 slips. Wokes is in. It's very wide and taken well by Smith. In front of first slip. Tuffers. Now. There she was, swinging in a hammock. Oh, that's a lovely scene, isn't it?
Yeah, breeze.
Beside a little private pool in sun-soaked Rhondda, Andalusia. We love Rhondda. It's got a wonderful bridge where the bloke who made the bridge...
That's right, I think you've talked to me about
the bloke who designed the bridge fell off it at its unveiling when he's trying to reach for his hat and it blew off. And he plummeted to his demise.
Whoa, that's unfortunate.
Rhondda in Wales?
No, Andalusia.
Right.
Yeah, Andalusia.
Wokes in, wide of the off stump, left alone, no run. So they're in Rhondda, Andalusia. When I switched on TMS, Within minutes, she was hooked. Laughing at the chat, asking questions about what all the stats actually meant. Yeah, that's on you, Andy. Some of it must have stuck. By late afternoon, she'd officially renamed the hammock her cricket hammock.
Oh, lovely.
And insisted we cancel today's plans so she could spend all day swinging gently and listening to the final day's play. Wokes is in. Washington is leaving that again outside the off-stump.
We've lured another one to their doom, then, have we?
Correct. Unlucky Carly, you're stuck now. So thank you, TMS. You've done what I couldn't in nearly a decade. You've converted my wife. We're now just hoping England can finish things off in time for us to catch the Lionesses in the Euros final tonight. Fingers crossed for a double win.
Wow. Lovely there.
Well, that's a very cheery email, that.
Well, but it's red hot in Andalusia.
Oh, it often is.
Bit of sangria.
Ronda's beautiful, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely hilltop town. Here comes Wokes into Washington. Clips one away. Really well out to deep backward square leg. It's fielded. They'll just take the one. And the score advances to 217 for 3.
I feel a bit sorry for the chap who built the bridge.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have mentioned it.
No.
But it's what I know about Ronda. Yeah, there's unveiling of the bridge. It's over a gorge.
Well,
Hat. He shouldn't really have reached for the hat, I think.
Oh, no.
And that's if the story's true.
Oh.
But I think it might be.
Well, you've said it on TMS, so it's become true, even if it wasn't before.
Oh, crikey. It's quite an onerous responsibility you put on me there. Wokes with 3 slips and a gully into Shubman Gill with 10 minutes to go until lunch. A new ball in his hand and just clipped away into the onside again. Cutting around that front pad. He's going to get another couple. And the score advances to 219 for 3. Do you know, I was talking, I may have mentioned this before, but I was talking to a photographer who said that Shubman Gill is a nightmare to photograph because he plays so well with no flourish and no real, follow through.
Don't know when to push the button.
No, well, he says, I've got millions of photos of Shubman Gill. It just looks like he's playing a defensive shot. I need a picture of the ball. Whereas Yashasvi Jaiswal, it's like a ballet dancer. He plays these gorgeous shots.
Yeah.
So he gets lovely lines.
Okay.
But with Shubman, he can't because he's too good. 219 for 3. In comes Wokes, is defended
like
on the front foot. Exactly like that. Back to the bowler. No run. We've had 7 overs of a new ball. Washington has 17. Gill 103. This great resistance continues. The deficit 87. Might get just 2 overs before lunch this morning. It's been about Stokes' bowling, hasn't it?
Well, it's
theatre of it.
Just absolute theatre. Absolute theatre. I just don't know. He's almost becoming sort of like Superman, isn't he? I mean, as I said, he said it was like Horatio Nelson after his spell because he couldn't sort of like hold his arm properly. It was sort of like in a sling, pretend sling.
When he's like an injured Superman, he's like Superman in Superman 2, when he decides he doesn't want to be Superman anymore.
Very dangerous and
interesting. And then Zod comes. And it all goes horribly wrong.
Zod.
Kneel before Zod.
Was it?
Remember?
No.
No?
Oh, vaguely.
I think it's my favourite of the Superman films.
Okay.
Superman 2.
Was that the one with Krypton?
Works like Star Trek as well. All the even-numbered ones are good. The odd-numbered ones are a bit dull.
Understandable.
We discovered in the last test that Joe Root is much better off even-numbered balls of overs than odd-numbered balls of overs.
Extraordinary. Maybe
it's just about 20 more off balls 2, 4 and 6 than off balls 1, 3 and 5.
Really? Archer is into Washington. Down the leg side. A good diving take by Jamie Smith. So, Carly, I don't know what you make of that stat.
Well, it came up when we did the first Ask Me Anything during the Lord's Test, and there's another one now available on the BBC website.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And it will be later. I'm being about to be instructed as at the end of the game. It will be available at the end of the game, which we answer your questions. But the one from the Lord's Test, which you can find on the website, asked a question.
Archer into Washington, down the leg side, worked away, out through deep backward square. They're going to get 2 for this. An easy, lengthy 2. It's Dawson Fields, 221 for 3. The deficit now just 90.
Asked whether players are more likely to hit boundaries off the last balls of overs, and actually that's the least likely ball to have boundaries hit off it in international cricket.
Why do you think that is? People sort of want to get out of the over unscathed.
Yeah.
I've got an answer for that as well.
Yeah.
Because you all, as a bowler, you build your over, And so if it hasn't gone quite so well, that last ball of the over, you're desperate. Don't bowl a short ball. That's what you always used to say to yourself.
You get you. Archer in. Washington again plays around that front pad, gets another single into the onside. Archer, I think he looks better when he comes round the wicket to left-handers. I mean, that's the angle he did for Rishabh Pant, but he's staying over at the moment.
Knowing some batters like I do, I can imagine there were lots of ones on the 6th ball of the over just to nick the strike.
Well, depending on who's bowling at the other end.
Well, no.
Jeffrey, I imagine, would have very much decided whether he was taking the 1 off the 6. Oh, is it Dennis Lilly at the other end? Might defend that one.
Yeah, but...
Is it Ray Bright? I might take the single.
Anyway, in the course of researching this highly important question sent in by one of our listeners via the BBC website.
Archer into Shubman Gill with a forward short leg and a leg slip, and that's wafted at, edged and gone. Shubman Gill is gone just before lunch. Archer's taken the wicket, and it's the huge one of the Indian captain. Such a shot like that. He's just wafted at one outside the off stump, on about 5th stump, and given the catch straight to J.D. Smith. Archer's made a breakthrough, and India, Nelson has struck. It's 2-2-2 for 4.
Yeah, fantastic blow for England just before lunch. And that's the first mistake he's played in an impeccable innings, the Indian captain. Just short of a leg, bit wide. Instead of the ball running into him, which he's been used to from Archer, it's just sort of held its line and gone away, but bit flat-footed and a bit of a flick at it with just his sort of hands, but amazing knock. Great innings from the India skipper. Really showed some stubborn resistance, but England, huge wicket just before lunch.
Well, it has been a brilliant innings. When you think when he came out to bat, as Agus mentioned earlier, at 0 for 2, and his brain would have been frazzled. He was watching England get 669 runs. His captaincy was under the microscope. The series was on the line. His team were in terrible trouble, and he looked like nothing could get past him. And then suddenly, a little brain fade. Is that pace, perhaps?
Yeah.
That's just done him there.
Exhaustion, tiredness, yeah.
Ben Stokes has come to give him a big hug, Archer, there. It's a nothing shot, and he's not shown any signs of playing a nothing shot all match. Amazing.
Yeah.
Just for it to happen just before lunch as well.
Just feet perhaps a little bit planted. You know, could be a bit of tiredness. Been in the field 150 overs and then goes out with the bat and mentally exhausted, and feet just a little bit planted, and just the hands just had a little flick at it as it went past at about 90 miles an hour. Yeah. And manages just a little feather on it.
He'll be livid with himself because he'd played impeccably up to that point.
Yeah, beautiful knock.
2-2-2 for 4, still 89 needed to make England bat again.
Talking to her ratio, double Nelson strikes.
It does. Carly, if you don't know what that means, I'm addressing everything to Carly today, which is new to cricket. Nelson is 1-1-1, which is a bit silly, really. I'll explain why in a minute. As Archer's in, round the wicket to the knee, but edged and gone! Dropped on the rebound. I thought it was 2-2. It's Root who's dropped it. A waft from Jadeja, takes the edge, goes to first slip. Archer cannot believe it. He's on his haunches, neither can Root. What a key moment that could be. We had 2-2 just before lunch yesterday, and we nearly had it there. It was a tough catch. It was above his head. He's got a left hand to it. I thought he'd got it on the rebound. It's high. He gets it in the right hand. As he's coming down, he gets a left hand. He gets a left hand to it, and it fumbles out. It even hits his foot.
Joe Root is human. I mean, a quick, widest delivery, real flicky fish at it from Jadeja. Yeah.
Archer into Jadeja, down the leg side. Stopped by Smith, don't worry. I'll keep us abreast of the cricket if I can. End of the over. 1 to go before lunch. Archer made the breakthrough. He could have made a double breakthrough. Only time will tell how significant that is. It was a tough chance for Root, but he would have expected to take it, and having got his hand on it, Stokes has come to console him, having got the right hand to it. It was there for the left hand. It was floating. Oh, it got it onto the palm of the left hand, and it just lopped out onto his foot.
Yeah, it was motoring. It was flying.
Yes.
As you said, he had to get a good leap, both hands up to it as well. Tough chance. But as you say, the floatiness, and he kept his eye on it, so as he was sort of like coming down from his jump, with his other hand, it sort of was floating into it, and he got knocked a third of a palm on it. Oh, that was exciting.
Well, this is very unusual. Liam Dawson.
What?
Going to bowl with
why
newish ball just before lunch. Why?
Well,
good question.
It's happening for the seamers. You got the new ball. We've all been, well, okay. I mean, a bit of rough outside the lefty's stump. Spinners like a new ball as well, but okay.
Bit of bounce, perhaps. Washington on strike. Dawson into him. He let pads away. A very wide ball. There's no run.
Yeah, slightly scratching head moment. I mean, I can understand the theory behind it, but it was just kind of, you were feeling that, as you say, the ball was in his talkative time for the seamers.
It is. It's charming. A charming age. You know, they can make their own sandwiches at this stage.
Well, I suppose Ogden would. It's only a minute till.
Yes.
Have a little look. Why not, I suppose?
Have a little look. Yes. Right, I'll come back to Nelson in a moment. So I left that hanging, didn't I, for Carley? I feel like I'm having to teach Carley cricket from the ground up. As forward comes Sundar and defends it to the offside, no run. So it comes from the basic misconception that Nelson had one eye, one arm and one leg. That is correct, isn't it? But he didn't have one eye, one arm and one leg, did he? Did he? I think he had two of some of those. There's a little pause in play here. I don't quite know. Oh, yes, and bringing in a deep mid-wicket up into the ring to get a bit closer. Dawson's come over to have a word with Ollie Pope and his captain, Ben Stokes. What that word is about, I don't know. Root had been received a consoling arm from Stokes at the end of the last over.
I think they're just getting the helmet out. So the reason for the delay. I'll give you Shubman Gill's final numbers: 103 from 238 balls with 12 fours. His ninth test, 104th of this series I mentioned earlier on, and the fifth player to have 4 centuries in a test series in England, and the 4th time an Indian player has had 4 centuries in a test series anywhere.
What have you spotted, Tuffers?
Well, no, it's just a little bit of messing about out here from England. Yeah, a little bit of theatre. Just coming up to lunch, left-hander. To left arm spinner. Come on, let's mess about. Everyone closing in.
Shin guards.
Little bit of chat. Made him wait. Bit like taking a penalty. You know, make the keeper wait. Or no, make the striker wait.
And get all the fielders around the batter.
Yeah. Bit of chat.
Which is what India couldn't do in England's innings. They were spread far and wide. No. Here, we've got a forward short leg, a silly point, a leg slip and a slip, which for Carley means that there are 4 people very close to the batter, plus the keeper. And a short mid-wicket who's pretty close. Here's Dawson in, and Washington gets one that turns and he clips it away to a short backward square leg. There's no run.
Oh, that would have been handy if Joe could have clung on to that.
Well, it would have been.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of drops in this innings. Dawson dropped Shubman Gill on 46, and now Pope. Well, Pope, that was a really tough chance.
Yeah,
that's a really tough chance for Root as well.
Yeah, they're all tough.
Dawson in again. That's worked away into the onside. They're going to come through for a single, which they take easily. Picked up around square leg. Cars does the fielding, and they're off double Nelson. 223 for 4.
Oh, right. Wasn't it something to do with the flags or something? Wasn't it? No.
Was it?
I thought it was something to do with the flags. You know, they had sort of
Yes.
They used to talk to each other by flags.
My dad was a signalman in the war.
Oh,
he used to do that by flags.
There you go.
He was in a very tricky situation once when his fellow signalman was seasick, let go of the flag, and then his own team started hurling bombs because that was assigned to hurl bombs, and a bit perilous. So the next ball's defended the onside, no run. Turns out that digital sometimes is better than analogue. Yes. 1 ball left before lunch. Last ball. Jadeja on strike. Dawson into him. He works this at the onside. Oh, it's picked up at short leg. Then it's thrown at the stumps and misses. They don't take the overthrow. And that is the end of a pulsating session. Only 49 runs have been scored in 26 overs.
But it's
the loss of the 2 overnight batters, KL Rahul, who was pinned LBW by Stokes, who was bowling an incredible spell with the old ball. 7 overs he bowled. And then Archer finally getting Shubman Gill out, wafting up one outside the off stump in the penultimate over before lunch. It could have been 2 in 2. When Jadeja was dropped, it would have been a screamer, but Root got a right hand to it and couldn't quite cling on with his left hand. And the ball is 9 overs old. The afternoon session is going to be, guess what, pivotal.
Yes, absolutely. But only 49 runs scored in that session. Been on the edge of his seat.
I know.
It's been tense, isn't it? It's been cracking. I mean, everyone thinks, smashing runs and everything's cricket. Fantastic, as you said, pulsating session of play. England will be delighted getting rid of the governor, Mr. Gill.
Yes, Gill made 103 in the end. KL Rahul 90. Those are the 2 wickets to 4. It's a funny looking scorecard. 0, 90, 0, 103. And then it could have been 21 and 0. But Jadeja is there, unbeaten on 0. Washington Sundar has 21. Wokes 2 for 57 in his 19. Both of those coming in his very first over yesterday. Archer 1 for 55. Could have been 2 for. Carr's yet to take a wicket, none for 29 in 10. Dawson, 32 overs, 10 maidens, none for 49. He's kept an end up. Root, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. And Ben Stokes, an incredible spell, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. The ball was jagging, deviating, keeping low. It was doing everything.
Yeah, just got the ball rolling again for England. He's just the leader of the pack, isn't he? Makes things happen. We say it time and time again.
But you know what?
It's true.
He may yet be pivotal later in the day as well.
Wow.
So India is still behind by how many, Andy?
88 with 64 overs to go.
88 with 64 overs to go. So it's time for lunch.
There the players, they are out in the middle. And we are going to get underway shortly. England needs 6 wickets. It might only be 5, but they 6 at least at the moment, depending on what Pant gets up to. Archer is going to bowl the first over after lunch. Michael Vaughan is settling into position. And there you go, you're on that one, aren't you? And Prakash will begin commentary. Come on in.
Yeah, Jofra Archer with that big wicket of Shubman Gill, and he could have had Jadeja. Difficult catch at first slip for Joe Root, high up. It was a poor shot actually from Jadeja first ball, but that's what pressure does. India trails still Prakash by 88, 6 wickets remaining, of which obviously one of those is Rishabh Pant. How much batting will he do? And there's 6 slips with a leg slip that awaits Washington Sundar. He's played nicely.
Yeah, so far. Here's the first ball after lunch. Jofra Archer with that cordon outside his off stump. This one's defended up towards mid-on. Fielded by Stokes.
Because you were mentioning in our little green room as we were eating our dinner, Winviz has...
Yes, at lunch they had 57% for an England win, 42% for a draw, and 1% for an India win. How that computation works, maybe Andy can decipher, but I certainly can't. Here's Archer round the wicket, down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and Jamie Smith takes it diving away to his right.
Andy, can you work out the 1% for me?
Well, I guess if India scores 90 in this session, then
they lead by 2.
They lead by 2. Pant's one of the last 2 in, and he's in with Siraj, and he cuts loose
right
after tea.
Archer in, bowls outside the off stump, left low.
He scores a blazing century off 50 balls, giving India a lead of 150 by the time he's out. And they're all out, leaving England 15 overs to get the 150. They go for it, clatter of wickets, and Bumrah takes 8 for 73 in 8 overs. India win by a run.
Right, that could make a terrific Bollywood script. I think you should start figuring out who's going to star in it as well. Yes, here's Archer into Washington, left alone outside the off stump. Really good carry there.
Well, he's a different bar. I know he's got Shubman Gill, but to the left-handers, he's just such a natural. He gets in so close to the stumps. He's got that ability to just nip it away from the left-hander. That's his natural kind of release. I like that leg slip though as well. I like the leg slip because every now and again he kind of fires one in straight. And you do as a batter just naturally just flick it, which can go to that leg slip area.
And if it does go there, it's in the bucket because the man there is a person who can do no wrong at the moment. Here's Archer bowls outside the off stump, left alone again. Let me ask you this one. You've been watching Jamie Smith keep through the series. Would it be fair to say that amongst international wicket keepers right now, he is the one who lets his gloves do all the talking? Really haven't heard him sort of go too much of it. Is he just that quiet kind of person?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Alex Carey's quite quiet as well. He just goes, yeah, he's not as...
Or he just picks moments to do things.
Yeah,
certainly wasn't in the case when India played.
Okay, was he quite chirpy?
Oh yes. Here's Archer bowls, slightly fuller, left alone again by Washington. It remains 223 for 4.
Yeah, he just goes about his bit. Quinny de Kock, back in the day for South Africa, he said very little. Generally, keepers are a grubby bunch, aren't they?
They're different breed. I mean,
always hustling around, just having a word or two.
Well, there was that famous, I think it would have been at the Sydney Test in the previous Border Gavaskar series, the one that India won.
Yeah.
Where I think he had asked Pant to come and babysit or something.
Tim Payne,
great.
Yeah.
Well, that was Tim Payne, of course.
Yeah, that was
Carey.
That was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be Dawson from the Jimmy Anderson end.
No surprise, really. Two left-handers, the rough, or would you still persist with?
Oh, it's just Ben Stokes. Can he bowl one more spell?
Bowl a few more.
Maybe I'll just. He's kind of he's trying to be the last option, isn't he, Ben? By the looks of it, and he's just hoping that he's not required, and if he is, I'm sure later on in this session or potentially after tea, he'll just have one blast once again. England surrounding the bat.
Yeah, Ollie Pope just walking across for a word with his captain. They've quite literally put Jadeja in the box. Those 4 corners of the box at slip, mid off, short leg, and a leg slip. Jadeja boxed in with the keeper, waits for the first ball after lunch by Dawson. Bowls. Dawson comes forward, does Jadeja, no run. 88 the deficit. Both the overnight batters, Gill and Rahul, dismissed before lunch. And that would have been England's first aim, having seen how well they batted yesterday. Outside the off stump, driven from the rough by Jadeja. He's on the move when he does that. It's not as if he stretches forward with his back foot inside the crease.
India do look to score as well.
Awesome runs, yeah.
Trail by 88.
Catching mid-wicket as well. Here's Dawson again. In he comes, bowls, and Jadeja is playing it off the back foot. He'll take a single as he dabs it away on the offside. 234 for 4.
What overs have we got last, Andy?
62 after this.
Yes, 62 after this one.
62 after this. And you think of the way that India are scoring, it's going to be another 40 odd overs before they even ask England
get close to it. Yeah.
Like if they can score at 3s, start getting beyond England after 30 overs, it makes a big difference in their chances.
Dawson in bowls. This one's turned with the turn. They think of a run. Ricocheting off Pope.
That's when the 1% chance comes in.
The 1%.
That's when it's on.
I think the format probably has 4 columns or 5 columns, and they have to have 3 ticked with a figure in it. That must be the default program or something. 1% for an India win. Here's Dawson in, and Jadeja, one that turning in, defends on the onside.
Well, I've noticed something just below us here, Prakash. The camera man just operating the camera just below us is also watching the Grand Prix on his phone.
That's remarkable, isn't it? Yes, you're right. The love of sport. Here's Dawson to Washington. Washington drives back along the track for the bowler to field. That'll be the end of the over. 224 for 4. 91 overs in the innings gone. Still overcast conditions as it has been, but mercifully from a cricket perspective, there has been no rain, which was about 8-9 days ago, it looked like we'll have more than one day seriously impacted by rain, and that percentage just kept dropping all the way through, and there's been absolutely no stoppage or delay on account of rain.
My forecast suggests that around 4 o'clock the sunshine will arrive.
There you go. Who will bask in it? More than likely it will be England. And they would love nothing more than to seal the series here and then go and make it an emphatic one if they can. at the Oval. 3 slips, 2 gullies, a little bit wide apart. Man at mid-off, mid-on, very wide, a leg slip, and a man down on the long leg boundary. Here's Archer in to Jadeja, who's cracked it off the back foot. I'll probably get 2, might think of a third, duck it in chase. Gets to the ball now, and the batters will come back for the 3rd run. Fairly heavy outfield, unlike what we've seen in the other 3 grounds.
Yeah, with so many gaps. This is a good shot from Jadeja. They've got to take the runs when they're on offer. That was a nice shot. He got over the top of the ball. That was quite similar to the shot he gave the chance to in his first ball, where it just bounced that little bit more. So I guess England won't mind that shot, but he played it well on that occasion.
Here's Archer again. Goes in and bowls to Jadeja, who works it on the onside this time, just in front of square. There'll be a couple, Stokes going after it. Rather, that was Sundar, I beg your pardon, who turned it away. Should be able to spot that easily. Sundar batting in a full sleeve jumper, as he's done pretty much every occasion, irrespective of the temperature.
Yeah, if you look at the Test match, it seems to be that the morning session there's been more
happening.
Yeah, I don't know why, and then the afternoon seems to just quieten down somewhat, the pitch.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily the ball, is it? Because it's a very new ball that England are bowling with. There's Archer in to bowl to Washington. Washington drives up the ground. Good looking shot that. Timed it well, and this might find its way to the boundary. It just about does now. That's a good shot by Washington. You have this theory, isn't it, Michael? You've talked about the temperature and the temperature of the pitch being colder or warmer, and what it does. There hasn't really been much sun.
No, I just think in the morning, from overnight, maybe a bit of dew, the pitch can be just a little bit colder, a bit of moisture underneath. I've no idea, to be honest, but there seems to be more happening in the morning session.
Everyone's fresh. 2:33 for 4. Here's Archer in again to bowl to Sundar, and Sundar's playing it this time straight to Stokes. There'll be no run. 78 the deficit now.
Yeah, you're looking at balls as well as runs. Washington Sundar's 27 from 73. Partnership with Shubman Gill was over 100 balls. And you feel that this partnership needs to be something similar to give India a bit of a chance, a sniff. When do you think realistically Rishabh Pant may come out to bat?
I think it has to do with time left. In comes Archer bowls. This one just a little bit back of the length, gets up and defended by Washington. I mean, there's no point if there's a wicket now, and we'll probably have Shardul come out to bat, and then for him to come in with 40 overs left. I don't think that's worth risking further damage to that injury. But if these two somehow manage to negotiate through till tea and a little after that, then who knows? Thin line, but Rishabh Pant is the kind of guy who will probably want to come out if he can. Archer bowls and defended on the offside into the vacant cover space for a single. Productive over for India from a runs perspective. One more to the total, 230.
Washington Sundar on the long sleeve woolly sweater that he bats in, is that a superstition for him, do you think?
I mean, today I could to understand. There's a little bit of a breeze. He comes from Chennai, remember, where there are only 3 seasons. Hot, hotter and hottest.
Well, I'm pretty sure at Lord's, where it was quite hot, he also
had that. So it could be that. It could be that he just finds that maybe the shoulder guard the arm guard, that he wears is just better held with the full sleeve pullover. I'm not sure.
England have now bowled 843 overs in this series, and we're heading towards the end of the 4th test. I've looked at England in the first 4 tests of series. It's the most overs they've bowled since 1964-65 in South Africa in the first 4 tests of a series. So yeah.
And what was the England attack back in 64-65? Who did the bulk of the work?
Dawson with a fresh over from the Sir James Anderson end. Bowls. Jadeja offers his pad. It just bounces, spits almost, and has gone through everything. Bye signalled by umpire Tucker. That's the first one that's really popped up and went through everything, including Jamie Smith. Just watch that replay. Puff of dust. and off it went. It wasn't far from the gloves.
Yeah, that's the first one really from Dawson that's kind of spitted out of the rough. Just needs it to spin a little bit sharper. Kind of went on, then it spun a little bit, but it bounced. It needs to go at almost 90 degrees.
Sundar waits for the next one. Then he bowls and gets the outside edge. They'll take a run comfortably. One more to the total, 239 for 4.
Well, this is excellent from India's perspective because they're scoring 72 now. They trail by
16 runs added after lunch. At lunch, India trailed by 88. 6 wickets in hand. Pant doubtful. So realistically, this is the pair that's going to do the bulk of it. Dawson bowls again. Jadeja lets it go.
I mean, I won't be against using see Dawson for another over or so, but then potentially using someone like Joe Root to the 2 left-handers, spinning it away from the outside edge.
I haven't seen Cars bowl today. There's Dawson bowls, flicked away to the right of Ben Stokes at mid-wicket for a single. Archer runs round fields. 239 will become 240 for 4. Jadeja 5, Washington 29. Dawson stands square on as he gets ready to deliver. A little bit like Shivnarine Chandrapal when he took strike. Almost faced the bowler chest on. Here's Dawson bowling, and once again it's just nudged away past slip. Harry Brook will run back and get it. This time there's no chance for a run. 240 for 4 India. 2 men out. Rahul first to go to a ball that I don't think he could have done much. 10 short of what would have been a very, very well-deserved 100. And then Gill, soon after getting his 100, literally almost on the stroke of lunch. Dawson bowls. Sundar leans forward. His back foot almost parallel on the ground as he stretched forward in defence. Obdurate. India putting up a fight. They certainly didn't look like that after the first over of their 3rd innings when they lost 2 wickets of successive balls. The heroic effort last evening seemed for a bit that the overnight batters might carry on, but you always felt that once there was a breakthrough, there would be a clear opportunity. Now Archer coming in to continue his spell. He's getting that field set the way he wants it. I think the leg slip is out of the equation. Stokes, who was fielding there, has just come into a position at point. And 3 slips and those 2 gullies in place. Man on the hook down at long leg. Straightish mid-wicket and a wide mid-off. There's Archer bowls. Strikes him in the pad. There's a huge appeal from behind. Very clearly went down the leg side, probably high as well.
Yeah, maybe an inside edge. England have got no reviews left. They've bent them all up inside. They lost one this morning, didn't they? There was a caught behind down the leg side off Liam Dawson. That was the last one. Big inside edge onto the pads of Jadeja.
Archer turns. Beautiful run up to the wicket. Goes in bowls, and Jadeja just meets the ball perfectly down towards almost the exact same spot where Washington Sundar hit that boundary earlier. And that will be 4 more runs to him and to India. Controlled shot. Just waiting for the one that Archer has, which comes in and then jags out or just stays, holds its line, which is how he bowled Pant in the first innings.
He's not happy, Joffrey, with how wide mid-on is, but it's a genuine half volley. So the skipper just brought Chris Woakes just a little bit straighter, not too many yards straighter.
Bowls left alone outside the off stump by Jadeja, covering up. 244 for 4, 94th over of the innings in progress. Under overcast conditions continuing.
It's amazing, Ben Stokes, isn't he? He's the one player that you're looking down at and thinks, how's his body? And he's fielding it cover point.
Yes, but there was a great example of leadership, wasn't it? When Gill was out, came around, gave Archer a really big hug. Well done, mate. This one's defended on the onside. They'll scamper through for a run before Vokes can get there from his position at mid-on. And then after Joe Root couldn't hold on to a difficult chance of the very next ball, you could see Stokes walking across to him as the over was bowled, and he went across, putting an arm around even somebody as experienced and as senior as Joe Root. Just absolutely brilliant, almost at anything that he's doing right now. And as long as he stays fit, I think he's now come into a catching...
6 catches now.
Yes. All in a row with a gap between third and fourth. And it's Stokes who gets in front of Duckett and Fields. He just wants to be in the game, and he makes things happen. He's moving across. I think he's going to come into a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's just going to go to mid-wicket, give Jofra a bit more protection. I don't think that's a bad thing, because Jofra's trying to make the batters play, which is the right thing, but by doing so he's got a bit straighter, and he's been hit a few times on the onside, so the captain's giving him a bit more protection on that onside now.
Archer away from us, slightly wide of the crease on this occasion, and he gets that one to straighten and beat the bat. Terrific. He's got a few things to say to Washington as well. 2:45 for 4, 94 overs have now been bowled. Two batters come together for a quick word, and it's a good time as the field. Dawson's going to continue. I thought there might be a change at the far end, but there is a change in commentary. Michael Vaughan is continuing, and Dan Norcross is ready to take you through.
Yeah, this has been a nice period for India. 59 overs remaining. Can't imagine that England will get rid of the last 6 wickets before India get a lead. So those overs, really, in terms of the day's play, is probably 57. Because 2 taken off for the change. So you start looking at how many overs do India really need to survive.
Mysteriously, Dawson continues from the Anderson end. This is George. Oh, yes. He's after that, drives at it, gets a bit of inside edge onto pad. It just lands at his feet. And there is no run. Jadeja on strike on 10, Washington 29. But you just see this one again. Yeah, big inside edge onto boot. Do you like this move? The newish ball?
Well, at
the ends where it does most.
I'd like to know what's happening to Bryden Cast today.
Right. Here is Dawson again. That's faster and flatter, and then the inside edge maybe onto hip, and it plops down in front of short City Point.
Well, what India are trying to do is to be quite proactive and make sure that they're trying to make Liam Dawson realise that they are going to try and hit him for a few runs. Not in a silly sense, but I think it's the right approach.
That was so flat, that ball. It had no up and down at all, no drift. Deliberately fired in, perhaps. It's in now to Jadeja. Goes back into his crease and whips it away, wristily out towards mid-wicket. And fumbles the ball. That's Cars out there. You're wondering what's happening to Cars. He's out in the deep.
Yeah.
Through for a couple because of the fumble.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether... You're never quite sure with the Singer side who's got a niggle and who hasn't.
No, right. Yeah.
I thought Ben was knackered yesterday. He's bowled great today. Cars looked a bit tired yesterday, and he's not bowled today. But you would have thought that seam from the Jimmy Anderson end would be a better attack, but they've gone with a spinner.
Maybe, as Dawson is in again, and Jadeja defends into the offside, picked up at Silly Point. Maybe the unevenness is outside the right-handers off stump, not the left-handers, I don't know.
Well, there's definitely been more balls from the Jimmy end with that angle into just outside the right-handers off stump. It's been quite tricky, particularly from Stokes, who gets a different release point to Chris Wokes. 5 men round the bat. Dawson in. This is clipped away up to a deep-ish set mid-on. Jofra Archer fields. And they get through for a run. 2:48 for 4. Jadeja to 13 from 19. Washington Sundar going along at his normal pace, 29 of 81. 15th over at the second new ball now, so it will start to get a bit softer.
A bit gloomy overhead as well.
Ooh.
Dawson in. Oh, gets a thick edge and runs through where second slip would have been. It's being pursued eagerly by Harry Brook, whose hat falls off in the process. They run 2. That was in the air at, I think, a catchable height to a second slip. End of the over. Some runs in that over. 250 up. Washington 31, Jadeja 13, 250 for 4. There's some more live cricket this afternoon on Sports Extra 3, with commentary on the Women's Vitality Blast semi-final and final. Izzy Wong made 59 for the Bears, who have set 163 for 8 against the Blaze. The winners will meet table-topping Surrey in the final.
26 runs in the last 4 overs. Since the new ball in 15 overs, we've had 52. So a little bit of acceleration and bring that runs and timing.
I think it's so important, Andy, that India continue in this kind of sense and keep saying the message that we're here to score, scoring runs. Just try and get up to England's score, not by being silly, but if you can get there within the next, it's 20 overs, score at 3s for the next 20, they're going to be level.
Archer starts a new over round the wicket to Jadeja. 3 slips and a gully. He's in and it's tucked away into the onside. Thinks of a run, it isn't there. Ollie Pope's quick to the ball, moving from square leg to his right.
Well, Jadeja, every time he hits the ball, he sets off running, doesn't he?
Yes. Must be very disconcerting if you're Washington.
Well, you would think over time playing with him, you know that that's just what he does, and you just kind of
ignore it.
Here he goes.
Yeah. It is a bit gloomy though. I don't think it's rain bearing, but you would think these were sort of bowling conditions. Archer in, and Jadeja gets one on the pads that he can't do anything with. It just lands to his left, his right, I should say, and there's no run.
My forecast says that around 4 o'clock, half 4, it brightens up. So light shouldn't come into it. But
and the final,
it wouldn't surprise me if there's a bit of light drama.
And the last hour begins when there are 15 overs remaining. So it could be a late one.
Are you getting a train back to London tonight?
It doesn't look like it, does it?
No. And are you training back to London?
Well, that depends on how soon 6 wickets fall.
Archer into Jadeja on the pads again, ill-directed, just tucked into the onside, fielded by Pope at square leg.
I have been listening to Phil in the green room.
It's been hilarious.
Yes, and there's a lot of ways that he could get back.
He's negotiating lists.
I think he's negotiated with Ian Ward from Sky.
Yes.
I think he might be jumping in with Ward in. Then there was a talk of Cookie dropping him off at some services and someone have to pick him up.
Oh, there's, I know all about the BP at Burpham now. It's very elaborate. So how do I drop a pin down? How do I... Archer down the leg side again. He's just not got it right here. He's aiming for that ball that he's got punt out with twice, isn't he? Round the wicket and then straighten and hit the top of off, and he's just straying too far down.
Yeah, what I like about Phil, and particularly on his social media, is that he sends somebody what he wants.
Oh yes,
on social media. I said, well, why don't you just do it yourself? Yeah. He said, oh, I can't. I said, well, you sent that message to that person, whoever that person is, to then post on your behalf. It'd be a lot easier if you just posted it.
Yeah, no, we have a different code for that, as Archer is in, and this is worked at the onside, but again, straight to Pope. Every ball on the pads here at the moment. Yes, basically, if he gets really confused, I just said, this is one for Henry.
Yeah,
we're just invoke the Henry clause. And today's kerfuffle was trying to find where this service station was off the A3. round 2 roundabouts. He's getting Wardy to repeat it 3 or 4 times. Burpham. It's Archer again tucked into the onside. This time it's going to be a run on the pads, and Archer's line is just all wrong here. He's not causing any problems at all for Jadeja.
Yeah, but
51 for 4, sorry, end of the over.
Situation, you don't want to be bowling wide of off stump and not making them play, so I like the fact they've brought a mid-wicket in, so it allows Jofra to try and hit that off stump as many times. What they're hoping for, want to bounce or want to... It's that low ball that they really want, the ball that did for KL Rahul.
Has it happened much from this end?
No, there's been very few. From this end, Brian's Day, then, the odd ball's bounced. From the Jimmy end, it's scooted a little bit low, but only for 1 or 2 bowlers.
Well, he's gone to have a word with Stokes, and Stokes, I think, is encouraging him, saying, no, you're doing fine. Keep going. But Liam Dawson is going to continue. He has had a couple to bounce. He's had a couple to turn from this end over the wicket. I wonder how long before Root has a go at the left-handers, if he's going this method.
Yeah, maybe he can replace Jofra. But Bryan Carson and Ben himself, they're going to be the keys. They're the kind of bowlers, because they can come wide of the crease and hit the cracks. For the left-handers, it's a little bit more awkward, isn't it?
How long was Wokes' spell? Was it 4, right, before lunch? Dawson, top of his mark, in from the Anderson end. And this spins back in, is clipped away nicely by Jadeja. Out to square leg, and he'll get a run. Cars has to move to his left to field.
There's one for you. Lancashire play Glamorgan here on Tuesday.
Ooh.
There's a pitch prepared. You just play
on that.
Carry on.
Well, Lancashire need points. They need to have result pitches, and they've had nothing but draws here this season.
Tom Harley got 10 for at Gloucester, so...
Yeah, like Durbit, like Multan. As Dawson is in again, this is again worked easily into the onside. There's a big gap between the silly point and the sort of short mid-on or short mid-wicket.
Well, this is what the England fans do. They start to realise that the team need a bit of a boost. So they're going to make some noise, and that mid-wicket that the Indian pair have just been working it to and getting an easy single. Cars is coming on the catch. Short mid-wicket now, so there's a vacant spot over mid-wicket if they fancy taking the spinner on, but
Archer's been moved wider.
Jack Crawley's kind of hovering behind square on the leg side, just like halfway, isn't he?
The Hawkeye camera's in the way of him for me, so that's yours. It's your bit. Dawson in. This is pushed in defence into the offside, picked up at short. Silly point, I should say. Yes, there's just one blob that I can't see, and you can, can't you?
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
Right, that's your area.
Okay, I'm on Crawley watch.
Yes, please. Dawson just strides in and bowls a turning delivery that was beaten the bat, not taken the edge. Dawson has his hands on his head, but he does after nearly every ball. Need to see that again on the replay. Bowling's coming towards us, but it must have been close to maybe stumps or bat. Sees again. Oh no, he hit it into the ground and it just bounced over the top of the stumps. Only just as well by about 2 inches. Bit of encouragement for Dawson as he comes in slightly at an angle. Jadeja drives firmly down the ground. That should be 4. That's a super shot. It was very full, dug out, and it almost hit the stumps at the non-striker's end.
It's a third boundary off Dawson in this innings. It is 36th over.
Yeah, brilliant shot, and it's exactly the right approach that India are going for here, just making sure that they're putting Dawson under a bit of pressure, yet to get the wicket. And every time they get an opportunity to score, they're taking it, India. They trail by 54 now.
It's a sliver. Here comes Dawson to complete the over. And Jadeja cuts out. Well, I don't think it will be 4. It's being pursued by Wokes. It will be 4. I think he's dragged it back amazingly. And they've run through for a couple. It was hit through the covers, and they run for 3 actually. That's terrific work from Wokes at full stretch, full dive. I think he's got it back just inside. They'll have to have a look at this. But it's the end of the over, and the score is therefore 260 for 4.
Yeah, that was a great effort from Chris Wokes. They call him the Wiz, don't they? The Wizard. It was a tremendous gallop to chase, and then the big dive. I think he's done it. Yeah, brilliant. Left hand just flicks the ball back, and then his body flies over the foam. He nearly hits the digital advertising hoardings.
I would hit the sponge as well, and his cap came off. It all happened.
I would think that. I think there'll be a. I think I've just seen Ben signal to Liam Dawson that Liam will come and replace Jofra. And Joff finished there, and someone else will bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end. It looks like Cars is warming up. Cars will be replacing Dawson, is my guess. Winbiz, and is it at 2% yet? Do you know the 1%?
Yeah, it might creep up a bit, mightn't it?
Still one. It has England 48% chance of winning, a draw 51% chance, and India.
So draw's the favourite.
Slightly baffling 1%.
Michael's gone. Tuffers is on his way back, and Archer is lining up to bowl.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon all.
Archer into Jadeja, who gets one on the pads again, that he just works around the corner down to long leg for a single. It feels like almost every ball he's bowled.
Yeah, two straight.
Seems to be since. So he had that slight, discussion, lively discussion with Stokes over whether to have another fielder on the leg side. It seems since that fielder moved across, obviously trying to aim at the stumps, but it's resulted in a lot of leg side deliveries.
Yep. And a change of mindset, I think, for India.
Yep.
After lunch.
And a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, let's get some runs on the board. We were just sort of like a bit sitting duck. It was only 49 on that first session. Just needs to just come out a bit more positive, Let's try and throw a punch back.
Archer into Washington, who gets it on the pads again. And he goes straight to Pope this time. Not straight, he had to move a little to his right to field.
What's the matter with Cars?
Well, I don't know, he's warming up.
Is he at
but why has
last?
he not bowled before? Why did Dawson bowl?
Well, I can understand, left hand, a bit of rough and everything, but we've been rattling on about this, this new ball and where it comes, and sort of giving it to the spinner. We don't mind bowling with the new ball, of course, but just felt perhaps a little bit too early for him.
Especially from that far end with the uneven bounces.
Yeah.
Archer is in. This is short and tucked into the onside. Archer goes after it himself. They get through for the single. 262 for 4. Deficit under 50 now.
Yeah.
Carse hasn't bowled since the 52nd over. He bowled a 3-over spell in the middle of the third session yesterday. We're now in the 98th over.
And it just plays with now, just before lunch everyone's up and everything, you know what I mean? Keep the cordon, lots of slips, men round the back.
Nearly 2 in 2.
Yeah, that's right. But then the deficit starts coming down, and you have to start then sort of, well, do we need 4 slips? We might just need 3 slips.
Yeah.
Shall we get, it just plays with the field, and the gaps start to open.
Archer in, round the wicket.
Oh, come on.
On the pads. And just worked into the onside. I've seen the same ball every time. I can be replaced very easily by an AI-generated commentator at this point.
Do not float that possibility, Dan.
No. I should have kept that into my own head, shouldn't I? Yes.
They'll come for the statisticians first.
Actually, yeah, they could do that, couldn't they? Yeah. Because basically, you're making loads of spreadsheets, so we get the computer to talk in your voice.
Yeah.
Like Zen in Blake 7 and Aurak back in the day, back in the 70s.
Remember Blake 7?
Yes. Archer in. Washington defends solidly up to mid-on. And there is no run.
Oh, it's been a hard-fought series, hasn't it?
It really has.
You've had
5 days.
Work for everything.
The pitches have not helped the bowlers, have they?
No, not at all. As some of those stats that Andy was saying this morning, runs, hundreds. Really overs. Really has been a slog, and when you get guys fighting for your country and for your life out there, they take some removing.
Archer around the wicket, 2 slips and a gully in place. Washington again works the ball into the onside.
Say something different, otherwise you might be.
There's a man there this time. Duck it.
There you go. You see, he might have been vaporised.
It's 263 for 4. The deficit is 48. Washington has 33. Jadeja has 24. And India have had a pretty good 40, well, a very good, you'd say, 40 minutes after lunch. There's going to be a change of bowler. Cars is going to get the chance to try to exploit the uneven bounce. And it looks like he's going to come round the wicket. More thoughts from you, Tuffers. And then it's going to be Alison Mitchell while I go and get my lunch.
Yeah, shade unlucky from Liam Dawson. I mean, he's put it in the right areas, but having said that, not a lot of variation for my money. Good solid stuff. even to the left-handers, two very experienced players of spin. Crikey, they would have faced a few footmarks in their careers outside the off stump, so they know what they're doing, and they've played it well, and they've just put a little bit of pressure back on England by scoring some runs.
Very much feels like that, Tuffers, doesn't it?
Yes,
only 55.
Yeah.
Suddenly your thoughts turn to England maybe ending up having to bat at some point, potentially. Width there from Cars, his first ball, chopped away out towards deep backward point.
And case in point, only 2 slips now. Man back on the boundary.
Force the change.
You're getting rid of, catching options, no short leg, and so, that little bit of a sort of win there for India after lunch.
39 in the 7 overs before this one, so quite a significant acceleration. We've been going the morning session just under 2 and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a double figure over. Did you have a double figure over for Jofra Archer there? And 9 off Dawson's last over. Around the wicket, Cars angling it into Sundar, who turns him through the vacant mid-wicket region. Archer is there at mid-on, moves across to his left-hand side to field. And another single taken.
He'll be enjoying this, Washington Sundar, because he got a bit of a welcome, didn't he, at Lord's?
Well, it was, and it was pretty noisy around the bat. Well, it has been since his post-lunch period. I mean, lots of chatter even when he was out there with Shubman Gill about waiting for Jofra Archer to come and bowl to him, and how he may or may not enjoy that, and which end he might be facing him from.
Sometimes it just, makes you more determined.
265 for 4. Second innings, 46 behind. Just sitting up outside the off stump, Jadeja steers it into the ground and out towards Pope at point. And as Jadeja looked to set off for a possible single, realised that Pope had fielded it cleanly and was even shaping up to throw at the stump. So Jadeja scuttled back quite safely.
Is that Joe Root warming up? I think it is Joe Root warming up. I don't know whether... Has Ben Stokes got anything left?
I would imagine not until later in the day. I don't know. Who knows with Ben Stokes? Who knows? But even when he's been standing in the field, he's been just reaching that arm, around to that lower back region again. Yep. 2 slips, gap to the gully. His cast is in. Defence outside off stump, and Pope just a fraction in front of point this time. Moves in to pick up, and there's no run. Jadeja 25 from 35. Washington 35 not out from the 88 that he has faced so far. And the wickets fell. Both the 2 overnight batters were out, with Gill just on the stroke of lunch in the over or 2 before, and that just felt like such a big moment as Archer had him caught behind by Jamie Smith, and just a bit of a nothing shot, a bit of a fiddle, wasn't it? Through to the keeper, but out for 103. And before that, Stokes bowled an 8 over spell and did get Rahul LBW. Cast in again, well, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Jadeja, shaped as if maybe to have a little bit of a flail, and then thought better of it.
3 catches down. How crucial are they going to be?
Oh, yeah.
England hold those catches. Albeit all 3 of them are toughies. But, they're a pretty good catching unit, this England side. They'd have been held.
Was it Jadeja's first ball he faced, wasn't it?
Yes, first ball, and Gill on 46, dropped by Dawson at backward point, and on 81 by Pope at extra cover, high and fast. All, as you said, all tricky ones.
Yeah, but, you get 1 or 2 out of them 3.
Cast moves in around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. He's forward, he's up towards Stokes at mid-off.
Just seems to have gone flat again, doesn't it? I mean, it's been a strange pitch. Very skittish. 1 minute it's leaping at Gill's throat and then going underground. Next minute it's just like an absolute featherbed.
Can't work out whether it is a naughty child or exceedingly well behaved.
Well, that's right.
It's moved between the two at will.
It does.
That's the end of Cars's over then. The chance that was offered to Root, it was the very next ball after Gill was out. So it would have been 2 and 2 for Archer, and he threw the bat high, a ball that kicked up. It flew to be taken high above Root's head, a juggle, and he couldn't then this time stick out one hand to grab it. Well, he sort of did, but then the ball parried out of that one hand. So we are having Joe Root with ball,
Thought he was warming up.
2 wickets so far this series. 1 slip and a short leg in place for Root with his off spin. Mid-off, mid-on are there. Backward point, deep cover. Extra cover. Root moving in then to Washington, who's 34 not out. Root around the wicket with his off spin, angles it in. Defence solidly getting well forward.
Another little win for India. No disrespect to Joe Root. You know, he's a competent off spinner, but you know, you just think as a batting pair there, you've kind of done the hard work, seen Archer off.
Yeah.
Now we've got Joe Root.
Root moves in and will flight this one. Washington able to take a single, easing it up towards mid-on, and Dawson is there. Steps forward to field. Another one for India. Only 45 behind now.
Yeah.
Away from making England having to bat if India do get bowled out. They've got to get those 45 runs first, though. 266 for 4. Scraping away at the crease is Jadeja. Thorn in England's side many a match in this series and in the past as well, but 61 not out was such a valiant effort at Lord's to almost get India to a tense, successful run chase. A little bit flatter from Root, defending at the inside edge of the bat into the ground. Pope is under the helmet there at short leg. Still Brook there at first slip. He was the chirpy one when Washington Sundar was facing up before. Root waits, the number 66 on his back. Moves in around the wicket, forward pressing. A little bit more follow through to the shot from Jadeja, but eases it to Stokes, who's there. Extra cover, gives the ball a rub. Stokes with his sleeveless sweater. Is he washed? I couldn't tell. Well, he's still got the sweater with the big dusty, muddy mark down the front. He's standing with his back to us now. In goes Root. A little more air again on the drive, more full-blooded. It's burst through the hands of Stokes, and that's now him shaking out his right hand. He's taken a bit of pace off the ball, and they've gone through for one. To be picked up by Wokes behind him. He seems okay, Stokes, but there was a little bit of a stinger initially. Results?
I bet that 12 missed fields that have cost England runs in this innings. Mostly just one at a time, but slightly uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah, keep an eye on that number, particularly if it becomes tight at all, as Root moves in here, forward. Washington defends up to Stokes, who bends down, picks up with his left hand this time to end the over. And Joe Root, that was his first today, sixth of this innings, so 267 for 4. India are 44 runs behind, and the number of overs has just ticked to the 100 mark, so we've had 20 with this new ball now.
Yep.
As I said, Archer and Wokes have been seen off, and had Dawson now turned to cast for the first time in the day, because it was Ben Stokes who took the ball at the beginning of the day alongside Liam Dawson. We're going to have cast again now. Now Mark and Nettie are getting in touch, saying they're listening to us and enjoying today's coverage while walking the coastal path along Cardigan Bay. Sadly, the famous dolphins are as scarce as Indian wickets, but thanks for the entertainment. Oh, that'd be good, seeing dolphins. Nothing better than watching them have a bit of a play, breaking through the waves.
Where's Cardigan Bay? I know it. Wales, isn't it? No.
It's Wales, isn't it?
Yes,
Cardigan,
Wales.
yes.
Yeah.
It's what the pop star Cardi B took her name from.
Is that right?
Of course it's not.
I wish it was. I wish it was. Now, something is moving behind the bowler's arm. I think the member in question, whoever it was, has settled.
Might have played somewhere near Cardigan Bay.
Have you?
Might have done.
Cast around the wickets. Forward defence. Jadeja.
He's looked gun barrel, hasn't he?
Not much movement.
No, he has looked a little bit gun barrel. I mean, listen, it's his 4th Test match, isn't it, on the spin? I mean, it's just not got. Most of the seamers have got some form of, indifferent bounce or a little bit of sideways movement, a little bit of seam movement or swing, but Carter's looked a tad weary. Well, he's a wholehearted performer, but just hasn't got much movement off the pitch.
He runs in now with 2 slips and duck it at gully. He's glided away behind points by Jadeja, who got up on his toes. Dawson is down at deep backward point to field. And another one added for India.
All about getting over the line, isn't it? They say in all sports you can be favourites, you can be in great positions, but it's just about that will to get across the line, and that's what it's all about on top level sport.
Yeah, and for India, this is a vital match to save, give them a chance to at least draw the series at the Oval.
In a strange sort of way, I wouldn't mind it. I think they've been in all the Test matches. I think they've won.
Around the wicket again, a little bit fuller that time from cast, up to mid-off and no run.
If you count down the sessions in all the Test matches, they'll probably be ahead. Perhaps should have won Headingley, did win Edgbaston,
Came really close at Lords.
Could have won Lords.
Yeah.
So,
well, they've been in the contest, and that sort of makes you feel that today it felt unlikely that England would run through them because it's been that kind of series.
Yeah. Nip and tuck.
They're not going to be rolled over. Cast moves in here. Washington on 35 now is up on his toes. Flick of the wrist into mid-wicket. Archer at mid-on moves forward to field. What's this partnership worth now then, Andy?
The partnership is now 47
nice.
In 13 overs.
And growing steadily and ticking as well. Not sort of, as you say, before lunch it was a little bit dogged, wasn't it? And just, thou shall not pass. But these two have come together and they've just ticked it over nicely. Ones and twos, put the bad ball away and got themselves sort of into a pretty threatening sort of partnership.
Yeah, they've got some
good momentum
and real intent about them. And still Rishabh Pant, remember, we believe is expected to bat if needed outside the off stump. This one left alone by Jadeja. Through to Smith it goes. I wonder whether we haven't seen any pictures of who's padded up next in the dressing room, have we?
Yes, I've seen Thakur.
Oh, he is, okay.
Yeah, I think that will be last resort city for Mr. Pant. He's I saw him really hobbling in this morning on crutches with people sort of around him also aiding him. Great big sort of boot on. So
do you think he would only bat if it came to India sort of still there batting at the end of the day and they needed someone to just block out last few overs? In comes Cast, outside the off stump, steered away towards points by Jadeja. And Pope was there to field, hence the big cry of no. So 269 for 4. India in the second innings, 42 runs away from making England to bat again. If India were to be bowled out, but Jadeja 27, Washington 36.
Not panic stations just yet.
No.
Got plenty of time. One brings two and all those cliches, you know.
Well, after Thakur, and if we're suggesting that Pant would only come in as last resort, and then, Kambodge, Bumrah, Siraj, and yes, some maybe resistance, but I don't know. The game is so unpredictable, isn't it? Cricket has a habit of surprising us, as we know. So a lot of these empty seats have filled up around the ground, haven't they? There's a section of the party stand which clearly isn't open.
Well, all mainly Indian flags as well. I think they can just feel that, they're watching a side really fighting hard and come down and support them.
It's a good atmosphere. Root continuing here outside the off stump, away from the left-hander, into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Wonder if Root managed to get his shoes unstuck from the dressing room floor.
I can't
they were super glued.
I can't believe that.
A practical joke. A little more angle this time. Spit, turn, bounce into the gloves of the keeper.
Ripper, absolute ripper from Joe Root. You really saw that round arm sling, and he got his body right through that at a good pace. Pitched on about pitched on about sort of off and middle, and really bit. There again, like the naughty child, it's woken up again.
Root in again, more flight this time, reaching for it outside the off stump, taking a single, stroking out towards Cast, who's there behind square on the offside. 270 for 4 now. India 41 behind. They have made a real difference to this deficit in this post-lunch session. It just changes the complexion of the battle that India are in. Roots once more outside the off-stump, left alone by Jadeja, and allows the ball to pass into the gloves of the keeper. He wanders out of his ground. A little bit of a scrape and a prod at the pitch.
Stump him. Run him out. Anything.
Not quite that desperation level yet.
Not quite yet, no.
Smith bobs down. Roots goes in. There's that round arm action again. And with the angle this time, Jadeja defends and the ball rolls into the onside this time, out towards Dawson at mid-wicket. He really noticeably, didn't he, Tavis? You're so right, just that extra effort with the swing of the shoulder.
Almost a cutter.
Really getting around the ball. Roots in again, similar, angled in and defended, though, solidly by Jadeja. And Smith picks up, so end of the over. I mean, Root looks as much as if he might take a wicket as Dawson did.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be thinking of him as a left-arm spinner, though. I'd be fancying the task here. 2 left-handers, 5th day pitch. All right, nothing much has happened in it, but there are footholds there. Sometimes just to get a bit more out of really hard sort of slabby footmarks that are scarred, you've got to go up and down a bit to get bounce. When you just drive it through, you get that very quick turn, which is you can smother a bit, and he's a spin bowler who looks to bowl full, but sometimes you've got to get that up and down just to make it spit out and perhaps get a glove. Bowl it a little bit slower, a little bit more loopy.
Yeah, Root has those variations, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Right, Carse again. On mid-wicket, his going in place here. It's Duckett, so no gully, as he had in the first over. More protection on the leg side. Carse moves in, angled into the ground out towards Pope, who fields. This is Washington Sundar on 37. Needs to continue to compile their partnership. Looking solid enough. Stokes with the LBW to KL Rahul, who was out for 90. Shubman Gill made 103. You can watch that 100 moment on the TV highlights tonight, 7 o'clock. And indeed the clips on the BBC Sport website and app. He went through with a real fist clench, and that meant a lot. 4 centuries in the series is phenomenal from the Indian captain, but he'll want that 100 to count towards something here. Forward comes Washington, up to Archer at mid-on. Sprawling stop from him, and no run.
Just looking a bit flat, England in the field. Sort of just almost waiting for something to happen instead of trying to make it happen. Sort of sitting there, come on, we're all right, we lead by 40, it's still a flat pitch, but something will happen. We're nearly there, just one more wicket, you feel.
It was very different, wasn't it, when Washington and Gill were batting together. The spinners were on, and Brook was chirping. Carse a leap at the crease, handling this one past the square leg umpire, out to the deep. Another one added.
This is when in the field you sort of sometimes do something a bit silly. You know, sort of blah, 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 blah. So it's like, you know what I mean? Just to sort of, you know,
make everyone laugh.
Well, yeah, and just sort of like snap back into sort of like, you know, trying to
energy, boys.
Yeah, energy, refocus or something.
What was that specific noise again? Any kids listening, that you've got to get exactly right.
No, just to sort of break that kind of sort of like, oh come on, that monotony kind of feel.
Pass bounding in here, getting up on his toes. Jadeja steers it out towards Pope again. I think is that how you prepare for commentary as well?
Well, no, but you know what I mean. I'm not quite sure, but you know, even if it's sort of crossing between overs, you know, you have a bit of a laugh. You know, you both jump at the same time or something and high five or something just to take also the batsman's eye away from something, because they've got into a nice rhythm, these two, and you could just see the England fielders sort of like, you know, feeling a little bit under pressure a bit, you know, come on, we're really striving to get this. Sometimes it's best just to relax.
Well, it's hard work, isn't it? They're having to really bowl India out. The wickets are not coming cheaply. That one just cuts back in a touch on Jadeja. Wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone. It's dropped very close to the pitch. Duckett running in from mid-wicket to pick up.
See, there you go, something like that, you know, little Ben Duckett's there, comes sprinting in, you know, picked it up and looks to shape and throws it to Smith, and then sort of, you know, perhaps has a bit of a word, tells a little joke or something, or a bit of a Mickey take. Just something to kind of re-energise.
I doubt we'll see Harry Brook do a handstand, though he was doing that pre-play.
Absolutely, perfect. See, that would be perfect. That would be perfect.
Or the little toss of the cap.
Yeah, that was
toss
good.
The cap in the air, 2 or 3 loops, and get it to land on his head.
Yeah.
Carse is there with Jadeja, bat poised. That's cut back in now. It's an appeal for LBW here. Carse is down, almost on his knees, pleading. Jadeja is hobbling away towards square leg, and nothing from the umpire. And
no reviews.
Interest. No, they don't have any reviews at all.
No.
They've used them all up, including the last one today. Oh, and it was a no ball as well. The outstretched arm of umpire Rod Tucker.
50 partnership brought up with that no ball in 15 overs and 1 ball.
It was a tight no ball, but nothing was behind the line. The heel on the line, and that's no good. So the ball will be bowled again. Jadeja then poised once more. In comes Carse. He's there past the umpire now. Bowling outside the off stump, carved away behind points. Jadeja setting off busily for 1. He'll turn to get 2. Fielded in the deep. Dawson sending the ball back in to Smith over the stumps. It's Jadeja that time. Tuffers trying to do a little bat twizzle. He nearly dropped it. Now the end of the over. Half shout for LBW. 274 for 4. India 37 away from England being made to bat again. If we get to that point, Jadeja 29, Washington on 38. So it has been a marked difference since the lunch break happened. India losing Shubman Gill just before the break really made you think, well, that was a vital moment for them to lose the captain, helped to break the game open. But yeah, Jadeja and Sundar.
New ball in hand at that time as well. You just thought, right. And then the drop catch, that would have just been another step forward. But, no one means to drop them.
Well, here's someone that needs cheering up. Tuffers.
Oh, OK.
Dominic Hall has sent us a message. As Root is in here with 2 slips and a short leg, going back, flicking it past short leg, but Archer is there at backward square, no run. Dominic Hall says, help us out, England. Broken down at Banbury Services. Since this morning. Family. Says this holiday, they're on holiday. Could do with a flurry of wickets to boost morale. It's from Dom, and he says the grumpy kids. Root, little more air this time, driven out through the covers. Protection in the deep. Crawley waits for the ball to come to him, and another one added.
Well, hopefully help is on its way.
Indeed. In the meantime, we're here to keep you company, at least. Hopefully we can cheer you. Now we're getting a replay of that half shout. Yeah, umpire's call on where it was hitting the stumps.
I bet it's the alternator. It's always the alternator.
What would you do, Tuffers, if it was?
Or the carburettor.
Root from around the wicket, left alone this time, and it goes on into the gloves of Jamie Smith, past that off stump. Well, Banbury Services, is there much to do there? At least you can get yourself a drink.
Well, yeah.
You've got somewhere to sit. In goes Root, angled into the pads, and that's whipped away through the vacant mid-wicket region with the angle. Dawson chasing back towards the boundary. They're coming back for 3. Dawson picks it up inside the rope. And then the ball comes to Root over the stumps. But that deficit, Tuffers, it just keeps coming down and down. Only 33 behind now.
These two have played beautifully. They really have. They've really tried to counter-punch and sort of swap momentum, and they're doing it well.
And even just that sense of knowing the other team has got to chase if you do get bowled out. If it comes down to time, that's another 10 minutes.
Yep, get your pads on and everything. Roll the wicket.
Root around the wicket here. Sundar presses forward and he defends, rolling it out towards Stokes. 8 overs of tension from Stokes, wasn't it, at the start of the day, Tuffers, when he was bowling in with gusto but in real pain.
Yeah.
Brilliantly to get that wicket of KL Rahul, and he felt, right, that's the job that he came in to do. Root ready again. Washington on 39. Great resistance between these two so far. Defence with bat and pad really close together. So end of the over. 278 for 4 and India 33 behind. Now, don't forget you can contact us on TMS, which is on the email tms@bbc.co.uk. And Tuffers, you can WhatsApp your message to us as well on
0330 123 1826.
That number again.
0330 123 1826.
Wonderful. And if you're listening on a smart speaker, you can send us a message directly. You don't even have to type anything. You just say, ask BBC Sounds to send us a comment. Sorry, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment. And then your smart speaker talks back at you and tells you exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Well, do England need any messaging about what to do out here?
I think they might do.
Doing
Get us
their
a wicket.
best, but at the moment the deficit is being chipped away at. 278 for 4. Jadeja and Washington keeping England at bay at the moment. Tuffers, Jonathan Agnew is about to come in and join you here.
Smart speaker could do with a smart bowler at the moment.
Stokes or bust, isn't it? If it looks like it.
Oh, do you think he's going to have another blast, John?
Well, I think he's going to have to, isn't he?
I think he is, but I mean, he looked like, as you said, a Ratio Nelson at one time. He couldn't move it.
No, I know, but it's extraordinary how the other seamers just haven't found anything.
Nothing.
They only
Not
just
a
about
sausage.
Stokes has found.
Not a sausage.
Yeah.
all right, little bit of Archer, you know, and Wokes with a new ball, but when that ball's gone old, it's done nothing.
No. Apart from when Stokes is propelling it.
Absolutely, and then all of a sudden it completely opens up. Anyway.
Yeah. Just looking for the England captain, actually. Is he down there? A few have left the field during this drinks break. But I don't see Stokes, whether he's having a bit of a rub down or something. I'm not sure, but anyway, the ground staff going about their business. How are we doing on overs and time here?
There are 49 overs remaining.
It's a lot of play, isn't it? 49 to go. Here we are, halfway through the afternoon session. It's 278 for 4 on the board, so India have been batting quite busily since lunch. Just trying to really get that deficit down. Ben Stokes has returned to the fray, by the way. Not sure what he was up to, but maybe a chat with Brendan McCullum. Ollie Pope's been off. Harry Brook's been off. They're all trotting back on again now. There's a rallying cry from the crowd out there.
55 in 15 overs since lunch. So 3 2/3 runs per over. Before lunch, 49 in 26.
Yeah, definite lifting of the tempo. So England have broken up from their drinks. The ground staff have done their bit. And it's now just a case of India's batsman returning to the middle as well. In Washington's case, he popped off as well. Well, there's something in the lunch or something.
Yeah.
And hello, Deep, you've taken your jacket off.
Yes, it was hurting my eyes.
Very smart. No, it was we like that. So that was a good hour for India. I see India's win percentage has dropped now. It was at 1%. It's now 0. But if anything, they're in a better position, I would have thought, when it was 1%.
Yeah, I thought
now than they were then. Yeah, very odd. England 42% with a draw. Yeah, comfortable favourite now, 58%. He takes a wicket though.
Yeah, next in is, as of now, would be Shardul Thakur.
Yeah.
And then Rishabh I guess we'll have to wait and see.
So, almost play resuming. Just waiting for Washington Sundar to return to the non-strikers end at the far end. Cast is going to continue with one slip and short leg, who's maybe 3 or 4 yards deeper than you might expect. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a fine leg. Third man might get some short stuff here. Cast thunders in, bowls short, tucked away into the leg side. Pope is the fielder at short leg. It's not one of their sort of all-out short field settings here. They've got 1 or 2 options as a mid-on, for instance, and Stokes is there at extra cover. So they're not all in the leg side, but the option is there anyway for Cast, because actually, really, they wanted to pitch it up and they wanted to hit that length.
True. Also got a slip in place, so it's not an out-and-out short ball theory as of now.
No.
But yeah, that back of length is the interesting bit on this pitch.
Here's Cast again, past umpire Tucker, and he bowls short of a length, turned away into the leg side area, and that's Crawley. And scurries in and picks the ball up. 278 for 4. So India now just 32 runs away. It'll be quite a significant moment when they start actually adding on to a lead. All the time equation, of course, that means for England to win the game.
It's been good. Jadeja and Washington, they look positive as well. Not just defending, but trying to score.
Cast again, thunders in, bowls a nasty short ball which hits Washington Sundar. He wasn't sure where it had gone. Hit him up somewhere up on the shoulder. Something like that. It was an aggressive short ball.
And he does have that issue a little bit right through the series as well, in the first innings and also last test match. You saw him a little uncomfortable against the short ball.
Nasty one up on the bicep, that was. He's got a long sleeve sweater on, which might have protected him a little bit. But short leg is crouching there, waiting for one to be fended off as Carse is on his way again. Bowls short of a length, turned nicely away by Washington Sundar on the bounce to Pope. 279 for 4. New ball taken as we expected about 40 minutes before lunch. That's when Archer dismissed Gill just before the interval, but a lovely innings from India's captain, a brave innings too. Got a horrible blow, a ball that took off from Stokes, hit him on the hand and then ricocheted into his helmet. Well, the crowd getting behind England, urging on Carse, who's running in now and bowls another short ball which Sundar sways out of the way of. He actually played it quite well, but he might need convincing that he actually played it well. It all happens so quickly. You get a bouncer like that, your head snaps back, ball goes flying past.
You're talking about that Shubman Gill wicket again. India losing in the stroke of lunch, and that's been kind of the reason behind the scoreline, isn't it? That 2-1 in favour of England in this series, because those crucial moments, those key moments, England have managed to win those.
Yeah. Carse again bowls. That's wide of the off stump. Washington can let that go. Flies through to the wicket keeper. Well, there's some hostility there and some aggression, but not the uneven bounce or the real feeling of threat.
Also, the release that someone like Ben Stokes have, I mean, the backspin that he's got on the ball, that kind of exaggerates the whole deviation and the unevenness of the pitch.
He's loosening up. So I think that's the end of Carse, and Stokes, as he felt, it just does feel like Stokes or bust. And it looks as if he will come on after this over from Root. And he'll bowl from the end that he bowled beautifully from this morning.
It's also a psychological thing, isn't it? Somebody who's taken so many wickets in this series and also looked as dangerous as he has.
Yeah.
Just kind of knowing the fact that he's ready to bowl the next spell, or he is bowling the spell.
For now, though, it's Root who shuffles in and bowls from round the wicket, an off spinner. Just pushed away by Jadeja. Root picks it up himself. Trumpeter on good form out there. Yeah, doing their best to give England a lift. As Root bowls, that's smothered there. He's using his pad.
He's a character, Jadeja, isn't
yes.
it? Defended, got beaten, got on the pads, and he shadows playing the sweep shot.
Root bowls, and that's tucked away off the back foot. Pope fields it. Short leg. Something slightly frantic about the trumpeting and the urging over there now. As Root moves in again, bowls a low full toss, poor ball, that'll be 4. There it goes into the boundary. Indian flags are flying all round the ground. There's a really good turnout here of Indian fans today. They're loving this resistance. Big flag down there by the electric screen. I see waving there. It's a two-hander, that one. You can't just wave that with one hand. Double-hander. And still the trumpeter blows. 283 for 4. Root again, bowls wide of the off stump. Well, that's a funny old shot from Jadeja, who was sort of looking to sweep that, but I'm not quite sure where. And he was playing with a horizontal bat, well, way outside the off stump.
That is actually to distract the keeper and everyone else. When you see it on the replay, he did not actually had no intention of playing that ball. You see that again. It was way outside off stump.
He's missed it by miles, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And it has put the keeper off. And wait for byes. So now 26 behind, 285 for 4. Here goes Root again. Bowls. Oh, that turned. And there's an appeal from 1 or 2 out there, but nothing really as if they meant it. That's the second ball that Root has bowled that has gripped and spun. Well, meantime, this is surprising. Carse is peeling off his sweater. He's going to carry on. It looked as if Stokes was going to bring himself on there.
Yeah, that was a really good ball, and we were speaking over this on television as well. The pace at which Joe Root's bowling, 42, 43 miles an hour, fair bit of air as well. And that's where I thought could have bowled a little slower, Liam Dawson, especially post-lunch. He came in firing it in. The length was a tad bit wrong. It was on the shorter side.
Well, Stokes is definitely loosening up. He's gone through his action again there, but Cast having one more. Maybe we're going to get some more short stuff at Washington. 285 for 4.
And maybe that's the reason Cast is going to carry on with Washington on strike.
Yeah, I think that's probably the argument there. 47 overs remain. England needs 6 wickets, but India will have a lead by then. In comes Cast again and bowls. That's pushed away into the offside from a fullish length. Nice. That's the length, really. That is the length. Sundar played it okay. Fielded at point. 285 for 4.
Yeah, the length is a little back of good length. Would be around that 7 meter, 6 meter mark. Used a lot when you would get reverse swing. That's the length you hit if you're getting some reverse.
Cast walks a long way back. There's a redundant pile of sawdust. There he goes round it. 285 for 4. Up he comes again now. Bowls a nasty short one, gloved away, just wide of Pope. Yeah, Washington doesn't like that very much. Gloved that away, ball climbing in front of his face.
Yeah, anything outside off stump, short pitch delivery, it's fine. But when it comes towards his body, and this was roughly around his armpits there. And extremely lucky. As a short leg fielder, he had no idea where that ball had gone.
Cast wheels round. Very strong man hurls the ball into the pitch. On his way now, and he bowls, and Jadeja, well, he plays no shot at that. The ball hits on the pads. Quite unusual, that. I think he might have just got a bit of bat on it and flicked the ball to fine leg, but he shouldered arms to a ball on leg stump.
It's quite interesting, because you generally would want to play, but then also he's aware of the fact that there is a short leg. So anything he thinks is not hitting the stumps, he'll let it go.
Yeah. Unless he thought it was going to be a short one, maybe. But anyway, 286 for 4, 25 behind. Cast round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and Jadeja does play it this time and gets it fine down to our right-hand side here. Fielder emerges from behind the cameras. It's Wokes. And they take one more run. That brings Washington down to face Cast again, which is something that perhaps he's not necessarily enjoying very much. 287 for 4. A couple of balls left in this over. Lots of shouts of encouragement. When the ground isn't full, you hear that much more easily, of course. There's a good crowd in, mind you, but not quite as brimful as it has been. 287 for 4. India 24 behind. Cast bowls, and that's played into the leg side by Washington, just to the right of Pope. That short leg who picks the ball up and gives him a rub on his trousers. Cloud is still high and moving quite briskly on this wind. There's no sign of any rain. It's a bit of a gloomy forecast overnight and first thing this morning, but we've had no rain at all. I know there have been some showers around the country, but it's been fine here in Manchester. 287 for 4. Here's the last ball of Cast's over. He wheels round in the distance. Washington settles over his bat. Cast is there now, and he bowls to him a ball that keeps very low, but not straight. And it's taken there by Jamie Smith. And there is no run. So that might well be the end of... Oh, Stokes came on this end. Well, that's interesting. I assumed he'd come on from the far end, which is where the really indifferent bounce has been. But Stokes, who bowled wonderfully well this morning and who England really missed yesterday, is coming on to bowl instead of Joe Root down at this Brown Statham end of the ground. So I'm surprised by that, if I'm honest.
Yes, so am I. I'm just trying to think, why would that be? And Bryden Cast has bowled, 3 overs in this spell? 5 already, so he's bowled 5. So anyways, you've got to change someone, you've got to get somebody on from that end as well.
All I can think of is the breeze and swing.
Okay.
And 2 left-handers. Put all that
combination together. And you might get the fact that Stokes is going to try and get it across because the breeze is going left to right. I'm clutching at straws a bit because the real strength of Ben Stokes so far has been hitting the patch up there, which has made the ball keep low, but that's all I can think of, and he's only got one slip. We've got a short leg, we've got two in the leg side. He might be tempted to bowl short here maybe, but anyway, we'll see what he's up to. He's going to go round the wicket, past umpire Raza, and does bowl short. And it goes over Jadeja's shoulder. And he's followed through there in a way that suggests that hurt.
So did get Washington Sundar out in the first innings with that short ball. Washington tried to pull him and got out. But then Jadeja as well. I mean, listen, if Ben Stokes bowling short ball, let them go. Because then obviously if that's going to be how he's going to bowl, that's his strategy, then he's going to bowl at least at over or two less than normal in that spell.
There's a short leg, just one slip. Jadeja's on 38. Stokes again runs in and bowls down the leg side. Ill-directed. And again, what he's doing with his shoulder, which is clearly hurting him, as soon as he bowls, he then sort of stretches it behind his back. He stretches it right out behind his back.
Yeah, he was kind of trying to massage or dig into his forearms and biceps as well. So just get a feeling that what I mentioned earlier as well must be a nerve thing which originates actually from the back of the neck and it goes down through your shoulder all the way down to the hand.
Well, wheels round below us here, on his way once more, kicks up his heels. Jadeja waits for him. Stokes bowls another bouncer and Jadeja just looks at it. It's nothing to do with that at all. He's not going to engage in this. In fact, it's signalled a wide.
Don't mind that at all if you're an Indian batter. If Ben Stokes he's going to come and bowl bounces at you.
Yep. This is a surprising tactic. You'd think that Stokes is bowling from the other end and bowling into that area on the pitch that was so uneven. I don't quite understand this. Cast could come and do this job.
Exactly.
Running in and bowling bounces, but Stokes has really been the only one to make the ball go up and down and unpredictable. And he goes again, bowls another short one. Jadeja doesn't show any interest in it at all.
No ball. Second, as in he's already bowled two bounces.
Oh, I see, yes.
Third.
Yep, and umpire Raza's having a word with him there. Indian crowd are booing. 289 for 4. Now he's going to go over the wicket. Well, interesting tactic this. 289 for 4. 22 behind. Stokes again runs in, bowls. That's a better length and Jadeja gets behind it. Plays the ball to mid-off. Chris Stokes picks it up, gives it a rub. See Stokes settling into one of his marathon spells here.
Yeah, again, coming over the wicket to the left-hander. The idea would be to kind of bowl across or a shot more towards the rib cage. Not really a bouncer, but a short ball.
Stokes again. Bowls, and that fits a thick inside edge. Runs past the pad, fielded by Pope. There's no run. 289 for 4. Jadeja on 38.
This makes more sense now. He's coming back around the wicket. Because over the wicket, the chances of leg before is minuscule. So that makes more sense coming around the wicket now.
Waiting for the ball to be returned to him. Here it comes. Dawson's got it at mid-on. Stokes catches it. Wipes his hand on the back of his trousers. Round the wicket then to Jadeja on 38. In goes Stokes and he bowls to him short of a length. That's pushed away for a single to backward point. 289 for 4. So he's got one ball left at Washington Sundar, but he can't bowl a short one. He's already done those. I think Jadeja might be reminding Washington of that. He's had a quiet word with him. So come on. Still 2 out in the deep though. Fine leg. Deep backward square leg. And Sundar is ready for Stokes. He's on his way now. long straight run is there, and he bowls, pitched up. Sundar into line, plays nicely. Castfield's at cover, and that's the end of that over. Well, might be a few people scratching their heads at that, but there we are. Stokes gets most things right. 290 for 4, 45 overs remaining. Washington 40, Jadeja 39. More from Deep Dasgupta, and then Prakash is coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, the change of ends and the strategy of bowling short ball, obviously it is a little baffling, but then again, from an Indian perspective, as Prakash slides in, it's not necessarily a bad thing, isn't it? If he's going to go and bowl short balls and from this end, or rather the Statham end.
Yep, one would think so, but listen, I'm sure there's a plan, and if anyone can make a plan that doesn't seem like a plan to any of us, it is Ben Stokes.
Which is true, I agree. And I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls another over and he's realizes whatever he's planning is not working or something, and then quickly move over, change ends.
Right then, Bryden Cast with a fresh over from the Sir James Anderson end to Jadeja. Is any bowl? Jadeja lets this one go down the leg side, taken by Jamie Smith. Andy, were you poised and ready with something?
Yeah, just to highlight how challenging it's been for the bowlers of both teams, and how the bat has dominated the ball in this series. Even though we've yet to have a draw in the first 3 tests. 43.1 runs per wicket by both teams combined. Out of 143 test series in England, that's the 3rd highest runs per wicket. 2002 India against England, series in which Rahul Dravid got 3 centuries. Michael Vaughan had a big series for England. Ganguly and Tendulkar also amongst the runs for India.
Cast in to bowl to Jadeja, wide of the crease. Jadeja defence.
That was 45.9, just fractionally under 46 runs per over. And then the 1990 series, which Graham Gooch had that 456 run test at Lords. So runs sort of all over the place. Mohammad Azharuddin got 2 sparkling centuries. Sachin Tendulkar made his maiden test 100 on this ground. I think Ravi Shastri got a big 100 at the Oval as well. That was 57.2 runs per wicket, that series. So it's the 3rd highest currently of any series in England.
Bryden Cast into Jadeja, lets it go outside the off stump. And all those numbers that you shared is with effectively a non-existent Indian tail by and large. So that just puts it into context as to how many they've been scored.
And this is across all countries, right? So these...
Just England. So that's series in England.
In England.
No, India, England.
No, so England against all.
So all 3 have been India, England.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it just goes to prove the point that it's not always the ball whooping around. Batters have dominated from time to time. Here's Bryden Cast in again to bowl to Jadeja. He's up, he bowls. Jadeja eases it in the offside. Won't get a run. Root is there at point. Who fields? 290 for 4. The deficit now 21.
This partnership has now lasted 21 overs, 68 runs. There were 65 overs and 2 balls left in the match when these two came together, so they've taken a good chunk out of that.
Yeah, 44.2 overs left. That's what the giant scoreboard tells us. Cast turns. There's a slip and a leg slip, a short leg as well. Under the helmet, Ollie Pope. Those are the 3 men catching, besides, of course, the keeper. Cast is up, bowls. Jadeja defends. Root runs across from point to field. India battling away. And Washington's got to 40, Jadeja's 39. Washington's been there for 112 balls. Jadeja's 74. Heroics last evening and a little bit this morning from Rahul and Gill. And when you put that in the context of the first 2 wickets falling off consecutive balls in the first over, it just seemed like a terrific effort.
Oh, absolutely.
Cast in again. Comes in and bowls. And Jadeja eases this through, but again finds Root in the way at point, so there's no run.
Yeah, and especially Shubman Gill, what an effort. 400s already in this series. Before the series started, he didn't have 100, as we call it in India, the Sena countries.
Sena countries, yeah.
South Africa, England, New Zealand and Australia, and now he's got 4.
Yeah, there's been conversation about that. I mean, a couple of people expressing why both KL Rahul and how is it that KL Rahul and Gill both had averages in the mid-30s based on their performance here, and lots of different theories. So what's yours, Deep?
For Shubman, I think obviously he's changed his technique. He's obviously taking this captaincy role very seriously and leading by example and everything else. KL Rahul as well. I mean, a lot more responsibility now.
Fresh over. Stokes is in, short outside the off stump. Washington lets it go through.
One is responsibility with KL Rahul. Other thing, I guess, the security that he's going to be looked in as an opener and not credit to him or whatever, that he's been around for 11 years now in Test match cricket, but he's been up and down the batting order. But I think he's been assured of his position now, and also his kind of role. The other thing with KL Rahul, I think, is could be off the field as well.
In comes Stokes, bowls, and Washington once again distinctly uncomfortable at anything that's about armpit high, gets across and manages to get some bat on it, and will get across to the other end, which is a good place to be. 291 for 4 now.
And why I think Shubman, for example, especially this innings, was coming in. He had a lot of challenges. One is at the personal front. 2 innings where he got out very similarly, incoming deliveries and all of that. So he had to kind of answer that question. And then so much of criticism regarding some of the choices in terms of the playing 11 or his strategies.
Stokes to Jadeja. Oh, that was a good bouncer. Jadeja does well. Does really well in the end. He's down on his backside, really, with his legs crossed. A yoga teacher would have been proud of that, with his pads on, but he got away for self-preservation, and successfully so. That was a terrific bouncer. Smack at the helmet it was aimed, and he did very well to sway away from it.
Yeah, actually that's very well left.
That's one of the closest I can think of to the term smelling the leather.
Oh.
He really would have.
Because that ball actually followed him. So he did exceedingly well, but then also the way he got up from that position.
Stokes bowls again, and this time he takes it on. Did Root get a hand on that? He's hit it through, didn't quite get all of it. I think he's going to get 2 runs, but the replay will tell us whether that was a little bit airborne as it went to Root, and he might have just got a fingertip.
Yeah, but
2 runs nevertheless.
True. And Ben Stokes won't mind seeing Jadeja taking on the short ball. Yes, he did get a fingertip on that, Joe Root.
But on the bounce.
Not on the full. Yeah, on the bounce. But I wouldn't mind at all Ben Stokes seeing Jadeja taking on the short ball, because he's got the feel for it. He's got a short leg, he's got a square leg, which is front of the umpire, front of square, and 2 obviously in the deep.
Yep. That's how he got Washington and Sai both. This one's, again, not getting all of it, probably just the part of the bat. It trickles away to where Duckett runs in from deep backward square, shy at the non-striker's end. Jadeja's in, and the total will move up to 294 for 4. 17 now the deficit. Certainly didn't look anywhere near this kind of a picture at the point when India were not for 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
On that point about the way Gill and Rahul have performed, talk about that after this delivery as Stokes turns round right below us and goes into bowl now from the Statham end into, he thinks about it. There's a good bouncer again, directed outside the line of off stump, and Washington does well in the end to just bail out of it, because there was only one way that was headed, in my opinion, where Washington was, and that was straight above. And good of him to manage to restrain himself. 294 for 4. 43 overs remain in the game, and India are 17 runs behind the England total to make them bat again. Very much England in the box seat, make no mistake, but India battling away, and as has been the trend throughout this series, no one's really willing to back down or roll over and die. It's been that kind of series.
It has been, and especially obviously credit to both the teams, but when I look at this young Indian side, it's like they've done really, really well. There were a lot of these questions before the series started in terms of captaincy, inexperience and bowling unit, young batters, Virat not being there, Rohit not being there, Ashwin not being there.
Carr starts a fresh over. He's into Jadeja and he lets it go in the traditional style, raising his bat well above his head, down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
It seems like India's managed to answer most of those questions. Certainly, yes. But still, I think...
But the whole line doesn't necessarily reflect it. But
yeah, that's true.
Superb cricket, no doubt.
And also in this cycle, this was always going to be the biggest challenge for the Indian side. This is the toughest challenge. And on top of that, first overseas series for a lot of these guys, especially captain, captain.
In comes Carr, bowls, left alone, outside the off stump.
But yeah, something I guess the captain and the coaching staff has to look after this is build up a group of fast bowlers, 5, 6 of them, because I'm looking back at 2015-16 when Virat first came in as a captain and Ravi Shastri came in as a coach. One thing they realized very early was the fact that if you need to win overseas, you need fast bowlers, you need guys to pick 20 wickets, and we saw Shami doing well, Bumrah coming into the scene.
Slip on a short leg, Carr's in, and a bit of an edge, but well placed, safe from anyone close by. 4 runs to Sundar? Washington Sundar, I should say. We've all been guilty of this. Sundar is actually... It was Jadeja. Why am I not able to figure the fact that one is wearing a full sleeve jumper and the other isn't? And there's bright orange on Jadeja's bat. I should not be making that mistake. 4 runs nevertheless, no mistake about that. India 298 for 4. The deficit now 13. And Sir Alistair Cook is now in the seat alongside me.
The way Jadeja's played, he's made a difference in terms of that run scoring.
Carr's in, bowls to Jadeja. He defends solidly.
It just gives India another option. Buys them a bit of time, the fact that they've scored these runs. As soon as they go past the lead, that's 3 overs. That's 3 overs less they have to bat.
Absolutely right. Well, Jadeja's got his 46 in 82. Washington's played a very, very responsible knock. 115 for his unbeaten 41 so far.
But if this would be the horrible time if you're in the change room now, you'll be in your spot, not moving. Just get these 2 there at tea. These 2 there at 2.
Shot and defended on the offside. He wants a run. He's urging Washington on, who's not interested at all. But that's Jadeja for you. He'll play the ball. He'll run a step and a half, sometimes 2. Often gets told off by the umpire to get off the danger area.
You feel, I don't know if the Indian side's anything like the English sides, but lucky seats.
Yeah. Oh,
don't move, no moving.
Much more. I think we Indians probably are a lot more superstitious than many others. Of course, cricketers as a breed, I think, around the world, Alistair, are like that. And also are the fans. There's Carr into Jadeja, bowls, and Jadeja lets it go down the leg side, taken by Smith. 298 for 4.
If these 2 are still at tea, then India have got a chance. That's all I'm saying. But if they lose one before,
anything can happen. Yeah, you just feel, these 2 are in that sense, with no particular disrespect meant to Shardul Thakur. These 2 are the guys to do it.
Well, these 2, you feel, is going to have to do the majority of the work. I think I was on with you in the morning. We said that it's amazing what the tail can do, like Bumrah, Thakur, Siraj, when they've got someone at the other end to help them.
That's right.
Or there's a chance, obviously, if they lost early wickets, then they're in a lot earlier. They kind of don't see the hope, but they've got the hope now.
Well, the man who's about to start a fresh over, as we've seen throughout the series, bowling through pain, bowling through discomfort, is Ben Stokes, the England captain. Here he is, into bowl to Washington. He's gone up in the air, but he's gone it clear, and he's got enough on it. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. He connected. I had my heart in my mouth, I must confess, Alistair. Because the moment it went aerial, the replay of the first innings played out, but it's gone over the boundary, and that brings up the 300 as well. Nice. Sweet connection there.
A brilliant shot. It's gone down to up. wasn't that short, and he's thrown the kitchen sink a bit, but you said you had your heart in your mouth. You only ever commentate with your arms crossed and you barely move. Gosh, my heart in my mouth, I'm jumping up and about.
Another short ball, this time hit along the ground is yes, he has. So suddenly from nowhere, Washington's taken 10 runs off Ben Stokes' consecutive deliveries. Now, the deficit in single figures is 3. And that's his 50 as well. Washington Sundar.
But it was a surprise when he moved up the order ahead of Jadeja. Interesting to hear the thoughts, the reasons why. He's backed them up with that show of trust, but brilliant innings. This is when you do fear for him, though. A couple of good shots.
Well, this time he's caught in all kinds of trouble, an awkward place. I'm not even sure if that ball hit pad or thigh, but he was all over the place. The ball ricocheted away, leg by signalled towards point for a single. 309.
Now, the details of that superb half-century from Washington. Sundar reached in 117 balls with his second 4 to go with that 1-6, 1 boundary in his first 115 balls, and then a 6 and a 4 to reach his 5th Test 50, yet to have 100, but he's played a number in his short career, a number of really important innings for India. I mentioned earlier on his dismissal rate, kind of balls per wicket to get him out, is the highest of the current Indian squad.
I think it's the best place for him down there, the non-strikers end, because he looked to try and hit that one as well.
Just calm down.
And this is when Ravi Jadeja, I don't know how well they know each other, but that's when he has to take the senior responsibility in terms of just making sure he's okay, making sure he's thinking clearly after that. Not rush of blood, but the adrenaline would be going to 50. Some good shots.
Stokes to Jadeja now. In he goes bowled, and Jadeja's pulled it straight to, but falling well short of Ben Duckett.
Well, Dan Norcross is laughing at me because Jadeja's taking it on as well. It's a senior partner. Well, England won't, in a strange way, won't mind this, because by playing the shots, it does bring a dismissal into play. I think they're just comfortably getting out of the way of it or just defending. But you do feel now, as the game is right on the edge, I do feel the crowd know that as well.
Yes, there's a lot more activity. Trumpets playing, flags waving, all of that happening here at Old Trafford. Here's the next one outside the off-stump. Cut away backward a point. It will be cut off. Oh, a little bit of a parry that goes into the boundary cushions there from Crawley. And India now have gone ahead of the deficit, and Jadeja's 50 as well. And the sword dance comes about. Very standard celebration for him, and he loves playing here in England. He's got several key innings that he's played, acknowledges the crowd, and the sword of the warrior. 313 for 4. India's now ahead by 2.
There seemed to be a bit more vigour in that one than I've seen. They seem to do it a bit quicker. Again, played well. Take that first ball out of it. Remember, it's dropped. First ball, that strange shot, but since that moment,
this one's another short one, parried and well saved really by Smith as it raced over his head. 313 for 4, 112 overs bowled, and it's time for me to hand over, but Andy, you're ready, and Dan Norcross for commentary after that.
Details of Ravi Jadeja's 50, 86 balls. That was his 5th 4, his 31st score of 50 or more in Test cricket, 4 of which he has converted into centuries. His 5th 50 this series, and only 3 other Indian players have had 5 50-plus scores in a Test series in England. Rishabh Pant in this series, 2 centuries, and 3 other above 50. Virat Kohli in 2018 batted absolutely superbly in a generally sort of bowler-friendly summer, 593 runs, 2 50s and 3 other 50-plus scores. And Sunil Gavaskar in 1979, 104 50s in that 4 Test series.
It's not bad, is it? Not bad at all. 313 for 4, 2 is the lead. 41 overs remaining for the purposes of balance and completionism. If India would score at 4.5 an over for 26 overs, that would give them 102 plus 13, 117 run lead. 2 between innings. Set England 117 in 13 overs. See if they thrash and get out. Well, I think the Indian win is probably very, very difficult to envisage, but England have gone back to spin. The Carr's interlude is at an end, and Washington is on strike to the left-arm spin of Dawson, who bowls a straight ball that does nothing, and then his arms go into the air as if he's just bowled one that on another day.
Quite similar to Nathan Lyon, that, isn't it? Nathan Lyon gets his arms above his head almost every ball.
Yeah. Back to the bowler, no run. Right. Dawson in again. Forward, short leg slip. And Washington pads this away, and it bounces off that pad into the hands of Ollie Pope at short leg. There's no run.
Good line though, that's a bit wider. That's really thrown it into the rough, and I think he's just next couple of overs. Why don't you just throw every ball in there? Will he pad every single ball away?
Dawson buys a flatter ball, and it's pushed into the offside. Again, his arms go up into the air as if he nearly got through. There are 40 overs remaining after this, and the final hour begins when there are 15 overs left. That is the point at which teams can shake hands, and if these two are still batting, then they'd have a lead of around 80. As Dawson is in, this is defended to the offside, there's no run. And if you were Stokes, you'd be thinking, is there any point in my bowlers bowling any more overs with a test match starting on Thursday?
If these two are still in with 15 to go, then...
Well, even if they're 5 down, though, as well, don't you think?
5 down, they have lost a lot of wickets quickly, haven't they, in this series of the tail? I don't think you'd see England throwing in the towel just then.
Dawson in. Oh, that does spin back in, and this time Dawson goes down on his haunches because he really thought that was closer this time, but it just pokes out into the offside, fielded at point. No run.
That's one bad shot away, aren't they? They're one bad shot for the game to have a totally different feeling. That's how you'd sit in the dressing room, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Barely. I couldn't be watching. Wouldn't have been. I'd have found a little spot somewhere away.
Jadeja has played one bad shot. It's to his first ball, and he was dropped off it as Dawson is in. This is clipped away into the onside, in front of square, out to the fielder, trotting in off the boundary. Here is Chris Wokes. They get a single off the last ball of the over. The lead advances to 3-14 for 4. Jadeja 50, Washington Sundar 52. 40 overs remain, 14 minutes to go until tea. And this has been an extraordinarily valiant effort from India from 0 for 2. Andy?
Dawson now 37 overs in this innings, 15 in the first. Took a wicket in his second over, so 50 overs and 5 balls since his last wicket. Cast thus far in the match, 38 overs without a wicket.
Yep. England have struggled for penetration. In fairness, so did India. England did score 669 runs. So, I mean, their first innings effort to bowl India out for 358 was exceptional. But we've seen cracks. We've seen some balls keep low. There was the expectation it could only get worse. But you know what? These pitches, they don't necessarily just get worse, do they?
Well, certainly not in Old Trafford this year.
No.
We've been saying it all.
Draws the whole way, isn't it?
It's been draws the whole way, and the wicket... Just Michael Vaughan was saying how dry it wasn't. Surely it's got to turn. And I was like, yeah, I agree with you. Your cricketing nous, that's the right word, would say, yeah, it would turn and break up. But the square hasn't deteriorated this year, so why would this one deteriorate?
Root round the wicket, starting a new spell. Bowls a lovely ball, actually. It lands on around middle and off and is then defended into the ground. So spin at both ends.
Do you wonder whether Stokes might be coming from the other end? A bit of a change of ends, maybe?
Possibly. Well, that's where there's been more assistance for him, and indeed for quicker bowlers generally. 2 slips in place. And Washington leans forward and defends back to the bowler. Another full ball on off stump. There is again no run. England's over rate's quite positive. It's at +1. So they shouldn't lose any points for this game. Here's Root again. Washington defends into the offside, the front foot. It's a short extra cover, there's no run. I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it, this match?
Well, I'm just trying to think, what else could Ben Stokes do? Harry Brook over. Could Root bowl a bit wider, maybe bring another man across the leg side. Will they leave every ball?
Root does go a little bit wider, and forward comes Washington.
But almost
the offside, no run.
Another yard or so wide than that. Bring Duckett across the offside. bring point up. So come on then. Challenge you for an over to hit out the rough. See, will he be patient enough to leave it?
He's got mid on and mid on up, mid off back a little. So there are gaps to go after, pockets over the infield. Root tosses this up and it's driven, squirted away to backward point straight to the fielder. No run. What this does mean is that the last hour may begin at around about 5:15 or so, I think. Especially with spin on at both ends at the moment. Root in. That's slower and driven into the ground, I should say, into the ground and then into the hands of Stokes above his head. End of the over. A maiden over from Root. He has none for 28 from 10. India 314 for 4. They lead by 3.
That's something I missed earlier on. Shubman Gill's century was the 16th 100 of this series, which is the most centuries ever in a test series in England.
After 4 tests?
Yes, breaking the record of 15, which was set in a 3 test series in 1990.
Against India.
The Gooch one.
The Gooch series.
So in 1989, there were lots of centuries for Australians, but very few for English people. Is that right?
Yes, I think Gower got one and Robin Smith got one. Jack Russell got one.
There were 6 test matches. But Steve Waugh appeared to bat from the beginning of the season to the end without getting out.
He did get about, I think he was well past 300 runs.
382, I wanted to say, something like that, before he got out. Dawson's going to continue with a forward short leg, and a leg slip and a slip.
It's coming around the wicket.
Yes, can he get it to turn back in? Off the posh bit, as they say. Let's see. He's in, and that's flicked away into the onside. Oh, they've gone through for a single. It's not there. It was sent back.
I think it was there. It was there for everyone else but Ben Stokes. It was him at mid-wicket. He's picked up cleanly. I think he thought he got past him, didn't he?
A wonderful bit of fielding. He just bent down and then flicked the ball back and hit the stumps in the process, but he's well home. Leading by example. So Dawson keeping up with this round the wicket line. He's in, and this is clipped away again, but this time it beats Stokes at short mid-wicket, takes it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. The lead advances to 4, and Jadeja moves to 51.
I suppose that's the danger when you come around the wicket off the stuff which hasn't spun. It's just very easy for a left-hander. Full trust in the wicket. Just knock it into that big gap.
Here comes Dawson. Washington just digs this out. Back to the bowler, full ball on the front foot. Once again, no run. How long till tea now? 8 minutes. 8 minutes till tea. 38 overs remain after this. England haven't really looked like taking a wicket in this session. They were on fire just before lunch. Dawson's in. This is worked into the onside. They want a single, and they're going to get it. It goes to Wokes at square leg. Had a bit of ground to make to his right. Lead goes up to 5, 316 for 4. Might squeeze another 2 overs in here, you'd think, before tea, which would leave 36 overs to be bowled in the final session, with 6 wickets in hand, a lead of 5, and a 36-7 overall ball. That's just defended by Jadeja. Back to the bowler. Sort of slightly fired in that one at 57 miles an hour.
I like
mid-wicket comes in again.
I like it. I was just saying to say, let's try and tempt a big shot.
Want to keep him in generally, don't they?
Well, I think that there's a stage where they wanted to protect the boundaries because the runs matter.
Dawson in, and this strikes the pad and a bit of bat and rolls into the offside square of the wicket. Smith collects, there's no run. 316 for 4, the lead is 5, Washington 53, Jadeja 1. So yeah, you would say now it's going to take something rather remarkable for England to win this game.
Well, they just need an opening, don't they? They need to somehow find an opening. One mistake, and then suddenly, it always happens more than when a new batsman comes in. Bowlers get a bit more energy.
pitch suddenly could play a few tricks.
Wokes, when did Wokes last bowl? How many overs has he bowled?
He bowled 4 overs with a new ball, the last of which was the 87th, and hasn't bowled since then.
All before lunch, yes?
Yes.
So Wokes hasn't bowled this session. I mean, there is a matter of a test match starting in 4 days' time. There's the series very likely in the balance as Root comes in, round arm, forward in defence comes Washington, pushes to short extra cover, Stokes fields.
I'm sure you're not thinking like that, are you? You're thinking that England are thinking to win this one, then all those other questions and answers and you can worry about.
Root again too full, so easily defended from the crease into the onside this time, picked up a short mid wicket by Duckett.
All those questions, answers, things you want to rotate. Does Atkinson play? When you're 3-1 up, you can make those decisions with
impunity.
Exactly.
Yeah. Root again is defended on the front foot. It's not getting any turn at all. And the other thing we haven't seen is lesser spotted leg spinner
or a bouncer. He sometimes bowls a bouncer.
Yeah, the bouncer. He might start getting a bit frustrated, especially with Jadeja having dropped him. In he comes. This is slightly slower through the air and defended it. The offside. Stokes picks up and no run. The runs were coming along at a good rate not so long ago, but they've just dried up against the spinners.
They know, don't they? They know how important the next 5 minutes or so is.
Well,
just psychologically.
There was that amazing stat about wickets lost in the lead up to ends of sessions. This is also defended the offside. There's no run. I think India was 63 for 10 in the last 10 minutes before lunch in this series.
Really?
Something of that sort, yeah. I'll try and find it for you. It's an absolute beauty. Here is the Root again. This is driven smacked through the covers for 4. It's a handsome shot from Washington. Up and over extra cover. And India are 320 for 4 at the end of the over, the lead up to 9.
Well, that was the play I was hoping England would do. Challenging to hit out the rough. And he's gone over extra cover. As that Crawley had come up. Absolutely melted that out in the middle of his bat.
Is across the 4 test matches so far, India is 62 for 10 off 173 balls when the time is between 12:50 and 1 o'clock. I don't know what they can do about that. We've had an email, by the way, from Rob, who's on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. Here's something for you and your listeners to think about. Should things go quiet this afternoon? I think our producer has gathered that they have gone quiet this afternoon. We have devised a game. It's very simple. You take a player's name and combine it with some related cricketing terminology in order to create a band name. Okay. As Dawson is in. And this is pushed off the back foot up towards mid-on. They think of a single, it's not there. Here's one as an example. Shubman Gill and the Heavy Rollers.
Oh, I like it.
I think you'll have a lot of fun with this, yeah. So sort of Betty Snowball on the side screens.
You like Betty, don't
you? I do. Myrtle McLagan and the Abdominal Protectors.
Family show.
Dawson in, forward in defence. Thinks of a run that's not there. Oh, and Archer falls over on a slippery bit of the square. High farce. Jadeja pushed to a place where there would have been, should have been no run. And Archer ran in and then lost his footing. You can contact us on TMS if you have your ideas, tms@bbc.co.uk on email, or you can now WhatsApp us your message on 0330 123 1826.
Good enthusiasm, Dan. I mean, the only one I could think of, something about like covers. You know, like
covers?
Yeah.
Okay.
As you know, like covering a track.
Dawson in, this is defended the offside, there's no run. So, Xenophon Velasquez and the hover covers.
No, and the cover, covers.
And the extra covers.
Oh, yeah.
The extra covers or the deep extra covers?
You can have either. I was actually thinking of the covers, and then how
what do you
certain artists cover certain tracks.
Yes, I like that.
That's why I was going that way.
Well, I thought you could layer it, you see, with deep extra covers.
What, deep?
Yeah. Dawson here. This is the offside again, slightly crabbed. It didn't really turn a great deal. And once more, there is no run. The sun's come out.
which will make taking wickets even harder for England. Have you got a suggestion, Andy? This is usually your line of attack. But I suppose I've stolen Myrtle McLagan.
And Xenophon Velasquez and Betty Snowball.
Yeah, sorry about that. Napoleon Einstein, you can have him. This is cut away. What cut? It's pushed off the back foot, really, with a vertical bat. And Archer does the fielding in the covers. And they pick up a single. The lead goes into double figures. It's 10 now, with one ball left in this over. It's probably time to bowl it and get another over in. 3:21 for 4.
Randy Challenger and the thirds.
Yeah. I like the deep third. So I think deep always it gives a sort of, it's got a musical notion, isn't it? Dawson. Oh, beats the pad. It comes onto the pad. It skids on, rolls into the onside. He puts his hand to his head, but really, yes, he's played that pretty well in the end, Washington. And he has 57. Jadeja 52. Handed his jumper over to umpire Hassan Raza, and they're going to get another over in. There'll be 35 left in the afternoon session.
It's been few and far between, isn't it? That one did keep low. Would you describe this as a good cricket wicket then?
No. I don't think a side getting 669 and then the other side being 321 for 4 on the 5th day and it not looking like being able to get a wicket makes it particularly good cricket wicket. As forward in defence comes Jadeja in defence at the onside, no run. I'm sure groundsman might say, well, that's the bowler's fault, they're not being productive enough. And the batting has been exceptionally good, but I think it's something that bedevils English cricket across the country at the moment. The reason why there have been so many overs bowled and going so deep into 5th days is that the pitch is a bit sluggish. They don't have quite the bounce. As here comes Root. That's defended on the front foot, no run. Andrew's suggestion is Ben Stokes and the sticky wickets. Yeah. The sticky wickets. Sticky wickets is, I think the sticky wickets would make a good backing bat. 2 slips, Root in, and that's all played in the back foot. Might have come forward to that. Well, Jadeja, but in the end he gets away with it, pushes it into the offside. There's no run.
Too much of that music game, though, isn't it? It's just random names and.
Root tosses one up forward in defence. Comes Jadeja, pushes to second slip. There's no run along the ground. Sorry, that one.
That's the music, just a random name and a cricket position, really, isn't it?
It is. I quite like it. As long as you get the right name. I think you've got to hit the right name. Pushpakumara. This looks like a good place to start, as this is defended into the offside off the front foot. I don't know why, but it's got a bit of punch to it. Pushpakumara.
I'll let you and Zoltz play that game.
Siddharth Wetimuni.
How do you know these people?
Oh, you asked Jonathan Agnew about Siddharth Wetimuni. It's a sore point. That's actually a nice idea. Clipped into the onside. They'll take a single out to Jofra Archer, and there is just the 1 run. Siddharth Wetimuni and the silly points. That takes us through to tea. That is.
On that note.
That is tea. 322 for 4. 35 overs remain in this match. India have not lost a wicket in this session, and they have scored 93 runs?
99 runs.
2-2-3
at lunch, so 99 runs in 29 overs, and that single brought up a 100 partnership in 30 overs and 2 balls, and that's the 3rd session of the last 4 in which England have failed to take a wicket. Of the 2 wickets just before lunch yesterday in the first over, in the first 5 balls. Since then, only 2 more wickets in 117 overs.
Ravindra Jadeja 53 of 102, Washington Sundar 57 of 139. Earlier, KL Rahul LBW to Stokes for 90. He was in the middle of an heroic spell at the start of the day, and Shubman Gill suddenly wafted at one from Archer just before lunch. He was out for 103. Ravindra Jadeja was dropped the very next ball. We thought this could be it for England and for the series, but no, India's batting has been doughty and sturdy and very brave, Alistair Cook, and it looks now that it's going to take something very unusual for England to be able to force a win.
Well, I didn't see this coming. I really didn't. I thought England would create enough chances today. There's always something that does normally happen on day 5. Very interesting conversation just while Ben Stokes And Liam Dawson, while everyone else was walking off, Stokes and Dawson looking like quite animated conversation about where he wanted Dawson to bowl, about the rough, and Stokes was talking about how he would play as a left-hander. So I couldn't lip read, but certainly
don't bowl where you have been bowling. Bowl there, right?
It could be, yeah.
Right. Sorry. Oh yes, bowling figures. I'll give you them quickly. 2 for 57 for Wokes. We didn't see him at all in this session. Archer 1 for 74 off 20. Cars none for 44 off 17. Had a brief spell. Dawson 39 overs, 10 maidens, none for 70. Root 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 33. And Stokes 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. Bowled 8 overs before lunch. Had a spell of 3 here. Bouncer stuff really didn't quite come off. So this hugely impressive rearguard action from India continues here at Old Trafford, led initially by a battling century from the captain.
Here comes Wokes again round the wicket, moves in bowls, and Jadeja nudges him well with his pads for the first run of this session for India. Crawley emerges from the deep to our right-hand side there.
Take nothing away from these two. They've played wonderfully well, haven't they? I mean, both proper
Gill
players.
And Rahul.
Yeah, all set up by Gill and Rahul, and then Jadeja, all the experience in the world, and the bat. He's got 3 treble hundreds,
Well, he almost did it, of course, at Lord's, didn't he? Yeah, he's a very fine cricketer.
Handy to have a couple of lads like this who can bowl, spin and bat in your middle order like this.
Yep. 323 for 4. Washington Sundar, left-handed, quite tall, waits for Wokes, comes in and bowls through, plays that nicely into the leg side down to mid-on, where Carsfield's...
Interesting is listening to you and Steph. I think it's going to go to... I think this is going to be a draw. It'd be nice to go to the Oval. I think that's about right, 2-1, but it'd be nice to see Kuldeep.
Yes,
I really would. But can you play? You're not going to drop these two now.
Not really.
Can't go in with 3 spinners.
Well, Washington's bowling actually has been
pretty good.
Yeah.
Shame though. I mean, he's a wonderful sort of mystery twirler.
Wokes again, runs in keenly, bowls, and that thumps into the pad, rolls away out into the leg side, so they trot a leg by. Just picked up by Pope, coming back from short leg. It's only really when Stokes has bowled.
Anything looks like
from that far end.
Bit of Archer.
Not from this end.
Bit of Archer with a newie.
Yes. But in terms of the up and down bounce.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that. Sure,
No.
Must be the I can never say it. Trajectory of Ben Stokes.
You got there. Put your teeth back in. 324 for 4. Wokes bowls, and Jadeja on the front foot plays up towards mid-on. Cars is there. It's the end of the first over after tea, so India again can chalk that one off. There's 34 left. And so just a reminder that at 15 to go, whenever that happens to be, there is the option.
Would you be shaking hands, John? I think you might, mightn't you?
Well, if they're still 4 down,
yes,
and they've got a lead of 70 or something.
Yeah, 40 or 50.
Yeah, then that's it. You're not going to win the game, are you?
No.
Just a little more on Ravi Jadeja's 50. In fact, the 2 50s by Sundar and Jadeja took the total for the series to 40 half-century scores, which is the joint 3rd most ever in a Test series in England. Behind 2 6-Test Ashes series, 1989 had 43 50-plus scores, and 1993 had 50 50-plus scores, despite the heroic bowling of Phil Tuffman. And for Ravi Jadeja, I mentioned it's a rare achievement of having 5 half-century scores in a Test series. Batting at 6 or lower, he's only the 2nd to do that in England, after Garfield Sobers in 1966, an extraordinary series in which Sobers, batting at 6, scored 722 runs at 103 with 3 centuries and 2 other 50s, and took 20 wickets at 27 and 10 catches in 5 tests.
Yeah, wonderful cricketer. So we've got Dawson on at this end, and the men are scattered around rather strange places here. We've got a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, and we've got a very short mid-on, a short mid-wicket as Dawson goes in and bowls, and Sundar gets right over that, just taps the ball away into the offside. I'd like to see a bit more variety from Dawson, if I'm honest.
Yes, and his stop ball just seems a little bit full for this pitch. It's too easy just to rock forward and blunt it.
I think you've got to give the ball a little bit of air, not least get a false shot perhaps. It's tucked away out towards square leg. He'll take a single.
He hasn't been cut at all, but he hasn't had that length that you play forward and then you wait for the ball. It's just you rock forward and it hits your bat.
Yeah.
Just a bit too full. On a pitch that's not doing much, it's just thudding into the bat.
Interesting also, we talked about Jadeja yesterday, and Dawson's the same, that they run in straight.
Yeah, perhaps a little curve.
Well, and he goes again and bowls, and he's gone for the big hit here. Has that gone into the crowd? I think it probably has. Listen, no, it's trickling for 4. Actually, didn't quite get hold of it, but Jadeja there, down the pitch, has hit that with the spin and clumped it over deep square leg. So it's 4 more to the lead, and on they go. But my point back there, and you can tell me if I'm talking nonsense or not, but the angle in is it does get you, well, it gets you sideways on, it gets your hips round, which you can then use to really bring round to spin the ball.
Pivot.
Yeah, that's the word. I mean, Derek Underwood, for instance, go between umpire and stumps, and just to get that position. Were you between umpire and stumps, Matt?
Well, no, I started off like that.
Right. Dawson bowls, pitched up, turned away to the leg side.
Yeah, it helps you get your left buttock
energy.
Yes, your left buttock through and round, and then you sort of get down the pitch. You know, they always used to say, "Phil, get your chin down the wicket," because I've got a reasonably large chin, bit Brucey.
But but Jadeja's the same. Dawson bowls, and he's thumped this for 4 down the ground.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit big, draggled England now, just waiting for something to happen, waiting for a mistake, and I think India are now seizing that, and they're getting the feeling of that. And I think they've kind of clawed their way out of this one. The great escape.
Feels like it. Feels like it.
Oh, sorry.
3:33 for 4. The lead is 22. It's still not very many.
No.
But a couple of wickets, and it was starting to look different again.
Yeah, well.
But Jadeja at least is playing some shots.
Yeah, well, runs now comes into it.
Yeah. Dawson goes to over the wicket and fires that in a bit, and it's turned away into the leg side to mid-wicket. And that's the end of that over. Dawson walks away looking a bit disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's done all right, Dawson, but none of the spinners have got much out of it, have they? It's been a bit of a task for the bowlers. I mean, pitches like these sort of ruin bowlers' careers sometimes.
Yep.
You know, you don't want to come across one of these on your first day back after 8 years.
Well, you don't actually.
No.
But then on the other hand, as a spinner, you've had the opportunity to bowl last.
Well, yeah.
With a huge score behind you.
Absolutely. You've got to be looking. If you're going to win the game, the spinner's got to be able to wheedle you 3 or 4, hasn't he?
Yeah.
On the last day, even if it's just, from a bit of, as you say, a bit of variation or a bit of messing about, a bit of slowing, a bit of flight or something. But just, it's been an absolute slab.
Here's Wokes. Moves in, bowls, and Washington turns that away into the leg side. They've taken 1, and it's Dawson who fields coming up from fine leg. So another one to India's lead.
I wouldn't fancy being
23.
I wouldn't fancy being Hartley. Is it It's Hartley plays for Lancashire, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. No wonder he's worked on his batting.
It's going well too. Actually got some wickets the other day too, didn't he?
Yeah.
3:34 for 4.
They've all got to do it again down at the Oval now. It's not too long away. It's not too far away.
No.
There's going to be some sore bodies.
Wokes round the wicket, bowls, that's pushed away, back up towards mid-on. Cass, he aimed to pick it up one-handed, but wasn't able to. So another comfortably taken run. The lead goes to 24.
Good for the series, though.
Yeah, well,
we're all going to be tootling down to where.
It'll be lively.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yes.
The Oval.
Yep.
Yeah. Get up there in the hotel night beforehand.
Park the car up. 3:35 for 4. We've got Washington on 59. As Wokes moves in round the wicket, bowls. That's turned away out towards square leg. He'll take 1 run.
What's the Oval been doing lately? Do we know? Is that another belter, is it? I mean, it's usually got a bit of pace and bounce in it, hasn't it, Oval? They've been leaving a little bit of grass.
It's quite flat, isn't it?
Well, they've all, I mean, it's sort of taken as read, but I think it might have a bit more in it than this. A bit more sort of carry.
Well, Well, Stokes and McCallum have both had a bit of a grumble about the pitches in this series, haven't they? I suspect Stokes might do this evening when we talk to him again. 3:36 for 4. Works past umpire Tucker, and that's hits him on the pad. There's arms raised, but that would have gone on to miss the leg stump, I would suggest, from this angle, although Smith is obscuring our view.
Good for beer sales.
Good for everything. That's a new game. 2-1.
Yeah.
Series in the balance.
I think it's about right as well, really. I think
yes,
because if England had won this 3-1, could have gone there, blown them away 4-1, and it wouldn't have been a true reflection of how it's all gone.
Works. Into his run up again. Round the wicket he comes. Bowles and Jadeja. He looks to hit that with a bit of an oomph. Doesn't quite time it, but it wasn't just a push. You look to give that little bit of a nudge through the offside.
Might be a few changes.
Well,
Seamer's Cars looks a bit weary. Wokesy looks a bit weary. Perhaps a bit of Tongue and a bit of Atkinson.
Yeah, I'd say that's likely. I mean, the big one is Stokes, isn't it? What he'll do with him?
Yeah, he'll definitely want to play, won't he?
Well, I think he'll want to play.
Whether it's just as a batter.
It's Wokes, moves in, bowls, it's driven up to mid-off. Archer's there. Picks it up more or less on the half volley. It's the end of the over. 3:36 for 4, so now 32 overs remain.
What's your preparation for the Oval, John? What you got planned, anything?
Quiet couple of days.
Yeah.
We've been away for a week, haven't we? So
yeah, it's been a bit of a...
Mow the lawn.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, on the old little tractor.
Wash some clothes.
Yeah.
Give the dogs a pat and head off. Yeah. So that's the plan anyway. They come around quickly, don't they? For everybody. I mean, we're talking about all the people with their cameras and stuff. They're going to pack them all up.
Yeah.
People below us here with these TV cameras. All the Hawkeye people.
They ain't got much time.
No. Umpires as well. Now, what's going on out here? Umpire Tucker's moved in, and he's talking to
Duckett,
Crawley.
Oh.
Umpire Razor's. Oh, Umpire Razor's. He's stretching out here now. Crawley's pointing. Something's going on. Umpire Razor's moving in. Oh,
fastest I've seen him move all Test match. Umpire Razor.
Something's happened there. And what I'll say is that Rod Tucker is one of the most amiable people you'll meet. So something's happened there to stir him up. Crawley's come across from wherever he was, and he's now in at short mid wicket.
Bit of bants, perhaps.
Well, I wonder what it was. So Stokes is quite close there as well. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in catching positions there. It's Dawson. Bowls, that's flicked away into leg side for a single. Somehow threads it through all those players. Out to deep mid wicket.
Joe's still lively. Comes steaming in from the deep mid wicket boundary. Holds it in.
I'm a bit intrigued by all of that because Crawley's quite softly mannered as well, isn't he?
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Bit of shenanigans.
One of those things that will just remain a mystery.
Probably for the best.
We might have heard it on the pitch mic next door. 3:37 for 4. Dawson over the wicket. Bowls too short again. Played away into the leg side. Late call for a run, but it's a good call. Cast is back on his heels there a bit at mid-on.
Just on the Oval, the last game there Surrey played against Durham.
Oh,
Surrey,
yes.
820 for 90.
Dear. Oh, no.
Didn't do a lot then.
161.3 overs. This was with the Kookaburra ball. Durham 362 all out, and then 262 for naught.
Oh no!
Here's Dawson. And that's worked away by Washington Sundar again. Root comes bustling in, hurls the ball up to the far end.
Sounds like it could be a bit of a slog at the Oval. Well, it has been a slog. It's been a sort of slugfest, hasn't it?
Well, maybe England will get what they want finally. They'll get a bit of grass and a bit of bounce. Yeah, sort of it's not a must-win game, but it's a must-not-lose game.
Well, perhaps they might just take all the grass off then and have another road.
Well, they could do, I suppose. 3:39 for 4. The lead is 28. Dawson tosses that up to better length. And and a combination there of inside edge and pad. And there's only one fielder in the offside, and he went straight to him, Wokes, at extra cover. Everyone else is in the leg side.
7-2.
Oh, it's a slip. Yeah. Correct. Almost hiding behind the keeper there. Dawson bowls, and that's played away carefully to Ollie Pope, short leg. No run, 339 for 4. Dawson gives the ball a rub, licks his fingers. What's Washington up to when he's fiddling with his bat or something? That's Jadeja now. As Dawson bowls to him, brings him forward. And that's picked up by Stokes. Another over disappears. Crawley and Duckett have a conversation. It's the end then of that over. 339 for 4. 31 remain. England still need these 6 wickets. Tuffers, some thoughts from you, and then Allison's coming in here.
Yeah, a bit difficult, isn't it, to muster any up? We've just watched India claw themselves back into this game. We're all turned up, well, for the last couple of days, thinking that should be a result. But it's been the way of this series that when you think you're getting your noses in front, when you think you're just getting on top of them, we were talking about, injuries, Bumrah injured and Pant injured, signs of a side that is together in that dressing room and fighting for the skipper. And they've done it very well, these two, and they've nullified England completely.
I should point out, at the Oval prior to that high-scoring draw,
oh yes, give us
3 games earlier in the season were pretty even between bat and ball. 2 ended in a win-loss, 1 drawn, but both first innings in that game were under 300, so it's been reasonably even up until the last game.
Hello Tuffers, here is Wokes with the pavilion behind him in, blocked out by Washington Sundar up to Stokes, no run. Is that giving you a little bit more?
Hello Ellie.
Hello Tuffers. Here we are again.
Here we are again.
How many overs?
Nothing seems to have changed.
30 overs left after this one. Wokes, those 2 wickets in the first over. How long ago did that feel, the first over of the innings, and how different the whole complexion of the India innings was?
Forgotten about that.
But they've got this lead now, 28, and that is helping them at the moment be on course to save the game. Full from Wokes. Defence from Washington. The ball slides away towards Ben Duckett there at point. Well, give it to the crowd because they've tried to keep England's spirits up, and they are again, to give them a final burst through this evening session. Can they induce a little bit of a sudden collapse?
Sometimes, you just got to say well played. And that,
it's been tremendous batting effort.
Yeah, real defiance and resolution and get stuck in. Thou shalt not pass. They've done it really well, India.
Washington on 62 from 149 balls. Wokes in, a little bit of width, driven beautifully through extra cover, finding that gap between extra cover and short extra, which was Ben Stokes. It's dribbling up to the boundary rope, meets the sponge. Archer was in pursuit. A well-earned boundary. Extends the lead again. And remember, this all means that in terms of when India get to the final hour, even if there was a clatter of wickets, you've got to take 2 overs out of the game in terms of a change of innings if India were to suddenly be bowled out. All adds to the time, adds to the more time England would have if they ended up having to bat. But it's the wickets which are just so far away from England at the moment. That's the first thing they've got to worry about. Wokes moves in around the wicket again. Defence this time back up the pitch, solid as you like.
Yeah, so 334 for 4 on the last innings, last day, and we're 0 for 2.
Staggering stand, wasn't it?
Staggering.
KL Rahul and Shubman Gill to bat through 2 entire sessions on day 4, when the pitch had already shown some signs of uneven bounce. And then when Shubman Gill falls just before lunch on the final day, England would think, that's the breakthrough. We've got both those set batters out. Washington Sundar had been promoted up the order because a new ball was due before not too long. Bounce at that time from Wokes, and Washington Sundar just drops his knees, sways out of the way and lets it go through to the keeper. And then these two just settle, particularly after the break, Tuffers. The impetus has been different, hasn't it? To score runs, to actually push beyond England now and turn it into the deficit into a lead.
Yeah, that's not how it's meant to be. last innings.
Well, this is this series all over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where it sort of looks like it's heading in one direction and then goes in another. And it feels like an awfully long time ago, wasn't it, that we were at Headingley and India lost, 7 for 41 in a collapse. Full puff of dust here as the toe of the bat hits the ground and up towards Archer. And no run. India 343 for 4. They remain at the end of that over. Washington on 66. Jadeja on 64, so 30 overs left in this match, but when there are 15 remaining, if we're still in this sort of position, if both sides, both captains agree that a victory can't be achieved, well, hands will be shaken. Now, before tea, we heard from Rob, who said, well, here's a little game to play he was offering us if things went a bit quiet.
Okay.
He said, you take a player's name and combine it with some cricketing-related terminology in order to create the name of a band. Okay, so he gave us the example of Shubman Gill and the Heavy Rollers. Do you like that, Tuffers?
Yeah, no, excellent.
And we've had quite a few ideas come in, tms@bbc.co.uk on the email or on the WhatsApp, where you can message us on
0330 123 1826.
And that number again.
0330 123 1826. Quite enjoy that.
And here's Dawson, left arm over with men around the bat again, forward pressing outside that off stump. So stacked leg side field here, just one slip, Pope in at short leg. Backward square is Archer, and then 3 fielders creating a bit of a ring umbrella, on that leg side. And behind them is Cast at mid-on, and also a deep mid-wicket as well.
What are the other ones? What are the other names?
Other suggestions. I'm sure we'll get a few sent through. I had to think of it. Oh, here you go, Phil. Of course you're going to feature. Forward again, pressing, turning into the onside. You asked for it. We've now got a list that's coming from our listeners.
Thanks, Ray. Phil Tufnell with the silly points.
That had to be one. That had to be one. Well done, Ray. We like that. Stokes is moving himself out of position here, bringing Cast up from mid-on, up inside that umbrella.
Some good ones there.
Do you want to give Margaret's? I like
Joffer Archer and the Jaffers. Yeah. Tom, Deep Das Gupta and the Dibbly Dobblers. David, Heather Knight and the Slips. Freddie Flintoff and the Footholes. Dennis Lilly and the Broken Boxes, like that one. Shane Watson and the Reviews.
Ooh,
do you remember those?
They were a lot. They had some big pads as well. Forward again. Oh, that one bounced a little more than was expected to Jadeja. Stokes has now put himself in a leg slip position, so 3 around the bat, as well as the 3 forming the umbrella on the leg side. What about rhyming ones? Sort of Alex Hales and the Heavy Bales.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Day 5 and it's quite late.
tms@bbc.co.uk. Dawson over the wicket, going back this time. Oh, now he's struck. There is an appeal here from Dawson. It's come off the pad. Was there some bat there? It ballooned away towards Brook. It slipped. Dawson's down on his haunches. England don't have any reviews, remember.
Raz has given nothing. Has he actually made a decision this game?
Well, this would be reminiscent of Australia trying to desperately bowl England out at Headingley in 2019. That one's turned back sharply. Oh, it struck him on the inside thigh. Has it struck him
just
outside the line?
Perhaps.
England will desperately hope that that's the case, and it's a correct decision from the umpire, given that they have no reviews. Was that a chance? Jadeja on 64, looks down the pitch again. Once more comes forward, defends more solidly this time. Pope very quickly to pick up the ball and fling it back towards the stumps, but Jadeja's back foot firmly behind the crease. These little moments might just pop up Tuffers and give them a little bit of encouragement. Got any other names coming in?
Just outside the line. Go on, you have a go at those.
Toby, Colin Cowdrey, and the Cow Corner.
Yes. His nickname, obviously.
Yes. As Dawson is in here, forward defence again, smothering that delivery, is Jadeja. It's no run, it's the end of the over, 343 for 4, the score remains. You'll like this one, Tuffers.
Yeah.
Phil, do you want to give that one?
Gangoogly and the Googlies.
And we've had a lot on this one, which I feel we might need to qualify by going the other direction as well. Gary brings us Ben Duckett and the short legs.
Yeah.
Well, we need to even that out with Marco Jansen and the long legs. The South African.
Oh yes, that's
very
right.
tall.
Yes, Marco
very
Jansen,
tall.
of course. Yes.
sure people can give us a few more of those.
Well, it's been that kind of session, isn't it? The last session for England. Nothing has happened.
All credit to Jadeja and Washington.
Well,
Sundar.
they've just played it beautifully. As you say, they haven't got affected by what the task ahead. I was speaking to Prakash earlier, mountains to climb and everything, and they've just slowly got themselves up that mountain.
New over. Indian support getting strongly behind their team here as Sundar clips Wokes past the square leg umpire, and Crawley comes in off the boundary to field. Another one added. Crowd down there getting very excited about something. Is it because the Mexican wave is approaching them?
Oh yes,
Corner
here it
of
goes.
Indian flags.
Oh.
In the party stand. It's died down in the party stand, Tuffers.
Yeah.
That surprises me. Are they just sending it back again? I think they're a bit confused which direction it's going. It's moving anti-clockwise at the moment, sweeping underneath us, around in front of the hotel. India 344 for 4. They've got themselves 33 in front here on the second innings. 33 away with only, what are we now? 29 overs left as Wokes comes around the wickets and width and left alone by Jamie Smith standing up to Chris Wokes. Paul brings us David Gower and the Golden Ducks.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
There's a few other results who would be better suited to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like a court case coming in on that.
What about Paul also gives us Beefy Botham and the Broken Bales. I like the alliteration in that one.
Yeah.
I think alliteration, rhyming,
Jazz.
they go well. Wokes around the wickets, Fuller looking to drive is Jadeja. It's the hands of Wokes, he sends the ball back. I could give you Joe Root and the bowling boot.
Yeah.
Doesn't bowl, but rhymes.
What, Root and boot? Yeah, Root and boots.
Yes. Root and boots.
Root and
Root and bowling boots. Mexican way rolling around Old Trafford again. Indian fans, though, really in high spirits here because they're so proud of the way their team has played. They're the enthusiastic ones in this crowd who are willing their team on to keep going and keep going.
And as I was coming in this morning, I was sort of very enthusiastic, and they've come out in force and they've supported their team. I was saying that you might be struggling, but they've proved me wrong.
Wokes in now, tucked off the hip into the ground and finds Pope there at the shortish square leg, and there's no run. Results.
Bowlers collectively from both sides in this match have a collective strike rate of a wicket every 99 balls, which is the highest such figure in a test in England for 13 years since the Oval Test of 2012, won by South Africa, a game in which, against an England bowling attack of Anderson, Broad, Swan and Bresnan, South Africa racked up 630 odd for 2.
Wokes. And again, around the wicket, tucked into the onside one bounce, into the hands of Root, who flings the ball back towards Jamie Smith. Michael Vaughan's alongside me again.
Afternoon, Ali.
Afternoon.
I like your game.
Have you got a couple of contributions? I'll give you Andrew's here that's just come in, tms@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, he's got Geoffrey Boycott and the straight bats. I'd said Geoffrey Boycott and sticks of rhubarb.
I mean, strictly speaking, we're talking cricket equipment, but in Geoffrey's world, that is exactly what a stick of rhubarb is. So, Stokes leaning forward on his knees as Wokes moves in again. I only had one other short burst from Stokes in this afternoon's session. Whipped away down towards fine leg, hasn't quite got it cleanly. Jadeja will take another one, and the partnership continues to grow. End of the over, 123, this magnificent stand is at between Washington Sundar and Ravi Jadeja, keeping England at bay and looking like taking this series 2-1 to the Oval. Oh, this is a good one from Carl Rogers. We like this. Jonathan Agnew and the leg overs. You could give that to Brian Johnston as well, equally, couldn't you? ABD and the DRS. AB de Villiers.
Yeah.
Maybe that one. I like the rhyming ones and the alliteration ones.
Jordan Cox and the
abdominal protector. Very good. If you missed it, these are names of cricketers followed up with cricketing equipment or references to cricket, I suppose. Or cricketing terminology that then form the name of a band. That's what we're after. Michael Gilman. Alex Carey in the Lord's Long Room. Now we're just going back to moments in time.
There's a huge amount of Indian support in the party stand.
There is, isn't there?
Yeah, they're making plenty of noise. They know. They lead by 34. They've got some spirit, haven't they? Both these teams, but to think of where India were yesterday at lunch to where they are now, it's quite remarkable.
3 around the back, close catches, and as that one comes off the bat into the ground, Ollie Pope reaches a right hand forward and grabs it. I mean, England might realise earlier missed opportunities when yesterday Shubman Gill was on 46 and dropped today. I mean, tough chance Ollie Pope on when he was on 81 earlier today, went on to make 103. England having used all their reviews as well. Dawson in, forward pressing once more, bat and pad tight together, runs into the leg side, and there's no run. And Jadeja, that chance to root his first ball. Jofra Archer was bowling, Gill had just been dismissed. Jadeja comes out, flails at a short ball bouncer, and Root got both hands to it, and as the ball dropped down, even then got one hand underneath it, but still the ball popped out. Dawson in, a whip of the wrists to take a quick single to mid-on, and Archer's there with the throw at the striker's end. Oh, and that's a brilliant diving save. Is that Harry Brook from Slip who's done the backing up, goalkeeper style?
And his signals are wide to Josh.
Archer. Oh, that's cheeky.
That's a great stop, diving down to his left. He's miles off target. What a stop from Harry Brook. I've got you some presents actually, Ali.
I'll have you.
Both you and Andy.
I can hear a rustling of a wrapper.
Got you a love heart.
Oh,
the sweets. There you go.
That's very sweet. What does the message say on mine? As Dawson moves in, going back, covering up.
There you go, Andy.
Short leg.
Got you a sweet. Just,
I feel suspicious somehow. Like, are these sort of like joke love hearts? They're going to have some sort of
just genuine sweet from the
hallucinogenic properties.
It does actually say you're loved on it.
There you go.
Thanks.
There you go.
Thanks.
I thought I'd bring you a sweet. What's yours saying?
Heartening at the end of a 5th day. Dawson in again, 4 around the bat, smothering a delivery, no run.
Dream big.
Yeah, you got to like this one, Ali. Bill. So Alistair Cook and the 4 shots. Where do you get the 4 from?
I was 2, wasn't it? It's not in the room. Oh, he is in the room. Dawson in evening sunshine. India only 4 wickets down in their second innings here, inside edge but into the ground and out towards Pope. Dawson with his hands on his hips. End of another over, another fruitless over.
43 overs he's bowled.
It's a fair stint but no reward. 1 wicket in the first innings and none in the second. It's a different sort of expectation, isn't it, and pressure on a spinner in the second innings on the 5th day of a match, albeit this pitch one which has seen England rack up 669 runs. The time in the field that England have spent as well, just looking at this, innings from India and what it is doing. I had noted down how many overs. Results will probably tell me why quick if I can find my piece of paper. Here we go. India were in the field for 157.1 overs when England were batting. England at tea have been in the field for 232 overs. So extend that now into an evening session, and that's all just time in the legs, isn't it, that this batting effort is doing for England. And Ben Stokes in particular, knowing how much his body was hurting him through that initial 8-over spell, came back and tried to bowl again later in the day, but he was then bowling short balls.
Yeah, I didn't quite get that when he came on from the Brian Stadium end and started with the short ball third when he bowled such a spell from the Jimmy Anderson end this morning. Thought he'd have gone back to that end, but they've tried everything, England, in a funny kind of way. It's good that England have had the opportunity to see Liam Dawson. It's not good on Shoaib Bashir because he's injured, but to have a look just to see what they feel is their next best is like. And the pitch has been flat. There's not been a great deal there for him, but he looks the spinner that we knew he was. He's just very dependable. Doesn't give it a massive rag. He probably needs more of a surface to break up a bit more, to give him a bit more assistance, particularly when you're trying to bowl a team out for victory.
Jofra Archer is coming on for another over here in the evening sunlight with 27 overs left in this match. 3:46 for 4. India in their second innings. They've got a lead over England as Archer is in, and it's a back of a length shorter ball. It just has Jadeja hopping, but it's sufficiently wide outside that leg stump that He doesn't need to offer a shot, but certainly gave him just a little bit of a jolt.
Oh, just to highlight your point, in the series, England have now bowled 877 overs. As mentioned earlier on, this is the most they've bowled in the first 4 overs of any test series, first 4 tests, sorry, of any test series since 1964-65 in South Africa, and the most they've bowled in a home series now in tests 1 to 4 since 1951. So very out of character from recent test cricket.
Yeah, it really is. Jadeja on 66 as Archer is in, angled across him down the leg side it goes and into the gloves of Smith. Keeping catches either side of the wicket here, mid-off and mid-on up.
Well, I think the next test starts on Thursday.
Yeah. And tomorrow will be a travel day, from Manchester to London.
There's going to be some bruised bodies.
Yeah, not really the recovery time. Said Stokes spent 4 full days in bed after his marathon effort at Lord's, so he's not going to have that luxury if he's to turn out again at the Oval. Archer moves in from the Sir James Anderson end of the ground. There's some width, and cutting it away, dropping it into the ground is Jadeja, angling out behind point, able to take one. You look the chase back.
You look at both teams. I mean, Jasprit Bumrah, they announced really before the series that he'd only played 3, but surely go down to the Oval and it's 2-1. You're meeting Jasprit, aren't you, over the course of the next 2 or 3 days, and say, come on, I'm going to try and level the series, and probably Anshul Kambodge will miss out as well. So will it be Arshdeep Singh? Will it be Prasidh Krishna back? Will it be Kuldeep Yadav to play 3 spinners?
Archer around the wicket, tucked off the hip, past Root, who's there at mid-wicket, out into the deep sunshine now, which all the forecasts for day 5 at the start of the match was that this day could be a washout. Well, the closer and closer we got to the 4th and the 5th day, the better and better the forecast got, and now gorgeous sunshine.
What's the forecast? I guess it's long term at the minute, but down at the Oval, is it nice and hot, or?
I haven't looked. I could have a quick look for a very general.
I mean, you look at the England side, you're probably thinking Jofra won't play. Can't imagine he'll play back-to-backs. Having played...
He said he wants to, hasn't he? He said he wants to play to the end of the series. And he goes again around the wicket, forcing Jadeja to get up on his toes to defend that, dropping into the ground right in front of him.
Chris Wokes has played every test. Brydon Carse, you've got Josh Tong. Gus Atkinson could come back in potentially.
He's been coming back in the county game, hasn't he? Next week at the Oval, this is a very general look ahead. I mean, yeah, temperatures around 24, 23, so sort of warm and suggesting some chance of showers on some days, but a low chance of showers. I'd say that's pretty similar to what the forecast for here was at the start of the match. And we've come through. Around the wicket, Arch moves in. Well, that's a poorly directed ball, angled across. Jadeja, shorter delivery, taken down the leg side by Smith. 3:48 for 4 then, 37 in front India. Jadeja on 67, Washington on 68. We've got a few more coming in here in terms of the names. So cricketers' names, followed by cricketing terminology to give us a band name. I was going to give you Jackson Bird and the Kookaburras.
Well, we might have to put a cap on this, Ali, because I've just got a message from David Gower. It says, TMS tuned in. The first thing I hear is David Gower and the Golden Ducks. Lawyers have been instructed with the reminder that one of the very few records I still hold is the number of consecutive test innings without a duck. I'll call the lawyers off in return for a suitable TMS whip round, so we're going to have to dig into our pockets. 119 consecutive innings David Gower had without a duck between 1982 and 1990.
That's time for me to go. Prakash Wakankar is in here.
Thank you, Alison. Well, that was as smooth as David Gower's drives, wasn't it? Perfect reply. Dawson with a fresh over. 2 bowled to Washington bowls, and Washington defends.
Wonder what David's drinking at this time on a Sunday afternoon, is it? Wonder what grape he's having.
Well, he's just got in the car, so...
Slip, silly mid-off, a silly point, leg slip, forward short leg, shot mid-on and a shot mid-wicket, all in catching positions. And worked away to the left of the man at shot mid-wicket for a single by...
We've got a few more here, Prakash. Yeah. Terry. Brody and the Nighthawks. Like that one. Ben. Eric Hollies and the Crickets. Simon says Ricky Ponting and the Subfielders.
Here's Dawson. Does he have some magic up his sleeve? Bowls to Jadeja. Jadeja comes down the wicket, lofts it over the mid-on. Couple of bounces into the boundary at long on. 4 more runs. 350 comes up for India with that boundary. 353 now, the lead 42.
Yeah, brilliant strike. Just sees a bit more flight. Just decides to go with it, go with the spin. Jofra Archer's now being put on the boundary because of that strike down the ground.
Yeah, the Indian fans getting their money's worth here at the moment. And Dawson to Jadeja goes in bowls, and Jadeja this time just along the ground down to where Archer had just been moved for a single. 353.
Well, it's looking like that another game at Old Trafford this summer is going to end in a draw. 4 first-class matches up until this Test match. All 4 have been drawn, and now the Test match looks like it's going to be a draw as well. Lancashire start against Glamorgan here on Tuesday.
Dawson bowls, his attempts to sweep does Washington Sundar.
I was saying earlier, Prakash, I'd carry on this pitch, wouldn't you? Go again.
Go again on the same one. Well, Andy did tell us, didn't he, when we had the toss, that no team has ever won a Test match here if they've won the toss and put the opposition in. So maybe it's going to hold.
Yes, there are not a huge number of games in that sample, and most, I think it was 8 out of 11 had been draws, including the last time in 2023.
Dawson to Washington, who whips it away off his pads, is taking the first run quickly, will look for the second as Joe Root runs round. And return comes into Shamie Smith, he'll take 2.
When England won the toss, put Australia in and dominated the game before it rained on the last day, I think over 20 overs left unbowled due to slow over rates as well, which was a factor then as well. The 3 defeats were all the weaker team on paper losing to the stronger team. So I'm not sure there was much to read into that stat about winning the toss and bowling first. Generally, on a very flat pitch, I think it's probably your best way of winning the game, because it accelerates the process of taking 20 wickets on pitches that don't deteriorate. But this has been
this is the funny part, isn't it? I mean, yesterday we saw ball starting to keep low. There were a couple that even when England were batting, Ollie Pope had a couple really close to the stumps which squatted, and somehow that hasn't sort of continued. One would have thought that trend would continue and the pitch would certainly act up a little bit. Haven't seen any of that. Archer, well, in the second over of this spell from the far end, the Sir James Anderson end, comes in and bowls to Jadeja, gets one that comes back into his body, hits him on the glove.
Well, the World Test Championship final, the next 3 are going to be in the UK.
Yes.
Next one in 27. I would think that with no Ashes Test above Trent Bridge in the UK, you've got to think that there might be a chance that the World Test Championship might be up north.
Oh, so it's not, the venue's not decided, it's just that it'll be in England.
Well, you'd hope that they'd spread that around, and with the likes of Old Trafford, Headingley missing out in the Ashes in 27, maybe they'll ask to host the World Test Championship final.
Archer's in bowl, Jadeja pushes it on the offside, wants a run, it's not there.
And you can get a 6th day, can't you? In the World Test Championship final. You might need it if it's played here.
It's certainly may not be enough. Well, that'd be interesting, and England make it through to the World Test Championship final, which I think is a clear goal.
Well, next summer, Prakash, there's 7 Test matches with the England versus India Women's Test, of which 4 are in the capital. 4 Test matches in London out of 7.
Oh, that's sadly off stump. See that again?
So next summer, there's 6 men's tests and 1 women's test match.
Yes, there is a women's test match.
There's 4 test matches, 3 at Lords next summer. 3 out of the 7 at Lords.
Seems
it's great for Lords, but it's not great for the rest of the...
I was about to say, it seems a bit lopsided, doesn't it?
Yep.
Slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Sort of a deep leg gully, if you will. And 2 men on the boundary, on the onside. Pushed away by Jadeja, no run. Well, if India do see this game through without losing it, they'll really, really feel good about it. They've fought back from a long way behind in this.
They're out of it now, Prakash. They're not losing.
Technically not, huh?
They're not losing this from here. 24.2, you take 2 off for the change. There's only 22 overs of play left.
Yeah, and the last 15 is when the captains can choose not to continue, to shake hands. Here's Archer bowls, and this is worked away by Jadeja for a single. Crawley coming off the boundary to field. One more to the total, 356 for 4. But it is extraordinary. 0 for 2, 2 for no score. And then a big partnership between Rahul and Gill last evening. Then both of them out before lunch. You thought this might be it. And then...
Do you think my theory about this pitch being cold in the morning, because there's more action in the morning, it's been flat since lunch?
You yourself said that you think that's a theory. They're not.
I've got a clue, but it just
seems to act out like that. Archer, oh, this was a good ball. And clearly Washington Sundar, if he has to make this number 5 spot in future years for India his own, is going to have to work on that short ball. He's not very happy facing that.
Well, if you look at when the 2 wickets have fallen on either day, 2 wickets fell before lunch, nothing after. Guess what happened today? 2 wickets fell before lunch so far.
Nothing
after. It's an afternoon pitch.
It is. Well, 357 for 4. And that means that the Oval Test will obviously be, in that sense, a live one for the series.
Yeah, which is great. And you know what? I think it's a fair reflection of how the series has gone. You know, India have played some quality cricket. You could easily argue that India have won more days than England have in the series, but England have been great at winning the moment. That's why they're 2-1 up in the series.
Absolutely right. Joe Root into the attack, replacing Dawson. And that also gives, at least in theory, India a chance to square the series, which isn't something that's happened that many times when India have come here. But there will be, I think, significant personnel changes on both sides. One feels Root in. Forward and defence is Jadeja. I think India obviously will have Jurel as their keeper. No Pant in that game. Bumrah unlikely to play. Root is in, bowls to Jadeja, who defends back to the bowler.
Do you think he won't play Jasprit Bumrah?
If we go by what's being said and what one's hearing on the grapevine downstairs in the press box, doesn't look like he will. But who knows? Root's in wide, round arm this time and defended by Jadeja. He didn't look himself 100%, did he, in this game?
He looked better yesterday. I mean, on day 3 when he was bowling, he looked like he
Root in, tosses this one up, Jadeja defends.
But he tripped up down the stairs, didn't he?
Yes, he turned his foot, is what's saying. Well, let's be honest, I mean, except for that first test with the new ball, if memory serves, he hasn't picked up a wicket with the new ball in the other games, other innings that he's bowled in. Now an additional catcher in, slip, gully and silly point. Root bowls and Jadeja lets it go outside the off stump. How close was that to the off stump? What's been interesting is Jadeja's obviously being chatted to by the infielders, and he's, I think, engaging in some nice conversations with the infielders. I'll tell you a funny one. Here's Root bowls, Jadeja makes room and slaps it towards the point region. He's going to get a couple. It will be dragged in by Crawley, and they're going to take the third as well. So good running, 3 more runs. We were just discussing downstairs about conversations that used to happen when other Indian batters were hemmed in, and there's a particular one with Virendra Sehwag. Sehwag batting, not sure who the opposition was, and there was a fielder that was moved in at silly point, and Sehwag's first question to him, "The captain not like you?" This guy says, "Why?" "You've got a big insurance policy on yourself." That was Sehwag for you. Conversation between Archer and who's that? That
Jacob Bethel.
Jacob Bethel, that's what I could recognize him. He's on the field for someone. 360 for 4 now, 23 overs remain in theory. 71 to Washington, 76 to Jadeja. It's been a terrific partnership by the 2 left-handers here. And Jofra Archer is steaming in from the far end. Wide of the crease, bowls, wayward bouncer, left alone. Archer's not looked anywhere near as threatening as we saw in the first innings, has he?
No, I mean, it's a flat pitch. I think, the wicket of Shubman Gill was tremendous just before lunch. And you look at that first ball to Jadeja, it's not an easy chance for Joe Root at first slip, but one that could have been taken, and I think the story might have been a bit different if it had been taken.
Well left by Jadeja, goes down on his knees and just watches the ball pass in front of his eyes into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, but that's still going down at 85 miles an hour, so still bowling with decent pace.
And your app was right, the sun is out. It mentioned around 4:15, didn't you?
It's had a good week, the app.
Which one is this?
It's just off the phone.
Oh.
It's been pretty much spot on every day.
There's Archer in again to Jadeja. Comes bowls, defended on the onside. Short leg fields, no run. That's the skipper there. Ben Stokes. 360 for 4 now. Remains.
I can't imagine there's going to be too much practice in between the test matches.
Well, they travel tomorrow and they have, 2 days?
Well, I can't imagine they'll go to the ground on Tuesday. Maybe just go and get used to the conditions, get used to your spot in the dressing room on Wednesday, probably hit a few. I can't imagine the bowlers will bowl too many. It'll just be right, let's go again on Thursday.
Archer in, Jadeja plays it now in the gap between the two men on the onside, close in for a single down to the fielder coming off the boundary. Jamie Smith takes it. 361 now for 4.
It'll be interesting what the pitch is like, because in county cricket, apart from when
there'll be a different strip than it ever was.
Yeah. I mean, usually it's a good cricket wicket, and in county cricket, they use a bit, you leave a bit of grass on it. And with the Duke ball, it does quite a bit.
But they've been playing with the Kookaburra, haven't they?
They have in around a couple of weeks ago, and the scores were huge at the Oval.
Archer bowls, Washington pushes to mid-wicket, no run.
But usually it's a really good test cricket wicket where the ball will go through quite nicely. There'll be times when the ball swings around, and there'll be times when the pitch looks flat. Spin can play a part. It can certainly spin at the Oval.
Well, will Kuldeep get a look in? I can't see how, unless they decide to treat one or both of these gents who are batting right now as specialist batters who can bowl a bit.
I think they'll try and convince Bumrah to play it, I'm pretty sure.
Archer's in bowls, and this one was a little bit in the air, but about halfway between where Stokes is at short leg. No damage done. 361 for 4, overbowled.
Yeah, and I would think Anshul Kamboj will probably miss out for a Prasid Krishna or Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, Arshdeep looks fit now. No formal word, but he looks fit, and so that might be his opportunity. His test debut, pretty sure. Arshdeep? Yeah, if he does. 361 for 4 with 22 overs remaining. And if the captains do shake hands, this may well be my last stint in commentary on this series.
Are you off?
I'm off.
Where are you going?
Home.
I had enough.
No, it always was the plan.
Okay.
Has always been terrific cricket, and it's just been lovely to catch up with all of you and watch some really, really good fighting cricket. Slip gully and silly mid off and a short leg. Root into Jadeja, leans forward, or rather defended on the onside. Ollie Pope does the fielding. Backward point, extra cover mid off. Man keeping the square leg umpire company, and Jofra Archer is at mid on. Root in, goes, looks to flick it away on the onside. Jadeja misses it. Well, that's a sight I haven't seen. Jofra Archer's got his jumper tied round his waist.
Yeah, I've seen that before with Joff. Yeah, he likes that. It's quite a casual look, isn't it?
There's Root in, bowls, and Jadeja defends, no run. I think they're just going through the paces, you think, don't you?
Yeah, around 6 overs time, I would think Ben Stokes will be calling it a day. As soon as you get to that last hour, you can shake hands.
The lead now for India, if you're statistically minded, is 50. Root bowls. Jadeja lets it go outside the off stump. 131.4 overs bowled. Root in again, bowls. Jadeja's hit that away. I thought for a moment it might be headed Archer's way. May not have picked it up. It just went past him to the boundary for 4. He was just stood there. Everyone's looking at the big screen now.
It's a good few metres away from Jofra Archer at mid-on. Another good strike.
Root into Jadeja, who leans back, pushes on the offside, won't get a run. Dawson running around does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. Clock turns to 5, and I am going to hand over to Daniel Norcross after a word from you, Michael.
Brilliant, Prakash, once again, to have you part of the team. It was great fun to have Prakash working with us on TMS. I reckon we've got about 6 overs will take 26 minutes, and I think they'll be shaking hands in around 26 now. Why are you shaking your...
You have forgotten something.
Oh gosh, what have I forgotten?
Well, you've seen how many runs each of these batters have scored.
Yes, so hundreds.
Do you honestly think that they're going to leave Washington Sundar stranded on 92 not out? He's never got a test 100. No. This will end when they both scored 100. Jadeja has 81. He might get there in regulation time, just about, but Washington's on 71. Dawson is in. Left arm over the wicket, defended by Washington into the offside. There's no run. I could be wrong, but every country takes 100 seriously. India possibly takes it even more seriously than most, as we saw with Tendulkar's search for his 100th 100. And also fair play to him. You know, he's batted brilliantly, Washington Sundar. He has defied England a lot in this series, but especially today. Dawson in. It's defended at the offside. There's no run. Now, of course, if Washington ends up on sort of 74 with 15 overs to go, they might not. And if he wants 100, he might need to get on with it. Alistair Cook has joined me, but I can see that they might do that. And then, I don't know, England's response to this would be interesting. We saw England's women do it at Bristol, actually. Dawson is in. This is clipped into the onside. There's no run as it goes into the ground. Picks up a short leg. Mitali Raj was unavailable to shake hands with Heather Knight. I think she was in the bath or something. And so the game drifted for about 9 or 10 overs, where there was no chance of a result. Much to the infuriation of the English.
Oh, why didn't they just shake the vice-captain's hand? Or...
Well, Mitali was not there to let them know what it was that she wanted to do. So it kept going. And Dawson is in again. That's defended into the offside. There's no run. India are within their rights in a 5-match series to take more time out of the game, but Stokes' response to that could be to send all of his fast bowlers off the field, send out 3 or 4 replacement fielders,
and just bowl.
And bowl Zach Crawley,
Harry Brook,
much like you bowled in 2014 in one of England's very few draws.
How dare you?
When there's been no rain at Trent Bridge.
I averaged 7 with the ball.
7?
Just don't you forget that.
So you underbowled yourself then. Dawson ends is driven into the offside nicely. I'll pick up a couple here, I think, as Archer goes after it. They will get 2. Throw comes into the keeper's end, and Washington goes to 73.
Well, whoever decided that Washington should go up the order was an inspired choice.
Andy Zoltzman wants him at number 3.
Not a bad shout. And that means, who would you then be able to play?
Yeah, well, you could take out Washington. You could take out Sai Siddharthan and then play Kuldeep. Like that idea? Press it in for Cambodge. Flipped into the onside this time. End of the over. There is. Oh no. Well, there is no run. Yeah, that is the end of the over. 133 gone. The lead is 56. There are 20 overs remaining, in theory, in the day. Washington Sundar 73, Jadeja 81.
So you're still playing Thakur, Zoltz?
Well, I'm playing 3 seamers from India's coaching staff, and then my 2 spinners are Sundar and Kuldeep, and Jadeja is my backup bowler.
Okay. a lot of bowling.
Right, it's Root who's going to bowl, so this is going to give me a chance. I'm going to run through. These are the last. Sorry, I've been given orders. I've got to read out the last.
Not all of them.
Of the cricketer names and the bands. I don't know how quickly I can do it. Richard goes for Geoffrey Boycott on the Corridors of Uncertainty. As Root is in. Oh, now that strikes the pad, and there's an appeal. But unmoved is umpire Raza, as he has been throughout this test match. Geoffrey Boycott, the Stonewallers, says Rosebery. Warney and the Flippers, says Kempo. Waka Eunice and the Reverse Swing Band.
I quite like that one.
The Derek. As in comes Root. That is defended into the ground, picked up at silly point, no run. Dom says deep backward pointer sisters. That's a lot of things going on. Henry Blofeld, the dear old things from Stephen. Jack Leach and the Absolute Peach. Oh, nice.
Is that Field?
It's from Pip. Freddie Flintoff on the flying wickets. Root in, short, cut away into the covers. There will be no runs. It's picked up by Brooke. Janet has Freddie and the Seamers. Good play on words. Blowers and the Bowlers, says Mark. Tino Best and the Windows. The Windows is Cliff. Sir Gary Sobers and the Maiden Overs. Root tosses one up, driven back past him over his head, down to the boundary for 4. Jadeja to 85. He is getting close to that 100. And with a possible handshake in 4.2 overs, he needs 15 more to get there. David Shepherd and the Nelsons, Peter Siddle and the Stumps in the middle. Tufnell and the Bunnymen. Very good. Blowers and the sit-on mowers from Carroll to finish us off. Clipped up to back to the bowler. This last ball of the over. Root collects. There's no run. So thank you very much for all of these. But that's it. That's the end. That's the end of this game. It was fun game while it lasted. Much as this has been a fun game in large part while it's lasted. Root round arm in, driven in the air, up and over mid-off. How far has that gone? It's going to plug and just dribble onto the sponge. Jadeja to 89. 19 overs remain, or 4, or some combination of those somewhere in between. You never know. Jadeja 89, Washington 73.
And 150 partnership in 46.2 overs.
Thank you very much. It just gives us an opportunity, Alistair, to just dwell on the fact that this is a lesser spotted draw in the entire history of baseball. Only Old Trafford, am I right in saying? Only Old Trafford has served up draws. One very heavily rain affected, although looking at the way this pitch has behaved, I wonder now whether that game in 2023 might have just drifted to a draw as well, because a lot of runs were scored in the second innings of that match, weren't they, by England?
I can't remember what the scores were.
England got a lot.
Yeah, Zach already got a brilliant 100, didn't he? But I can't remember what Australia
got just over 300 in their first innings. England, I think, were 587.
So very similar to this. And then in the second innings, Australia were something for 4, is it? Dawson into Washington. Oh, scuds through and hits a bit of bad bat and squirts at the offside. There's no run. I'm not sure, even if a wicket falls now, that'll particularly energise England. I don't know.
No.
There's a inside edge onto pad. But there's no run.
I think they will shake hands, won't they?
Well, Washington's not showing any signs of really wanting that 100. That's the one thing that might delay matters. He's on 73 from 172. Dawson into him, and he just sort of semi-pads this away with bat and pad very close together. The ball rolls down to backward point. They don't take the run, so
I think Jadeja will get his, won't he? And I think
Jadeja will get his. He looks like he's trying to get there.
Washington's a bit too far away, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, but he could, in theory, have 18.4 overs if he wants it. And if they want to keep England out there, which is legitimate. Dawson in. This is defended the onside, no run. I asked Ravi Shastri that very question.
Yeah. And what did he say?
He said, he smiled. He said, no.
Come on.
No, there's only one team that India would do that to. I didn't get confirmation of which one it was and left it hanging. So Dawson with loads of men around the bat. England are still plugging away. They're still trying to find something in this pitch, but they've been blunted brilliantly today by India as Washington comes forward and defends into the ground. Duckett does the fielding. But it takes a lot to get a draw out of England. I mean, even Multan didn't manage it. But as Alex said,
no. But you feel you could play on this wicket for another 3 or 4 days, wouldn't you?
Well, our social media man, Alex Noble, has dubbed it Multanchester. As Dawson is in, and that's defended into the ground again on the front foot by Washington.
That pitch in Multan, you could basically hit it wherever you wanted, couldn't you?
But England still managed to make a win out of it.
Yeah.
Whereas here, I mean, it does feel like they could keep playing for quite some time. Well, we've seen, what's so weird about it, it's almost like a self-repairing pitch. Sort of went wonky, and now it's kind of looks absolutely fine.
Old timeless test wicket, this will test.
Oh, yes.
Could be
We'd love that. This is pushed into the outside, just behind square, just dabbed away. Washington will get a single to keep strike, which is a little bit of a worry because that means Jadeja's not on strike on 89. Washington's on 74. 18 overs remain. The lead is 55? 321 was the lead, was it originally?
65.
65, I beg your pardon, 65. With potentially 3 overs to go to the handshake. There's more live cricket when we finish here. Surrey are playing the Bears in the Women's Vitality Blast final, which is on Sport Extra 3 already. Izzy Wong was having a fine time of it last time I looked.
Did they? Is it like the men's? Is there semi-finals and the?
Not quite. What they do is they play 2 matches. The teams that finished 2nd and 3rd in the 8-team group already played, and the Bears have beaten the Blaze. The Blaze are the only team to have beaten Surrey this year, and now the Bears, Warwickshire's women, have been put into bat. Haven't been put into bat by Surrey. They're 74 for 4 halfway through the 10th over. Wong is out for 31. Root starts another over and bowls a short sort of attempted bouncer, which Washington pulls, but only straight pulls it to Jofra Archer at wide mid-on, and there's no run.
73 miles an hour, he might have Cambodge covered.
But I mean, it is amazing to think this will be the first non-rain affected draw since 2014, and the noise about that pitch at Trent Bridge was immense, wasn't it? As Root is in again, defended on the front foot solidly, easily. Stick a rhubarb stuff back to the bowler, no run. I mean, Jimmy Anderson got 81 in that massive 10th wicket partnership with Root.
Yeah, but he did also mention we were 200 for 9 on it. Well, we got something close before they.
Root in, clipped away, out through mid-wicket, and Archer goes after it, gets to it, keeps it to 1, which will get Jadeja back on strike, hunting that 100 perhaps on 89. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think
it's very slow.
I think it was the slowness of it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I remember the first, 12 runs went to 3rd man at Trent Bridge. Obviously, all the statistics say it's a nick-off ground to 3 slips in the gully, and I think the first over went for.
Root in, defended by Jadeja to silly point, bounces off him and rolls back to Root.
The first couple of overs, a few went down there, and Jimmy was like, we need to take them out, and I was captain's like, no, we've got to take this is where you get nicks, and about half an hour later we had kind of like subcontinental fields, and it wasn't a particularly, it must have been a hell of a bowler to get a wicket on there.
Yeah, you'd have to have been brilliant. Someone with an average of 7 as the ball's just
exactly.
pushed to silly point, no run. Who did you get out?
Well, he played 100 test matches for India and was the surname of Sharma.
Oof. I mean, that sounds, on the face of it, really good. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper, there's no run.
I'll let the listeners guess whether it was Rowett
or any other shot.
Or any other shot.
Can you remember how he got it? Of course you can. End of the over. 17 remain, or possibly 2. Jadeja 89, Washington 75.
Well, you don't get many wickets. You do remember.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
I think I got 7 first class, or 8 first class wickets, I think. 7.
So how did you get Mr. Sharma out?
Caught behind, nicked off.
Oh, caught behind. Sorry, I thought you were going to say deep mid-wicket.
No, nicked off.
And this was when we were.
It was caught by the keeper, wasn't it?
It was caught behind. Yeah. Which side was it nicked off, Alistair? Was it offside or leg side?
I was bowling plan. It was a bowling plan down the leg side.
You strangled him.
No, he was nicked off down the leg side.
He was nicked off down the leg side, but obviously you'd gone through that plan quite a bit before, yeah? As Dawson starts a new over, possibly the penultimate of this long and weary game.
My argument falls down the fact that I didn't have a leg slip or anyone. And actually, Matt Pryor just stuck out a hand. If he had dropped it, I would have been slide across.
Yeah. I mean, if we go into a final hour, I think Stokes may bring out different bowlers. As Dawson bowls, this is pushed into the offside, and Washington takes a single that moves him to 76. Brings Jadeja on strike. Now, Jadeja here, he's 11 away from 100. Either he just is expecting to be able to keep on batting for 16.4 overs, or he's not that fussed by getting 100, or he still thinks there's a danger if he gets out.
No, I mean, that danger's gone.
It's completely gone, isn't it?
Definitely gone. I mean, whether you're Stokes and you bring all your men up and let him have the option of taking the big boundary hit.
Now he's looking around the field. I think he's decided he's going to go for it here.
Sweep.
Dawson into him, and he goes for a big yahoo and gets an under edge. It rolls to Stokes at leg slip, who has his hand on his face. There's no run. Only thing is here, but this is one of these very peculiar positions where you sort of half wonder if England just want to get off the field now. But at the same time, you don't want to give anyone 100.
No, I think they'd rather getting off the field.
So maybe they just like to get him out and then shake hands.
They have got Zach Crawley at deep mid wicket, so they are trying. Stokes is not just giving him 100.
Well, they might want to spread a bit. I wouldn't want to be fielding at short leg now, or silly point for that matter, would you?
Well, it's the sweeps. You've got the whole sweep shot to play if he wants.
Which is great if you're at short leg.
Horrible.
Dawson in. Oh, he's left it outside the off stump. I don't know what's going on here. Is he after his 100 or not?
I'm going to say yes, because the shots he played off route, but not that easy to hit left and consistently hit and spin out the rough. There's a bit of element of risk to it.
There might only be 8 balls left, and he's on 89. Dawson bowls to him, and he tucks it into the onside, goes straight to a fielder at short mid wicket, and there's no run. Dropped, of course, off his first ball. He's played one really poor shot, and it was off his first ball.
Amazing, isn't it?
And after that,
everyone will talk about the one ball out of however many today.
Yep.
As the turning point of a game.
Dawson in. That's left alone. He's going to run away for. Well, did it touch pad or nothing? It might be 4 byes. Poor Jamie Smith. He's conceded 4 more byes. The lead moves to 71. India 382 for 4. And this now could be coming up the last over of the match. To say it's ebbed and flowed is something of an understatement. 358 India made, England dominant with the bat. That 150 from Root, 141 from Stokes, amassing 669, their 5th highest score in their Test history.
So I'm going to ask you a question. What's the lowest number of wickets have fallen on day 5?
A full day 5.
Full day 5. That is a good question.
Oh, he likes that. Suddenly.
Does he know?
Well, no. So stats for days in the database I have access to are a little tricky. They're incomplete, apart from relatively recently. But I'll see what I can. I'll see what I can find.
2 does feel very sparse, doesn't it? Root into Washington. This could be the last over. He comes forward and defends back up the wicket, and there is no run. Washington on 76, Jadeja on 89. I'm quite intrigued. I'm still not sure what I would do if I was Shubman Gill. I might try to leave England out there, but that's an act of cruelty that's really unacceptable. Full toss is smacked away through extra cover for 4, which will take Washington to 80. And might start to make Shubman's decision a little bit more difficult now.
I just wonder how the cricketing gods will look at it. That's the danger of if you stay out there.
The thing about the cricketing gods, Cookie, is that there are many people who think that they might not exist.
Well, they are foolish. We know the cricketing gods exist.
Right.
It's a proven stat.
Root into Washington. He drives again and whacks it straight at his ducket under the lid, and he's been struck on the arm. That's not a great thing. He's been brave about it, and he's now handed the helmet over. He said, "I'm not doing that anymore." That seems, it's totally unnecessary for me to be here anymore. It was full and walloped. Oh, that's sore on the left forearm.
I think it's got him on the muscle a bit, so.
Yeah, but he's moved out to extra cover now. 3 balls left in the over. Washington defends solidly. Right, so he's not decided to go hard. 2 balls left. Is this the end of the match? England's over rate is +3. See how good that over rate can be when you just want to go home. Root in, round arm, pushed into the offside. There'll be no run as it's fielded by Cars at point. And very shortly we're going to find out.
It's been the excitement of our 20 minutes, hasn't it?
It sort of has, because nothing much has happened except some wonderful Indian batting. Rooted, defended, pushed to duck it at extra cover. End of the over. Stokes has taken his hat off. Jadeja is talking to the umpire. Washington is talking to Stokes. Jadeja wants to know what to do. He's called for new gloves. Right, there's people coming out in tabards. Everyone's gathering. No one's quite sure. Stokes is uncertain. He's looking at the umpire.
Well, I think I've just said, looked like...
Drinks have been brought out.
Looked like Jadeja said he wanted to carry on batting.
OK. Well, how are the cricketing gods? What are they preparing now?
Oh, we'll see at the Oval. It won't be an immediate...
It won't be now?
Oh, it won't be an immediate, no.
What's... Aggers is pointing at something. Stokes has got a wry smile on his face. Because it's the beginning of the last hour, I suppose it's a drinks break of sorts. But everyone just looks as if they don't really know what's going on. But I think the Indians are obviously going to continue. This must be what's happening, and Stokes can't quite believe it. Shubman Gill is looking impassive. Looking, and he's being shown on the big screen, I think. People must be able to see him. And well, this is a legitimate tactic, but one that gets you into a spot of bother, perhaps. And now Stokes is probably asking all of his players, who fancies a bowl? Pope? Zach? Do you fancy a bowl?
Maybe Stokes might go off the field and talk to Captain Gill.
There's a certain amount of confusion. It's raining. Stokes hasn't been in this position before, of course. This has never happened to him before. He's never had a draw before.
Well,
because the one he had was a rain draw.
He took his hat off and his cap off, and he went to go and shake hands, and they haven't come back with the
handshake. Right. Well, I wonder who we're going to see bowling in this last hour. Are they going to go the whole 15 overs?
Well, Harry Brooks coming on, so I think we might see a bit of a...
Well, Alistair, if I was Ben Stokes now, I would be sending my fast bowlers off the field of play, and I will be bringing some replacement fielders in. That would seem to be the obvious thing to do. Jonathan Agnew is going to come and join and try to make sense of this.
Well, all that wandering around delayed the drinks break, so the ground staff's now coming out. That is not going to do a lot for saying how good the team relations had been in this game. But Shubman Gill, I can see him arms folded, laughing in the dressing room. I don't know about this, I'll be honest. We've got the absolute regulations here. On the final day, if both captains, or the batsman may act for their captain, except there's no prospect of either side achieving a victory, they may agree to finish the match. After the time for the commencement of the last hour has been achieved, there are a minimum of 15 overs to be bowled. So Ben Stokes clearly said, well, we can't win it. But the Indians think they can win the game.
Well, I don't think now. Ravi Jadeja seems to be saying there's a message from the Indian dressing room.
Yeah, well, both captains have to agree that there isn't a result. England have agreed there isn't going to be a result. Therefore, India are saying, we think there's going to be a result. So India are saying that they think we can win the game. If you look at it logically.
Well, you're right, actually, but it must be to do with the hundreds. You must both fancy 100.
Yeah, well, this is not going to go down very well. I mean, Ben Stokes did everything there but say, hey, the game's up, we know we can't win, let's shake hands and see you at the Oval. And Shubman Gill, you saw him laughing in the dressing room saying, no, you can stay out there. Rod Tucker's signalled that's the start of the last 15 overs. What do you think?
Well, there's another message coming on now from Karen there. In the disguise of a new pair of gloves for Washington Sundar, but
well, Harry Brooks coming on.
been quite good fun for bowlers, for batsmen who want to bowl a bit. Like, I'd like a little bowl.
The fact is, Washington's got 80, Jadeja's got 89.
So unless you put all the fielders on one side but then the 100's never quite the same.
Well, do you want 100 against this?
Well, they deserve 100.
Yeah. Well, Harry Brook tried to come in there and took umpire Tucker unawares. So there's been a collision. Now the bails are on. And, well, it's going to be like a benefit game, I assume. On comes Harry Brook. He's bowling, I suspect, some sort of off-spin.
Well, he has bowled seamers in the past.
He bowled seamers off the wrong foot.
He bowled seamers in Australia. He bowled very early on, didn't he, in one game?
New Zealand.
Was it New Zealand, not Australia?
He got Kane Williamson out.
Did he?
Here he is again, bowls. That's tucked away out to mid-wicket. I mean, what's the worst way of getting a batsman out?
Caught deep mid-wicket.
Caught down the leg side. He did it as well. 386 for 4. Jadeja's on 89. And Brook bowls to him, but he thumps it down the ground to mid-on. It's fielded by Cass.
He's got him second wicket.
Well, I must admit, I've not seen something like this happen before. Normally, you put your hands up, say that's it. We'll see you fair play, stalemate. And there is an absolute pile of filth of a delivery from Brook, which has been plugged into the leg side, and they're going to come back for 2. That was a full bunger about waist high. I mean, if it means so much to get 100 against this, well, fair enough. Jadeja goes to 91. Ben Stokes grimacing there. Well, I'm looking forward to speaking to Stokes after this.
Well, it always has a way. Cricket doesn't have a story of the day.
Yeah.
When the story should have been, well, is really.
Well, he flicks that for 4. It's a quicker ball, if you can call it that, from Brook. And it's been flicked away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So Jadeja gets another boundary. I mean, Indian fans, they're quite happy about this. I suspect maybe the England ones are too. They're a bit bemused by the situation. But it's just that when people have played the game, you know kind of what goes on behind the scenes.
Well, you could have also avoided it for just a couple of overs before. Jadeja could have mentioned it and could have got his 100.
Brook again bowls. Jadeja turns into the leg side. Not a single. He's sent back by Washington. And rather a hostile throw there from Crawley. Comes in and hits the stumps. So we're in the last hour. England have said we can't win the game. So we'll just call it quits, shake hands and go. But Shubman Gill has said no. Now we've got the 3rd umpire trotting on here. Or 4th umpire, actually. I wonder if the match referee's got some sort of message here for Mr. Raza or what this may be. No?
Oh, I tell you what they are doing. It's having a look at the light.
Well, they turn the light. Well, they're going to turn the.
But if it is the same level light, because they did go off, didn't they?
Yeah, but this won't please Lancashire very much because they've
had to turn it off.
Yeah, the lights are coming on in a completely unnecessary situation. Who's going to bowl? Joe Root's going to bowl.
Quite a good prank by the umpires if they said you can't play on with both players on 99.
It would. It would. See Rishabh Pant on the screen. He's got his he's certainly got his white top on. Quite bizarre, this is. 392 for 4. I'm just wondering how India are going to win the game. What's their lead at the moment? It's 81. It's played out to Duckett cover. It might be very exciting. They might declare with England leading 15 and over to win, and think they're going to win the game that way. It's the only way you can think of it. It's played away down to mid-off. The Stokes fields. 392 for 4. Root again, just off a couple of paces. Bowls. It's driven for 4 through extra cover.
Yeah. I think they both want their 100s, don't they?
That's what it is.
Playing for.
Yeah. Ball returned to Root. It was driven through the covers. Root looks to go in again. In he goes. And Washington drives him again for 4. Half volley tossed up round about the off stump. Washington Sundar goes to 88. 400 up for India.
But it shouldn't become the story of the day, though, should it?
No.
It shouldn't, because actually it should be about Indians resilient.
Yes, of course it should.
And how well they've played.
The 15 overs to go, that would have been the story. Shake hands, well played.
Absolutely.
Great effort, off we go.
Absolutely.
It's not, it doesn't feel like it's going to end that way now.
But surely if they do get the hundreds, then surely that's it.
Root bowls a bouncer, and that's swung away. At least for 4. It's a howl of appreciation to our left. Well, Root might be doing his teammates a favour here.
No, it could have like Ben Duckett bowling or something.
It's very strange. Normally, so a batting side in this situation would have said, yep, great, we've done it, thanks very much. Shake hands, see you at the Oval.
What happens if they both get the hundreds and they carry on batting?
Ducker's padded up.
I suppose if one gets out...
Yeah.
If one gets out, you're going to have to stay out there.
That's pushed away out to cover. Oh, do we get some more Harry Brook here, I wonder? Oh, who's going to come on and bowl now? England players are sort of wandering around.
It's probably the first time in England side over Ben Stokes you could tell what's happening in the game.
Well, he's walking past umpire Tucker, but there's no words exchanged. Umpire Tucker's walking up to Mr. Raza.
It would be ironic when it was a light. If the light had reached that level for seamers, they'd have to go off, wouldn't they?
If they brought the seamers on, yes.
Yeah, they'd have to. There's no like...
No, it's the umpires. No, absolutely. Just put Archer on and they'd be off.
They'd be off.
But it's not. It's going to be Harry Brook bowling his off spin again. And he's going to bowl to Jadeja, who's on 95. And comes Brook, tosses it up to him, and just prods it away into the offside. And there's no runs. So he's got 4. I mean, he's played well enough for a 5th. It just ran out of time. That was the trouble. Here's Brook again. Pye hit through the leg side. Down goes Cast. That's a terrific piece of fielding. And there's a long single there, but Jadeja didn't take it.
There's a lot of clapping by the England fielders, thinking, why don't you just let that go?
Yes. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Okay, he's got his 100. And he's saluting and waving, and fine, he's played really well, but there's no applause. England's fielders, arms folded, they're not impressed with what's happened here. Harry Brook there came off 2 paces and lobbed up something that would not look out of place in a village game, and he's been smashed into the pavilion area. And Jadeja's celebrating. Yeah, he played brilliantly well and they've saved the game, but it's a shame that it's ended like this.
To be fair, in the scorebook in 10 years' time, we won't remember it though.
No, we won't.
He has played brilliantly well. England will look back to that one chance, that very first ball.
Yeah.
That one, but apart from that, it's the only chance they've created in this partnership.
So what, it sets things up a bit for the Oval. We talked about this game, and there's some fireworks and a bit of spark. Brook again, and I'm not even sure how to describe that delivery. It's out of like the palm of the hand, lobbed up, and Jadeja pats it away. And Brook again just walks, and just, oh, well, how do you describe that?
I'm going to let you describe it, because
it's just an utterly effortless delivery.
There might be
It's a low full toss, which has been smeared away to deep square leg, and the game is ending rather farcically.
Is that the slowest ball ever in Test cricket? 37 miles an hour.
Did it actually come up on the gun?
Yes, 37.
Well, now Jadeja's pulling away. Fielders are out there. Arms folded. Look at the body language here. Arms folded. Well, it's a shame it's ended like this.
Yeah.
It didn't have to. Brook again bowls. That's hit away for another 4. Actually, it's not going to go. Duckett's going to stop it, and they're going to take.
I hope they take 2.
Yeah, because Washington's got to get to that end. No, this is not the spectacle to end what has been a terrific game of cricket. Hard fought, keenly contested. To be reduced to this is a great shame.
Jadeja's century, his 5th in Test cricket, 182 balls, 1 6 and 12 fours. The relevant part of it, 89 off 173 up until the last hour, and those feasting on some I've just written deliberate pies as a note on my score.
I think that's fair enough. I think that's all you can call it. Yeah, I mean, that literally was an absolutely authentic pie chuck, wasn't it?
But it has to be the slowest ball ever recorded on Test cricket.
Yeah, I think probably is.
I can't imagine any other scenario someone...
Mike Brearley bowled lobs back in the day, but I don't think he ever did in Test cricket. He bowled them in first-class cricket. And Root's continuing. What's Washington on? He's on 92. See if he gets to his 100, and then maybe we'll put an end to this. First ball's just padded away out to square leg. Stewart's moving in over there. English fielders, they're not walking in, they're just standing there.
Root's not given any freebies like Brook was.
No. And goes Root again. Bowls. And Washington turns that away out to mid-wicket. Walks back to his mark quickly.
Maybe Ben Duckett could bowl.
If India declare now, England would need 11.6 and over to win.
Maybe not quite enough there then. Then goes Root, bowls. And it's turned away down to fine leg. We get a couple. Takes Washington to 94.
Probably should have just left that for Swope, shouldn't you? Well, let's get into that stage.
Yeah, it's a shame. 418 for 4. Root again. Bowls, that's played back at him. Sundar, who's on 94.
Just get... If you want 100, just get a single. Help yourself to Harry Brook.
Well, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Root again. Bowls. Just push back at him. There's no run. Well, the game is actually bigger than individuals.
Yeah.
Fair comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, this is coming. They're putting everyone back so he can have his single. There you go. Now come and face Harry. Couple of pies and it's all over.
You'd hope.
End of the over. Brooks got his cap off. Washington Sundar's on strike. He's on 95. They're showing a replay actually of a couple of his previous deliveries. And yeah, well, Jadeja hitting that one for 6.
It's not actually that easy to hit though.
No.
I would. Some people really struggle to hit. Really slow bowling.
Right, this might be it. Let's have a look. Brooks going to bowl. All the field is in tight, so he can help himself here, is what they're saying. You want it? Well, there you go. You smash this one, but he blocked the first one. It's a bit flatter.
He bowled properly.
Yeah, that was a proper off spinner. It wasn't one of those previous ones. And all the field is up. Brook again. Scurries in, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. No run there.
Sundar's never had a Test 100 before, so might be a little nervy.
Yeah. Well, how long could it be in the 90s for? He could have 10 overs in the 90s if he is anxious. Brook again bowls to him, and he's bowled 4 defensive shot.
Stokes is now bringing everybody in.
Yes, so now coming in, almost like a sort of a school playground size. This is not saving 1, this is saving a half. Brook bowls to him and he smears it over extra cover for 4. Goes to 99. Hands in pockets here, look, England fielders.
Oh, I just hope he gets his 100 and then they do shake hands, because otherwise it would become even more of a fast the last little bit. Well, the 200 partnership
in 55 overs. Most of it very good.
Crawley and Jadeja having an exchange there. Doesn't look very friendly. Brook bowls and he wants a single, but it's not going to be there. And there's got 1 ball to go in this over. Washington's on 99. He's facing Harry Brook bowling his off spin. In he comes, bowls and turned away the leg side. No one bothers to chase it. And Washington Sundar has his first Test century. He's got his helmet off, and they had to run because the ball stopped. It hasn't gone for 4. Duckett's gone to fetch it, and well, he's got his arms raised. Indian supporters wave their flags. England's fielders do absolutely nothing, and now they're shaking hands and walking off. And very interesting to see what Ben Stokes has to say about that. Oh, well, he walked past quite, interesting there with Washington Sundar. That is a fantastic performance by India. They have saved a game that yesterday lunchtime was lost. And they have lost just 2 wickets in a day, or more than a day and a half, which is a fantastic achievement. It's just a real shame that it's ended in high fast like that. And I'm going to go down and see what Ben Stokes has to say.
Well, good luck. But Sundar played brilliantly today. That was a brilliant knock. And it is a real shame that his first 100 will be a little bit remembered for that. It shouldn't be, because it was only 2 or 3 overs, and I understand why the captain allowed him to go and get it. But they could have organised it possibly a little bit before the 15 overs. But he played brilliantly well, and congratulations to India.
Absolutely. They've dug themselves out of the hole with determination and passion and fight. Saved England, only getting 2 wickets in all that time. They'll be deflated. They would have seen that as a game that slipped through their fingers, but very well played India. The great escape.
Well, it's been startling, a magnificent performance from them. They were 0 for 2 at 12:48 yesterday. Lost 2 wickets in the first over. They looked absolutely dead and buried, and then terrific stuff from. Terrific stuff from Shubman Gill, of course. Brilliant, KL Rahul. But then that partnership has just done for England. Prak, what have you made of that?
Relief. Now, look, I mean, honestly, I think it's a terrific effort. Brings back memories straight away to me of 2021, Sydney Cricket Ground, Hanuma Vihari with a torn hamstring, and Ravichandran Ashwin with a back that he couldn't bend. Sitting there with Jadeja ready to bat with a broken thumb. When that was often called the great escape, this may well have been greater, as a matter of fact, because of the way India batted. I'm glad there was no rain involved. So in that sense, it's all worked out well. Whether or not the ending could have been different, I don't know. I'd rather not say much.
But also, I mean, no Rishabh Pant in effect. I mean, he came out bravely to bat a little bit, but in effect, India had lost 2 wickets when he was hit on the foot, really.
Yeah.
And so they've done that.
3 for not.
Exactly. So they've done it from there. I can't think of a more dominant. I mean, they've lost 2 wickets in 5 sessions, which is remarkable. 3 centurions, 2 ducks. It's the maddest looking scorecard. I mean, and this sets us up for the Oval. It's what the series needed. There is a decider of sorts.
Yes, a decider of sorts. You're absolutely right. And I think India will take tremendous heart from this. England will be disappointed, I think. But no, that's the way the game goes sometimes.
I mean, sometimes you come across, as you say, stubborn resistance, but also, a pitch that we thought was going to crumble. It's, day 3, there was the odd one keeping low and the odd one bouncing and what have you, but it just never got any worse. It just stayed a slab of sponge.
And it was surprising because there were some that went up and down, and then they just stopped doing that.
I mean, England threw everything at them. England threw everything at them, round the wicket, over the wicket. Just something that's niggling me a little bit. It's when your spinners have to perhaps nick yourself 1 or 2 just to keep you moving through the order, but they bowled all right everywhere. I think England bowled all right. It's as simple as that. But
Dawson just didn't manage to get any grip or purchase, and there'll be concerns over Cars and Chris Wokes. This is a ground he loves bowling at, but he wasn't much of a threat, notwithstanding those 2 wickets in his first over thereafter. So Stokes was forcing himself to bowl, and just looking at the numbers in this series, the Indian batters have, over the course of these 4 tests, the top 7 have been almost impossible to dislodge, really, apart from, say, Sai Siddharthan.
Change of personnel, perhaps, at the Oval, perhaps a bit of Tongue and a bit of Atkinson, perhaps just to freshen it up.
Andy?
Well, just on that, India, that 100 by Washington was India's 11th century of the series, which is the most any visiting team has had in a series in England.
Right. I mean, how many centuries have we had in the whole series now?
The whole series now. Well, we set a record. Gill set a new record. I think it was 16. So 18 now in the series, which is the most ever in a Test series in this country. not quite the most anywhere. 11 by India, 7 by England so far.
I mean, what England will try to do, I guess, is do a bit of what Michael Vaughan did in 2005 here when there was a draw, and say, look at the Indians celebrating their draw. We're going to head down now. Jonathan Agnew is pitch side.
We made our way down here. The presentations have taken place shortly. We'll have a chat with Ben Stokes, Shubman Gill, I'm sure, as a result. I mean, I haven't really got your thoughts on the end there, Michael. I think Cookie and I were on at the end. What did you think?
I actually quite admired it. You know, I do. I mean, the young captain, another two out in the middle could have shook hands, but they played so well, they'd fought so hard. You earned the right to get 3 figures. All right, the last 10 runs from either player were a little bit farcical, but you earned the right, and India deserve a huge amount of credit for the way that they've played.
Well, they
I
do.
mean, their fight, their spirit, and if it was a little bit farcical for 15 minutes, I think they earned the right to have that moment to get 3 figures.
Okay, I just wonder whether England would agree with you necessarily, because I mean they're going to shake hands and walk off.
Yeah, of course. You want to get off the field. There's no chance of a result, but from an Indian perspective, you would think that that dressing room will be absolutely delighted for someone like Washington Sundar. He's now got a Test match century. They finish here at Old Trafford, if you like, on the front foot going to the Oval. England have had a day and 3 quarters in the dirt. No idea what either team will look like on Thursday when they start again. I can't even fathom how the players are going to start again on Thursday morning, but brilliant fight back from the Indian side. The pitch was a winner. I mean, it just I thought throughout the game it was bound to crack up and do plenty more, but it was a road, it's flat. That's the 5th draw in 5 long format games this year at Old Trafford. So the pitch was the winner, Aggers.
Yeah, and it will feel like a win for India.
Yeah, I guess so. They'll look back at their selection. They got that wrong in terms of Anshul Kamboj making his debut here. He wasn't the right style of bowler for this wicket. I guess it's not exposed England in a way, but you know, Ben Stokes is clearly obviously the best bowler that England have, and you know, without his overs in the second innings, they found it difficult to get the wickets.
I think we're going to speak to India's captain here, who's got a big smile on his face. That was a superb effort, Shubman, to save that game.
Yes, definitely. I think it's no less than a win for us, this draw. Having given us around 300 runs of lead, I think our batsmen put on a great display.
Tell me how you felt when you walked out, 0 for 2, more than a day and a half to go. That's probably only one result at that stage.
Yeah, we had, I think, about 10 minutes before lunch. I was actually in the washroom thinking, okay, like the worst, I'll get to bed after lunch. But as soon as I walked in, actually didn't really have any thoughts, to be honest. Just wanted to enjoy my batting and play as much as possible, and didn't want to think too much out of me. Just wanted to do what I love the most, that is batting, and that's what I was thinking.
You got a horrible ball as well. In fact, in one over, you got one that hit you on the head and one that hit you on the ankle. I mean, it wasn't easy at times, and yet other times it went very placid.
Yeah, I think every time Stokesy comes on to bowl, he makes something happen. I think the first spell that they bowled today in the morning, the Stokesy bowled, was just brilliant. I just wanted to take the pitch out of the equation and wanted to play as if I'm playing on a normal wicket. If a ball that keeps slow gets me out, if a ball that goes up gets me out, I was fine with it. But just wanted to play like I'm playing on a normal wicket.
Yeah, well, you're having an amazing series with the bat, aren't you? You feel in terrific form, presumably.
Yeah, but I didn't really do well in the previous 3 innings before this inning. So Test cricket is a funny game. You know, you might no matter how many runs you have scored, each time you go out there, you still feel the jitters, and you still want to be able to perform the best that you can.
Yeah. And those two at the end as well, batting for so long. Again, there were moments there where it looks as if England might open the door again.
Yes, for sure. I think as soon as they got the new ball, the ball was doing a little bit, but I think the way both of them played, it was just tremendous. And yes, a little bit of luck going our way. You know, some balls, generally some of those balls you might see them getting dragged on, but brilliant batting, brave batting, and a little bit of luck for us today.
What about the end, Shubman? I must ask you about that, because Ben Stokes clearly was saying, right, that's it, it's all over. There was a bit of a farce there. Harry Brook, it's not the most terrifying bowler in the world. I mean, but was it really worth that, and maybe England not being very happy about it, for them to get their hundreds?
I think both the batsmen batted brilliantly. You know, both of them being around 90s, and a Test 100 is a Test 100 at the end of the day, and we thought they deserve a century out there. They both batted brilliantly, and it's just about 3-4 overs. We thought 3-4 overs isn't gonna. That's not a lot of overs.
Okay. At the Oval, I mean, you probably don't know what sort of team you're going to put out, do you? But I mean, you can level the series there. Does that put pressure on Bumrah playing again?
Haven't really thought about that. Once we go there, gonna have a look at the wicket. But if he feels like he's fully fit and he is available for us, I think it will be a great deal for us. But if he's not playing, I still think we have the right kind of bowling attack with the Kashdeep being available for the last Test match. With him coming in, I think we'd be able to still have a bowling attack that could take 20 wickets for us.
Well played. This will be a Test match people speak about for a long time, I think, and your innings too. Thank you, Shubman.
Thank you.
We'll see you at the Oval. There we are. Yeah, just a few overs. Well, I suppose it was helped by the fact that Brooke Bolton pies that it was only a few overs. What do you think? I mean, what's Ben Stokes going to say about it?
Oh, he'll be disappointed, but you kind of think, what would England have done if that was a similar situation and they had a player out there who'd fought and not got a Test match century? I think probably England would have done exactly the same to allow that player to get to 3 figures. It's not a great way to finish a Test match, which has been brilliant. It's been really closely fought. There's been ebbs and flows. England have played brilliant this week. I just look at the England bowling attack on this kind of wicket, which it was so flat in the end, it didn't really deteriorate. And the spinners didn't get anything out of this surface. And obviously Ben Stokes, it's just glaring how big he is for this team, with the ball in hand, with the bat, with his captaincy and his body. How's his body going to be in 3 days' time starting at the Oval? Is he going to play a full part? Will he only be able to bat? I guess it's Ben Stokes, so he'll probably play a full part, but when you see him, Ben, with what look like a hamstring, a calf, a shoulder, and then you're seeing how important he is for the side, and then you go down to Australia in a few months' time, he's becoming more and more important to this team by the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't rule out Bumrah playing, did he?
No, and he shouldn't have, because actually, even if he isn't going to play, you wouldn't tell people now on a purely tactical thing. I think they made a mistake at the beginning of the series saying he could only play 3, because you get thrown into a bit of a situation like now where the series is still on the line, and if he is fit to play, if he's not fit to play, then clearly it's the right decision. But India today was superb. I mean, the wicket, didn't do what we all thought it was going to do. From like day 3.5 onwards, but there were some very tricky periods of batting that they had to negotiate. You all look at the score, I just looked at there, 190 and 3 other hundreds, but there were 2 noughts in there as well, so it just proves it wasn't an absolute belter for the start, so they had to work really hard for that, and clearly as you then get partnerships going, it does look a lot flatter. So full credit for India and their character, because I'm going to say when they walked off the field, and at lunch on day 4, I thought they were a broken team, and they showed so much more character than I thought that they did have, and they will take so much from that, and they're going to be a real danger at the Oval.
Ben Stokes on his way. Don't know if he'll come here first, but we shall see. Just while he makes his way down the stairs, how do you stop this feeling like a defeat? You're in the England team now.
Well, because you say, well, we bowled him out for 350 on a flat one, and we got 650 the first time. We got 600 here, and people scored a lot of runs, and England dominated the Test match apart from the last day. Really, they were the only side who could win the game. That's how you look at it, and the pitch beat them really.
Let's see if I think we might be first in the queue. Let's see. The presentations are starting over there. Let's try to catch Danny's eye. Looks like Ben Stokes is Ben's man of the match as well. Okay, so we're going to get him after the presentations, I think. So he's got a magnum of champagne there, and he's got a nice medallion to add to the other medallions that he has. But he's had a great game, hasn't he?
Well, this has been England's best performance of the series, yet they haven't won. Pretty much from the start, Ben Stokes winning the toss and decided to bowl. Bowled great, got the ball moving around. India at times played nicely, but there was some quality bowling in the first innings. Then with the bat in hand, that opening partnership was terrific. Ollie Pope showed a different technique this week, which was good for him. And obviously the rest of the batting lineup was pretty much batting around Joe Root, who breaks records pretty much every time he goes out to bat these days. But I guess the frustration for England will be the afternoon of the 4th day and the afternoon of the 5th day. They didn't get a wicket. They got their 2 wickets yesterday morning. They got 2 wickets on the 5th morning, so they didn't get 1 wicket on the 4th afternoon or 1 wicket on the 5th afternoon. And Well, I think Ben will just say the pitch won. You know, it was just too difficult a wicket. It was a pitch that just had no lateral movement. There was no reverse swing, and there wasn't a great deal there for the spinners. So it was difficult to get the 20 wickets.
Yeah, and for a team, I mean, for all that India have done, which is brilliant, but they're actually quite used to batting on these sort of tracks. You know, it was kind of, well, not made for them, obviously, but England had first use of it. But you know, that would have helped them to an extent.
Well, if you're an Indian batsman coming to win England, you know, I spoke to Pujara about it and he goes, I wish we played on wickets like this.
Yes.
The 4 games, they've been so different to what we've seen over the last few years with England wickets, certainly against India. You normally will say you want to challenge them on wickets, which they do move laterally, because this was a subcontinental wicket the last little bit. You just could play for your stumps, a bit of turn, the odd one bounce, and look how comfortable those two, in particular at the end, looked.
Let's get Prakash in here, because he was listening in too to what Shubman Gill had to say. That's a day and a half to remember, Prakash, I would think, to have been here for that.
I think so. I think it'll be something that India will take heart. It's reminiscent of the 2021 Sydney Test, which was saved with Jadeja actually sitting in the pavilion with a broken thumb, waiting for Ashwin or Vihari to get out, and they saved that one. So this will go down as a great escape of sorts, definitely, for India.
Yeah. You're watching at the end. I mean, what do you think? Any spillover into the last game, do you think? It's all on the line.
Yeah, it certainly is. I hope there isn't, but I can understand if it is, for the simple reason that, you know, most people would have thought the game would finish with 15 overs left. But I guess, as Shubman said, a test 100 is a test 100. Now, whether you want to, you know, 5 years, 10 years later, when someone looks at it, there won't be that many people who remember there were those tossed up full tosses bowled. So it goes on the record, and maybe records mean more sometimes for these guys now than they would have 5, 10, 15 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah. You're not doing the next game, are you?
No, this is it. This is it. I'm done for the summer.
You'll be tantalised. You'll be.
I'll be glued to my television set, I can promise you, and with TMS running in my ear as well.
Of course, very diplomatic, Prakash. Well done. I was just saying to these two about how India will treat that. I mean, just to look at Gill's face when he was talking to me there, and he said that felt like a win.
Yes, and I think in many ways, from an England point of view, wicket notwithstanding Aggers, they will be disappointed. They would have expected, having truly dominated this test match, to have gone 3-1 up. They haven't been able to, due to some good batting by India, and I think in that sense India will take a lot of heart, and maybe they can come back and regroup at the Oval.
Still waiting for Ben Stokes, who's waiting to give his interview on television there. Let's get some stats while we're waiting for all of this. There's some time yet from Andy Zoltzman. We'll just say that the two captains have shaken hands there, which is fine. Andy Zoltzman.
Yes, well, it's been a rather extraordinary game. In the first non-rain affected draw in England since 2014, and you know, we used to have 2 or 3 a summer going back a while. In terms of the curious Indian innings, 2 ducks and 3 centuries made by top 6 players. That's only the second time in Test history that a team has had 2 ducks and 3 centuries in the top 6, and the first time was India at Leeds in the first Test of this series. So that's extraordinary. We've had over 2,500 tests, and that had never happened before this series, and now twice in 4 games. India have scored 11 centuries in the series. That is the most by any team in a series in England. That's either England or visiting sides. England have 700s now after the efforts by Root and Stokes in this match, and the total of 18 Test hundreds in this game is comfortably the highest in a series in England, and the 3rd highest currently of any series anywhere. The record is 21, so that's something to look out for at the Oval. If there are 400s there, it'll set a new record for that. Shubman Gill with 4 of them, only the 5th player to have 4 centuries in a Test series in England. And only the 4th time an Indian player has made 400s in the same Test series. Joe Root also had 4 in the previous series between these two teams, played across 2021 and 2022. The runs per wicket in this game, Aggers, 60 runs per wicket, which is the highest in a Test in England since 2003, and the highest at Old Trafford since a notorious game in 1964, when England and Australia both made over 600, and the game petered out into one of the most tedious draws in Test history. So an extraordinary innings after the fall of those first 2 wickets. India made 525 for 2 in 142 overs and 1 ball. So we have seen some very unusual cricket this summer, particularly by the recent standards of Test cricket.
Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. Again, you've had lots of interesting statistics to dwell on during the course of this. Still waiting for Ben Stokes. He's chatting away on television at the moment. He'll be done shortly enough. I think I asked Michael about how you if you were England, what you do. What's we talk about England and the position and not winning the game, and Shubman Gill saying it felt like a win for India and so on. How are the psychos going on? The psychotherapists and the psychoanalysts and all those going to handle England over the next couple of days?
Well, I think more importantly, it will be the rest and recovery rather than... They have to say that they dominated this Test match. It was their best performance of this. And look at all those things rather than not. And actually accept that wicket one, really. Let's be honest. That wicket was, just didn't aid anything, really. Well, enough to take many chances. Yeah, I mean, they'll look at dropping Jadeja, dropping Gill. There's always moments in every Test match, but the fact that there was pretty much 400s in that back end in the third innings, and it looked like they could bat for days on that wicket. You just have to say the wicket won, and I don't think we don't want wickets like this. I'm sorry, we don't. Yeah. We want wickets to deteriorate or have more in it at the later or the beginning of the game, because it's not about results per se, because a draw is a good game, but the wicket towards the end, it made batting look particularly easy on day 5, and I don't think we should keep going down that route.
No, and I mean, we know that England feel that. They just can't really come out and say it, can they? And there's all sorts of theories about selling tickets and selling boxes and not wanting 4-day Test matches and so on. But yes, certainly the pitches in this series have largely been like this, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They've been flat, and it's been hard work for the seam bowlers in particular, and I guess we'll find out on Thursday what both teams look like. I'm sure we'll see some changes, but you just want to see a bit of action, don't you? You want to see a bit of pace. At times there was pace in this pitch this week, and at times it looked like it was going to deteriorate, and I don't know why and how, but they seem to hold together brilliantly. Whether it's the heavy rollers, I'm not too sure, but these pitches in the UK now are completely different. The Indian players would have thought that they'd come here to face swing and seam. Well, they probably can't believe the look on the pitches that they've played on so far. The Oval might be different. The Oval, I've seen a lot of first-class cricket there, and they leave a bit of grass on it. It goes through nicely, and we might see a bit more swing and carry. So it'd be interesting to see what pitch we get at the Oval. But this was a road. It needs. I wouldn't say it needs digging up, but yeah, it does.
It's just odd that it did so much sometimes and then nothing for other longer chunks of time.
Well, I'm just Jimmy Anderson plays here on Tuesday for Lancashire, captaining against Glamorgan. I just wonder whether Jimmy will ring him and say, can we play on this? Carry on.
Well, they could do what they did in Multan, couldn't they, in the Test matches there. The game is drawn, by the way, if you're just tuning our way. We're just mopping up here, really, and I'm going to talk to Ben Stokes shortly, but it was an extraordinary performance by India to have been 0 for 2 yesterday, just at lunchtime, and to have lost only 2 more wickets since then, led by their captain Shubman Gill and KL Rahul, and then hundreds for Jadeja and Washington there at the end, albeit coming in rather strange circumstances. The last 10 or 15 runs that they each scored, with Harry Brook lobbing up, some just cafeteria bowling, really, just help yourself. And anyway, the game ended a little bit strangely.
Did you not like Harry Brook's action, Aggers? You think
a bit more pivot, perhaps? Actually, I think
his front arm.
I think what he could do is possibly use the pitch. It might be step one to actually land the ball on the pitch. Right, Ben's finished over there. Oh no, hang on, we've got photographs going on here that we don't necessarily need. Danny Rubin's going to here we go. Right. Well, congratulations, Ben, first of all, on that medallion. Well done, you had a great game.
Thank you, mate, cheers.
Yes, well, you did, didn't you? You obviously, I mean, we'll go on to the bigger stuff, but for yourself personally, you did. You had a terrific game.
Yeah, again, when you put in good performances for the team, your enjoyment of those are dictated to how you feel at the end of the Test match on the result, and obviously give the bottle of champagne and the medal back in a heartbeat if we ended up being on the right side of the result that we wanted.
Yes, of course. A little cheekily, I did liken you to Laurel and Hardy's car at one stage today, because like every bit seemed to be falling off. What's left? I mean, how are you?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to lie, I've been better.
What's okay and what isn't?
Yeah, my head's all right.
Good, that's the main thing.
Yeah. Oh, look, pain's just an emotion, Aggers. You know, if you're a little bit sore here and there, you'll keep, I don't know, going. And look, obviously, it was a little bit sore yesterday. And
which bit in particular?
Probably better off saying which bit's not. Yeah. But it's just, look, I'm an all-rounder. You know, it's obviously been a big week this week in terms of overs out in the field and spending time out in the middle on the back of Lords as well. So, it's one of those. Workload's obviously gone up. It's been a very big 4 test matches, not only for myself but for everyone. And a few creaks and crannies knocking about. But hopefully we'll be all right to go for that last one.
I was going to say, do you think you'll be able to bowl at the Oval?
I'm doing everything possible to make sure that I am, yeah. Yeah,
that's great. Joe Root, we've got to mention him as well, because you haven't, yet another milestone passed along the way. I mean, he's extraordinary, isn't he?
He's unbelievable. His ability to be able to just play anywhere in the world, any given conditions. You know, we've been on some pretty slow wickets, but, you know, some people have found it quite tough to be able to score, because the ball's not been coming on as much. But not only is he able to find a way to be able to score consistently, he's just an absolute freak. But I seen a clip of him the other day, actually. I think when he was talking about looking at a few modes of dismissals and everything like that. Right. You know, all these great players is the reason why they're great, because they look into that kind of stuff way more than anyone else does. So it's not just by coincidence that he's turning out the performance that he has done so far in the series. He's got an incredible work ethic, not only for himself but also for the time that he gives to his teammates as well. He's just absolutely phenomenal, and it's almost a bit of a shock when he doesn't get runs, to be honest. He's just been absolutely awesome. Yeah, he's class.
I don't want to put you in trouble, but you've had a comment or two about the pitches leading up to this. I mean, to only be able to take 2 in a day and a half going through, I mean, is that acceptable? Is that an all right word for you?
I think unacceptable is probably a bit too much. To be honest, if you look at the way it was a lot easier for the left-handers throughout this whole Test match, I think. If you look at where the invariable bounce came from, it came from that top end up and down to the right-handers. Look, you know, tough work. Obviously, dismissal this morning of KL keeping low. Shubman got a couple very similar areas going up and then down. And even yesterday when we were batting, you know, the right-handers sort of, it was one of those where you weren't sure if it was going to go up or down. But then as a left-hander myself, obviously spent some time out there, you didn't really feel in danger with that happening. And the way that Washington and Jadeja came out and played, especially when they were under the pressure from losing that wicket, I thought was, you know, credit to them. But it was a sort of different ball game when you're bowling at 2 left-handers. So tactically, I think you've probably got to give them maybe a little bit of credit for shoving 2 two left-handers up there early on to get through that. But yeah, it certainly seemed a little bit more dead bowling to the left-handers than it did to right-handers.
I don't want to dwell on the end too much, because it kind of was a bit of a strange 15 minutes there, but clearly you had said, hey, let's shake hands and call it quits.
Yeah, well, obviously it got to that point. You know, we were willing to take it as far as we possibly could. You know, throw everything at them that we did. But it got to that point where there was obviously only one result left on the table, and I wasn't going to be risking any of my frontline bowlers in a situation like that, especially when we've got a quick turnaround. And the only other person who's actually got any bowling workload in them is Harry Brook. He does actually work on that kind of stuff, but I did have to say to him, please don't do anything stupid. You know, we've been out in the field for 200 and whatever overs. We've got a quick turnaround, so just do what needs to be done.
Yeah, he's working on it, is he? It wasn't obvious.
No, but again, I think generally I said don't do anything daft. Don't pull aside. Don't pull a hamstring. Sure. We knew what was going on there.
All right. Okay, Ben, thanks for talking to us, and congratulations. Personally, really excellent game. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, cheers, Ben. Right, well, there we are. He's working on his off-spin, Brookie.
Well, yeah, it's a work in progress, I would suggest. I think he might need to do a few more hours in the nets, just working on that pivot.
All right, you two, and Prakash, hey, thanks for all your company, Prak.
Cheers, mate. Thank you, and thanks, everyone.
Okay, thanks for all your work. Travel home safely. Thanks to Michael and to Alistair as well. And that's how we'll call it quits down here.